Investors feel within you. Is it danger or the weight of failing teammates?
Many of the building have been trapped. Perhaps the uncertainty of what lies ahead.
We're alone in this, so facing threats alone. We always standing already, but we have always been here by your side. Embrace our strength and let your courage lead the way. Investors feel within you. Is it danger or the weight of failing teammates?
Many of the building have been trapped. Perhaps the uncertainty of what lies ahead.
We're alone in this, so facing threats alone. We always standing already, but we have always been here by your side. Embrace our strength and let your courage lead the way.
2024 is history, but the fire of battle have just ignited in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The chapter of the 2025 PMSL SEA Spring begins now, right here, right this moment. Hello, PUBG Mobile Esports fans. Get ready for the ultimate showdown as the 2025 PMSL SEA kicks off. For 3 intense weeks in Kuala Lumpur, from February 26 to March 16, 24 teams will battle for the coveted Southeast Asian crown, and a $200,000 prize pool awaits the victor. This season, the battleground is set for the most intense fights yet, with exciting new formats shaping the action. Week 1 kicks off with 2 stages. In the group stage, 24 teams are divided into 3 groups and compete over 3 days. The top 16 teams will advance to the Super Weekend. Yes, say goodbye to Super Sunday. Now, 12 matches over 2 days will decide the Week 1 standings. Week 2 raises the stakes with a game-changing twist, Smash Rule. Once again, the top 16 teams advance to the Super Weekend after 3 days group stage. Before Sunday's matches begin, the match point will be set, determined by taking Saturday's first place team score and adding 10 points as the target score. On day 2, the battle will continue until team secures a winner-winner chicken dinner after reaching the match point, or until all 8 matches are played. It's also worth noting that on day 2, under the Smash Rule, matches will rotate between Erangel and Miramar. Based on each week's Super Weekend ranking, teams will earn league rank points to secure final slots. And finally, the finals. The culmination of all the action. The top 16 teams, based on their league rank points from the league stage, will face off in 3 electrifying days to decide who will take the crown. Now, let's cheer for these 24 teams from Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. Rivals clash, legends rise. Only one will claim the throne and take the C slot for PMGO main event. The battle for glory starts now. Let the games begin!
PUBG Mobile fans from Roll Rule, you're tuning in to the 2025 PMSL Southeast Asia Spring Group Stage. And if you did miss out on all the action in the past few days, this is day number 3, where we'll be featuring teams from Group A and Group C, and excluding Groups B. It's going to be a very crucial day, as all eyes are going to be on this team. How they perform today will determine their ranks on the leaderboard. And before we jump into all that, we're going to be having an interview as our opening for the day. I'm joining together with Schweppes, which is on my right, and at the other end we have Sir Tani from Vampire Esports. Now, of course, Sir Tani will also be serving as our translator for this interview segment. So first of all, Schweppes, Sir Tani, how are you guys doing?
Yeah, I'm so great, thanks.
Good. Yeah, they're good. They're good. They're happy.
That's it?
And exactly. Yeah, that's it. No. That's not it. That's not it.
Okay.
All right. So for your first question for you is that now you've had a very dominant start on day number 1. Now, showing why you guys are the defending champions. After competing at PMGC, what lessons did you take away, and how are you applying them here at this PMSL?
ก็นั่นแหละตอบเลยหยอกก็เขาถามมาว่าเราทำผลงานได้ดีในวันแรกแล้วก็หลังจากที่ PMGC เราเรียนรู้อะไรได้บ้างและนำมาปรับปรุงในรายการนี้ยังไงได้บ้าง
ก็ตอน PMGC เราอาจจะตัดสินใจหรือว่าทำอะไรไม่เด็ดขาดแล้วก็ไม่ค่อยดีครับก็เอามาเรียนรู้แล้วก็ปรับปรุงให้มันดีขึ้นในตอนนี้ครับ
Okay, he said like when the PMGC we have a biggest mistake about the decision in games, so we learn from them and adapt to this PMSL, and I hope we continue the good run right here.
Oh, you're looking at a different Vampire here, where they do have better decision makings based on their takeaways at PMGC. We'll be looking more from them in the upcoming weeks. And of course, with your new lineup, you have Mormon and Onzax joining. How confident are you in taking up a straight 4v4 fight straight against Boom, considering that they are also a former champion and had an outstanding performance yesterday?
ก็ตอนนี้เรามีไลน์อัพใหม่ก็คือมอร์แมนออนเซนถ้าเกิดตอนนี้เราไปเจอกับบูมแบบ4-4ที่ผลงานเขาดีในเมื่อวานเนี่ยตอนนี้เรามีความรู้สึกยังไงบ้าง
ก็อยู่ที่ทามมิ่งแล้วก็โพซิชันมากกว่าครับว่าใครดีกว่ากันหรือว่าอะไรเรื่องยิงก็ผมว่าทีมเราทำได้ดีอยู่แล้วครับแต่ว่าในเกมมันต้องมีอะไรอีกหลายอย่างครับ
He said like depend on the situation about the position or the timing in the game. So we think like we have the same skill on the PMSL right here and also boom. So yeah, he said like depend on in-game situation.
But considering if the situation was equal, who's gonna come out on top?
ถ้าเกิดทุกอย่างมันตรงเป๊ะแบบเจอต่อหน้าคิดว่าไง
ถ้าอยากจะขนาดนั้นก็เราก็ได้ครับ
If you say like that, yeah, we are.
Yeah. So I think they're confident they can actually take Boom down in a 4v4 situation. Because I think we understand it's a very situational kind of thing, right?
Yeah,
But
we also the friend of boom, so I love you, yummy.
All right, so hopefully all the Boom fans out there don't take it too hard on this. Now, of course, as last season's champions, every team has their eyes on you. A lot of people, and of course, I think based on previous seasons as well. Now, do you feel extra pressure to defend your title, or does it fuel your motivation to dominate again and become back-to-back champions?
ก็เขาบอกว่าในฐานะที่เราแชมป์เก่าเราถูกจับตามองจากหลายๆทีมคิดว่าตรงนี้มันเป็นการเพิ่มความกดดันหรือว่าเป็นการเพิ่มไฟให้เราที่แบบทำออกมาได้ดีขึ้นกว่าเดิม
ก็ไม่รู้สึกอะไรครับก็เราก็โฟกัสไปเกมต่อเกมวันต่อวันไปครับไม่ได้คิดถึงอะไรขนาดนั้นครับ
Alright, he say like we focusing on the process what we do game by game, day by day. So we don't think about the outside much. So it depends on the game that we have to run for it. And yeah, we become champion. It will be okay again.
Yeah, I think those are splendid answers. Of course, I would like to take this opportunity to say thank you so much, Webs. Thank you so much, Sir Tani, for joining this interview. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, in a few short moments, we're going to be jumping on to our opening match here at day number 3 at the group stage, week 1. So for those who are currently tuning in, hopefully you guys are excited because we're about to witness some amazing PUBG mobile action. And of course, I'm going to be handing over back to our amazing commentators back in the studio to share a little bit insights on what has transpired in the past 2 days and what can we expect this day in day number 3. And of course, which teams they do predict is going to be performing well here at the end of the day. All this and more. Back to you guys, casters.
It is a big day here on the third day in week 1 of PMSL Southeast Asia Spring 2025 as we will see who will make it to the first Super Weekend. My name's Contra, joining me is Tash Bunny as will be your caster for the entirety of the week.
You know, it's really exciting when you heard that interview just now. I think in a lot of situations, Boom Esports and Vampire Esports have been teams that have been really back and forth with each other, both with their own pros and cons in terms of play. But I think in terms of, the player lineups as well, there's a massive change. Boom Esports opting for some new blood coming into this year's roster alongside a brand new coach as well. Vampire Esports, the only thing that's changed right now is taking more experienced players, putting it into the main roster. And I think that I do somewhat agree with what he said just now because for them, they feel like they have the upper hand. And I think that experience does come in handy. But then you did hear Sir Tani sort of hint the word yummy a little bit. And I'm suspecting that he meant something along the lines that yummy's impact can be very scary to watch as well. I don't know. I'm just speculating. I don't speak Thai. But anyways, it is exciting to see these two teams sort of duke it out. And exciting to see whether or not today Boom Esports will be either taking control and just moving forward, or will Vampire Esports finally move up over to the first spot that they've always wanted.
Yeah, this narrative between both VP as well as Boom is definitely very, very exciting to see here within these two groups. And then we also do have the teams that are waiting patiently to see what's the final verdict, because some teams, they might score just about enough to make it to the top 16. Some others don't, because we have even Alter Ego Aries and a few other notable big names who are on that danger zone. So we'll definitely have to check out a whole lot more as we dive right into all the format. If you guys are brand new to the tournament, welcome on board as we got a $200,000 on the line for some of our top teams across Southeast Asia.
For those just following right now, we are using the stock standard format with 10 points for first place, getting that chicken dinner. And then it goes down and down and down, where one elimination means 1 point, which is why we're seeing a shift in how teams are playing. Either they're going to go a little bit more aggressive, looking at teams like Vampire Esports, Boom Esports, who prefer to go a little bit more aggressive early, get those pickoffs, the same as CD Alliance as well. And some teams play a little bit more placement. I'm looking at VOIN Donkey. But before we go more into that, we also have the schedule right now where we are on week 1 right now, where next week we're looking at the Smash format.
That's right, and if you guys wondering what exactly is the Smash format, it will be played in week 2, where we will eventually elaborate, but we are now fighting to see who gets into the Super Weekend. So this will be the very final day of the groups here on Friday, and when we go into the Super Weekend, they will tabulate all the points necessary to qualify for the finals, and the Smash rule will involve the following, where we'll set a match point for the amount of points accumulated on the Saturday run, and the number 1 team's total result will add that with 10 points. That will be the match point that teams will have to reach, and then they will have to secure a chicken dinner to close off the day of the match.
Interesting predicament today, given the fact that now we already have one group no longer playing. I'm talking about Ultra Ego, Talon, NEC, CD Alliance, CM, OSJA, TH, Flash, as well as RRQ. And that does actually explain as well why certain teams like CD Alliance, MEC were taking a little bit more of a proactive, I think, way to as they come into yesterday as well. And I think it's a little bit more scary if you're not playing on the final day, because it's that idea, right, where you're just gonna have to sit there and you have to watch as other teams sort of like, you know, surpass you in terms of points. And it's going to be really, you know, it's just really scary, especially when you're our team, when you're at the team at the bottom, when you're not sure whether or not you cukup makan or not. Then the word in Malay, cukup makan, in English, it means just enough to make it to the top 16. Because at the end of the day, right, whether or not you're first to 16th, what matters is getting into that Super Weekend to get those points that matter to bring you to the grand finals.
That's right, and overall, when we take a look at it, teams coming from both Group A as well as Group B, we got some of the teams who are definitely gunning to be on top of the podium, and there are those who are still fighting to be within the top 16. Currently holding on to that 16th spot is KAGENDRA with that 32 points. So any teams currently on 17 and below will really have to fight tooth and nail to try to surpass the amount of points that KAGENDRA has achieved over the span of 1 day of play. As you can see, that majority of the teams coming from 17 to 24 will be playing today, therefore plenty of opportunities. The ENAM Sembilan, maybe it will have to work a little bit harder to get along with TODAK Esports.
I mean, ENAM Sembilan and TODAK have a very similar, I would say, mindset in how they approach the game. They can go very aggressive, they can take up space, but a lot of their fights, so I think while TODAK has a little bit more, I would say, survivability, they're a little bit more, they're not really the type of team to go aggressive early either. Most of their fights have been that mid-rotations, and unfortunately for them, they're not really necessarily on the same page when it comes to fights as well. It feels like they're a little bit, I would say, disconnected, especially in these 4v4s, which resulted in a lot of their losses. But then again, you have to say this is a brand new team that just came up on top here to the tier 1 scene, so it may need a bit of time to kind of like transition into the higher stage play. Meanwhile, for ENAM Sembilan, I think they have really good firepower. I think they're very aggressive, which is very fun to watch. But at the same time, this high risk play doesn't necessarily come with the reward that they want.
Yeah, true enough. Sometimes you are hoping for that conversion to happen, but teams, they're absolutely ready to also have their own defensive stance to find responses into teams who actually play a little bit more leaner in such a way. And when we look back into some of the action coming from day 2, we've got so much going on, and Tem were one of the big winners heading into the very final match of the night. With their leap of faith, they secured that chicken dinner to close things off. I'm hoping to actually see a whole lot more coming in from the teams who have also taken a long day break. So perhaps they have definitely prepared a lot of different strategies moving forward to actually challenge those who are somewhere in the middle pack, and hopefully they will be able to make their journey to the Super Weekend. That to be said, of course, there's a lot of things that we will slowly have to also get accustomed to for these two teams, because once again, two different groups playing will mean that they will have to get adjusted into maybe different drop spots as well as tempo of play. Therefore, we'll kick things off steadily coming into Sanhok, where they can get a little bit more feisty, and then it'll be a steady pace from Erangel and Miramar onwards.
Regardless of how today ends, don't forget guys that we do have a music collaboration going on with PUBG Mobile. This is 7th anniversary happening on the 7th of March. How ironic, 7th anniversary, 7th of March. And you all know that every time this collaboration happens, it's always with a very, very big name. It's always very exciting and it's always gonna give some bangers for you to add to your playlist.
Yeah, and I'm definitely looking forward to what the song's gonna be like, and it will definitely be an absolute banger. So, Tash, you know, when it comes down to our very first game, it always seems to be, a lot of people say Sanhok is very coin flippy, but I think that there has been definitely a lot of ways that they can actually get a certain edge. But tell you what, there's a way that you guys can get an edge, and that is with our dear partners, TECNO.
Yeah, TECNO is very exciting. If you guys are avid mobile gamers, you guys want the best of the best when it comes to mobile gaming, this is the phone you want to look out for. It has some very, very, I would say, beefy specs alongside 120 Hz refresh rate as well. The POVA 6 is what you want to look out for. Find out more on their website to see what or how this phone can elevate your mobile gaming.
That's right, and overall, TECNO so far has been incredible in supporting all our dear players as well as the whole tournament to give you guys a whole lot of good deals on their site, so make sure you check that out. And let's dive right into predictions because we got so many great teams coming from Group A as well as Group B. But I think like some of the names that I've listed here are one of the most vicious teams out there. Maybe you could say VOIN Donkey out of many is a little bit more calculated than the rest.
VOIN Donkey had a great day one. They started the day with the chicken dinner on Sanhok and ended the day with the chicken dinner on Miramar. And I think that for them, consistency is key. So I do agree with your prediction there. But I am a true believer that Boom Esports is the team made for Sanhok. I know that yesterday it didn't really end up that way. But then again, we did take a while to really see Boom Esports come online. And I think they did, especially toward the second half of the day. So I'm really expecting to see them kind of ride off on that momentum, especially Yummy, who has been such a big impact, very pivotal in terms of firepower for the team.
Yeah, he has always been the pillar of hope for the side of Boom Esports, and we saw that steady climb, and at first it really looked like DX was the one to be the kingmakers coming in from their respective Group B that has only played for a single day, and then by the very final match, Boom Esports have also been able to surpass some of all these great results coming from the side of DX. Just goes to show how well they have been able to coordinate every single move when it comes down to the early game all the way to the finish line if they do make it into perhaps a top 4 finish. I guess so far we haven't really seen many chicken dinners coming in from perhaps Boom or so, but I think they're definitely on the right trajectory to get there.
Oh yeah. I mean, coming into today as well, I would say that this is, I thought that day one would have the most stacked roster given the fact that how fast the games were going, right, compared to yesterday, which was definitely a lot more slow paced. It was definitely a lot more calculated, and I do understand so because this is a brand new group that just came through. They're not really as warmed up as day one, but then again, when you look at day one as well, it's just about that mindset. It's all about that play style as well. When you look at teams that played on day number one, especially teams like the Vikings, BTR, Vampire Esports, Team Secret, these are teams that I would say love to play and just kind of increase the pace. And then you add it in with a group, I think it was Group B, with CD Alliance going aggressive as well. It does make for a very, very chaotic day as well. And I am very excited to see that. That was a very, very fun day to watch. There was a lot of skirmishes, while it was a little bit more later in terms of that first contact, that first blood. But I think all the way from Circle 3 all the way to the last one, it has been very, very aggressive. Every team was just taking fights left, right, and center. Pacing, rotations were definitely a lot faster compared to yesterday, where teams preferred to play at the very, very edge of those circles.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you actually brought up about this group and how fast this tempo could actually be like when we get into all the matches that will be played out for today. So let's see how they will adjust to Sanhok, as we will have all our 16 teams here from A and B jet set and ready to secure for the final few chances here to make it into that super weekend. So without further ado, let's dive right into the first match of our Friday run.
You have to go aggressive today. You have to make things happen. Today is the final day for these two teams to be able to collect as many points as they can to make it into the Super Weekend. Sanhok, call it coin flippy, call it a very aggressive map. We don't care because every single point matters.
That's right. For the teams that have already gathered maybe about 70 over points, they will be happy enough to know that they are pretty much guaranteed in a certain sense to make it into the Super Weekend top 16 spots. But for those who are having nearly about 30 over points or less than that, that is where they will have to worry about keeping up to the tempo of the play of all these titans on the block. Speaking of which, we talk about fast tempo, and immediately we're getting action here. FaZe Clan takes on New Era again.
Honestly, I'm not surprised this is happening because this map is tiny. There's not a lot of space to work with, and this is one of the best places to get your loot now. Now, already finding two players from FaZe already knocked out this early. Dugdiko, though, however, managing to get one pick off of himself before he went down. But Zully's in trouble, needs to go for the reset, but Touch gets a pick off for himself. So New Era in trouble here. He's out there in the open. No foul. That is a very dangerous place to be in because all eyes are on the corner here. It's Kage on the outside of the zone.
Yeah, they gotta also look out on where they actually step out, as Achil has managed to steal a point away from FaZe Clan. As that grenade connects, FaZe Clan will shut down New Era yet again, but it came with a cost. Two members taken out very early on, so at least New Era does not walk away empty-handed. But is KAGENDRA gonna strike the weakened side of FaZe Clan? It seems very likely so.
The wait's still on. Both teams just sort of backing off here, understanding that they've taken way too much losses, especially this early on in a very aggressive map. But that's the thing, right? When you look at this map like Sanhok, some teams, they think, okay, chicken dinner is just that extra bonus that we can get. Some teams prefer to go aggressive. I think we've seen runs where a team just went completely ballistic, went and got, like, I think, what, 15, 16, 17 eliminations, and not even get that chicken dinner, but still managing to get that first place spot. So it comes down to that mindset and also objectives. And I think every single team should have an objective before they start the map. What is the game plan here? Are we going to go for a chicken dinner? Okay, if we're going to go for a chicken dinner, how are we going to survive here? How aggressive do you want to play? Are we going to just hunker down and wait in the blue zone for a little bit? If it's going to play aggressive, how are rotations going to go? And I have to say that this circle pulling toward this western side and in between these two islands is not going to be easy as well, because you're going to have to gamble whether or not you're going to be in the little island or the bigger island.
Yeah, this is very tricky to navigate around since it's still covering somewhat all three areas. But very likely than not, it will either be over onto the northwest or southwest instead. Now we find a little bit of pickoff as eArena secures their very first point. Now, I also want to go back into that earlier fight as well. We've seen that fight before happening back in those early days. FaZe Clan as well as New Era, they are stuck within the very same group. And they've been battling tooth and nail just to claw in those early points. I feel like it is very, very costly. Not just for one certain team. I think it's actually for the both of them. Sure, FaZe Clan has won both of these battles, and now you see them working with only these two players. It initially started with, this drop coming in where Xylee has managed to pick two coming in from the replay, which we may have actually missed out a little bit on that, but it was still beautifully done by Xylee to at least secure those points. So I think eventually, moving into the following weeks, if they were to be stacked within the same group again, I think somebody's got to budge. Somebody's got to think about dropping elsewhere, because it's not going to be working in the favor of either both New Era or even FaZe Clan.
TODAK is another team that I wouldn't say is in the safest of places right now. I think we had a brief discussion about it in the pre-show, both TODAK and ENAM SEMBILAN. Hell, I would even add HOMEBOIS as well as the Vikings and New Era here, because right now at the 20th point all the way to the bottom here, it's very competitive, especially today, right? And if you're in Group B and you are not there quite yet, I think Alter Ego ended the day with 40 points total, I believe, and you have another 5 points to play. I think it shouldn't be a problem, but the question of the matter is, if you're going to go out early, like New Era just now, with only 2 eliminations, that's dangerous. And I do understand the predicament though. If you're gonna drop at a place where it's very common for any team to drop into, especially since the flight path isn't really going the trajectory you want to, you have to be mentally ready to be taking these fights. And I think a lot of the time the teams that hot drop another team's plays are the ones to be punished.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. And overall, sometimes they can also base it. Maybe there's a little tinge of luck where you drop directly onto maybe M249 machine gun, and you just have that full confidence to actually spray onto everybody, and your opponents don't really get those items. So I guess gambling on that sometimes work out, but you don't want it to be that coin flip once again. You want it to be a little bit more affirmative in the sense that you got to get yourself prepared, and then you got to know that you have advantages in some of all these fights rather than to gamble it away. So right now, I've been checking as well onto some of the overall leaderboards. So the cutoff point that we're looking at right now, surely it's being held by KAGENDRA with 32 points. But with 6 games of play, I am certain that they will surpass maybe certain other teams who are not playing today. So the teams who are not playing today that is holding the lowest score is currently TALON Esports with 39. So teams who are not scoring above 39 right now, they got to work super hard. And within 6 games, they can't afford to actually flop at all.
Getting 39 points, I don't think should be an issue, especially when you have teams like Strangers and FaZe. I think they're quite consistent with how they play. They tend to go out with maybe between 5 to 6 points, which doesn't not necessarily is the end of the world in my opinion. I think the most important thing is, okay, if you're gonna accidentally get knocked out early, what's the game plan here? We're in trouble. What's the safest way to retreat? Now it's ENAM 9 going aggressive. You're taking this fight against D Xavier. And D Xavier, despite losing Woon this early, we all know they have their protocols on how exactly to play a little bit more back, get the pickup against teammates. Now ENAM 9, understanding this, decides to go a little bit more aggressive, take up a little bit more space. Here comes the vehicles, here comes the speed, here comes the cars. But D Xavier with the lower ground here, they don't have a lot of advantages to work with. Nate falls as well. Kryptonate yesterday has been a heavy hitter, and look at how aggressively they're going, playing ring around the Rosie, going aggressive, taking out space, running them over. This player has been very much in your face, the player to breach compounds and areas, just somehow manages to get in that damage. All football will try to spray here. Levi's tries to make it work, tries to make something happen, get a little bit more space and a little bit more damage, but they're not able to steal a single member away from ENAM 9.
Wow. And you're talking about the team that just made that debut here, and they have shut down one of the biggest teams hailing from Vietnam. DX, they walk away with no points whatsoever. Surely they might have actually changed a little bit of their lineup today, starting with Woon, but like it didn't seem like DX was even prepared at all. You saw that run in, the millet nade that drops right through. How quickly 6ix9ine actually responded in that circumstance. They just rushed right in, like you say. The cars were flying in. The nades were basically pushing them to the limit where they had to actually disperse all scattered across the field. And DX just had no answers. Here comes another fight though. SEMBILAN takes on the rest of MKVE.
The Vikings getting crunched left, right, and center here. Goes to on the outer end, spots out Kenny. Jump shots all abound here, but he wins that out. But behind him right now, FaZe is in the backline, ready to provide cover fire for his teammates. Trexie will fall, but FaZe is the one to secure those kills. Now, we're down here in a 1v1. It's getting dangerous right now. He needs to be able to get this fight. A reset to come through here. No time, no space. The jump shots, it's massive. And the Vikings, they're in trouble. They're all out. Not before they stole 2 members of SEM9.
The MVP of day 2 is on fire yet again. He saves the day and keeps the hope and dreams alive for SEM9. All 4 points back by this gentleman right there. Wow. You could absolutely count on him. This is basically the best transfer that SEM9 has ever gotten throughout their whole entire organization's legacy. Have you ever seen a player like this? He's always clutching every single moment when you need him to be. FaZe so far has been outstanding. But take a look at this though. Cheeky lurking right from below. Zetas catching a little bit of that notion though. So is he going to be safe or otherwise, I think he knows where Zeta's at.
Zeta has been the player to watch out for in day number 1. And I think I've loved the way they've been playing right now. Look at that, how aware he is that someone was flanking him and immediately knocking GK out. Team Secret is also a team to be feared, but I have to say that for VOIN Donkey, they have so many, I would say, protocols set in play as well. Nades to come through here, not gonna be landing on to break. But the rest of Team Secrets, they're going to take this out. They're going to hang around in this blue zone for a little while. Make sure that they're able to wait it out. But for the rest of VOIN Donkey, so aware, marking their locations. A peep through the window is all they need to knock one player out. And Zeta, despite it being the blue zone, no info gathered. He's going a little bit more aggressive than usual. Understands that he has to go and find break. He doesn't have to, though, because he's done enough damage. The blue zone will just help him finish down the job.
Yeah, at the very same time, Yummy have also helped out a little bit as Boom Esports are hoping to prey on the weakened side of Team Secret as well, pushing right through. The rest of Boom Esports arrived at the scene. Yummy's got another grenade to cook up. Frankie runs out in the open and seals the deal. No elimination points in this round for Team Secret. As you can see how difficult this circle is, it's still in between 3 lands of the entire map. But of course, over the mid-lane, it will definitely be closed out. Meanwhile, over on the edge of the zone, we will see both Thai teams fight. It's FaZe Clan now going up against eArena as they were forced to play a little bit more defensive. Kim Tony slowly getting nated as Joker closes in the distance. Not too sure whether FaZe Clan can actually hold on as they are catching fire. More nades to drop right in. Here comes the jump coming in from Joker as he's looking to infiltrate the compound, and they will eventually shut him down.
Dangerous predicament phase out already. ENAM SEMBILAN still getting active here. It's TODAK that's in their sights. What a nade coming in from Kryptonate. He's not done. Real rushes forward. Tries to give a little bit more space to see if anyone's kind of pushing through right here. But Real is there. One nade, all they need. But the blue zone hunkering down. And Kryptonate, what a nade, what a shot. Completely eliminating the Malaysian team.
Wow, I have no clue what these guys had for lunch, but ENAM SEMBILAN, they look hella good right now. 6 points already here inside Sanhok as they were sweeping from the edges, finding fights after fights, and it all started by taking out DX. The rest of Strangers Esports, they also got a trio of their own and have not lost a single member so far. While Yummy Bay this time around got caught out in the midst of rotation as they did not spot out eArena inside of bootcamp, and it pays a whole lot with a catch coming in from Sakura. They also do have to go in for a quick reset as Joker has been knocked down as well. NC2 now getting spotted out. It's going to be a sticky situation as they are still in the blue zone, but they will still secure the point up against Yummy May. It's going to be a long haul, but will they be zoned out or can they stand tall against the rest of them? As Boom, they're already diving into the waters to keep themselves safe.
Rushing through here, Kage as well. All eyes for that side of the map. But Zeta not looking to show his hand quite yet. Yes, the blue zone is pushing out to them. And they're doing a great job, a very stellar job of keeping EA outside of the circle. And they're in trouble. Not a lot of time to play with, not a lot of space as well. And I think what they're going to do is just going to take the fact that they're not going to be able to take this fight very early, take some damage from the blue zone, go for a longer rotation. But you can see how ENAM SEMBILAN is completely active right now. They're very aggressive, understanding where they stand at this point on the rankings. So this aggression, to me, is very calculated and it screams confidence. It screams nothing to lose.
Yeah, they definitely have nothing to lose at all, but right now the parties are set straight from the side of ENAM SEMBILAN. They need to get into the zone. Meanwhile, Strangers Esports, they were halted all the way back because there is a lurking team right behind them, which they will have to deal with. Oh, I didn't really know that you could just drive through the river just like that so smoothly, but ENAM SEMBILAN will just cruise their way through to get into the island. VOIN Donkey tries to rotate up the hillside. That's where BTR strikes and finds Potato.
Somehow Zeta managing to dodge every single A bullet, not anymore though. Spoke too soon. Satarless, beautifully played. But VOIN Donkey getting aggressive, trying their best to keep their teammate alive here. Zeta has no place to go, eating out so much damage. That tree line is the only thing keeping it alive, but Risey catches his teammates. Beautifully done. Look at that. The push-pull that they have, perfectly executed. BTR, a bit more quiet early, but they're finally showing themselves on the map. And I think their priority has always been positioning first. And I love that for them. Because when you get that perfect position, all you have to worry about is those rotations. People rotating into the circle, trying to fight people from taking your area as well. So I think it's looking good. But for Homeboys, that blue zone will finally chunk them out in the end. Look at that final member. He's so low right now.
Yeah, he definitely has to worry for his own life. And also for BTR, they start off in the island. It just shows great discipline that this team has not really left the island despite how many teams have been moving across these sections. So they are definitely getting themselves a really good spot on the highest point of the map at the very moment. Just waiting for teams to eventually cut across. eArena did manage to make their way across the river though, but they are now finding themselves over onto the south side. Spots out KAGENDRA, trying to get the catch over onto Casper, but they also had the attention of Zero from Boom Esports. Pondit gets caught out, and this is not looking good. KAGENDRA strikes them down as they are denied any form of entry.
It's always been, I mean, yesterday was the day where we saw Malaysian teams just sort of pass by each other. The rotations have been, just chunking each other out. It feels like Indonesia is going through the same thing today. And right now, eArena is in trouble as strangers find them crossing that bridge, unaware at all that they were playing in those corners. Homeboys finally gone out to the blue zone after so long, and Kage might follow suit. But you can see this aggressive rush forward here. Kage on a bike, and only a bike. And I have to say, this ballsy play might just give them a little bit more space to work with. You can see sprays coming in from ENAM SEMBILAN and strangers as well. VOIN Donkey waiting for them already in a compound in the corner. But right now, I have to say that as time goes by, like 30 seconds to go here, it feels like everyone is on this uphill battle trying to find the right terrain. And it's not going to be easy. For Sem9, Fira now logged out already, which means that they're going to be eliminated at 8th place, which is good enough for them. Managing to get 4 eliminations, that's huge.
Yeah, good enough for them to still have that consistency to eventually get themselves safe into a top 16 finish, I do hope. Big nades now drop in towards the side of Strangers Esports, and Sakura does not have enough minutes to outlast the blue zone overall. Strangers Esports, they can't afford to take too long. The blue zone's already creeping right in, so it's crunch time already for both of these teams. KAGENDRA, Strangers Esports, they really have to find a way to hug the rim of the circle, while Vampire Esports, they got some casualties on board, and I believe that's once again ENAM SEMBILAN striking them down alongside with the rest of BTR.
Here comes the wait. BTR looking to just overcome one of the adversaries here. It's going to be Vampire Esports. Snape finally knocked already, taking a lot of damage there. So he's just going to kind of hunker down, wait for his teammates to come through. But the rotations from Vampire Esports, it's huge, it's fast. They're just quickly taking up this space, rushing up to the top side of the terrain. And this could spell doom for BTR if they're not ready for this initial hit. It's aggressive and it's fast, and that's exactly what Vampire Esports thrives in. Loads of free fires to see if anyone were to just rush toward them. Finds nothing. Mormon needs to be picked up right now, but Schwebs and the rest of his mates doing excellent to just provide a lot of space as well as cover and putting in that firepower as well to go aggressive. One thing, beautiful thing about Vampire Esports is that they don't need the whole team to take this space. Onsets, low. Does he notice someone close? I think he does. Hurt some footsteps, jump shots abound, finds nothing. Just the wait here, but Onsets down to such little HP right now, forced to go for that reset. Satarless, he's hunting. Tony K is close. Jump shots forward. Tony K somehow gonna fall here. Satarless surviving by the skin of his teeth. Mormon reset already, has to go forward. Onsets is close as well. He's alive. He's healthy already, but has to be careful. Risey on the top side here. He's gonna provide so much cover fire for his teammates. If VPE tries to step outside the compound, they're gonna be peppered by bullets, so they don't have a lot of space to go.
Can we just commend how quickly VPE actually strikes in that fight? And that just tells you why they are the defending champions. The reaction time, the moment that they arrive on scene, taking out Federalis, and then had that duel with Satar. Sure, it took a while for Satar to go down, but they did the job nonetheless. KAGENDRA still in trouble though, as the rest of VOIN are gating them off completely. The nades are flying through, as they do have Ichan over the top end of the hill. They might not be aware, but the nades are connecting. Vexy landing that perfect blow, but Razy steals it away!
Great positioning. It's been hunkering down there for so long, and I'm quite surprised that VPE was not ready for this predicament. I mean, for a while now as well. They've been marking him, but I guess there's just too many things happening here on the side of this terrain. And it's not an easy terrain to work with as well. It's going as you go toward the middle, it's a downward slide. Yes, if you have the high ground, it's going to work, but you are going to be having your backs against the wall. And that's the beautiful thing about having Ryzy at the high ground, the very, very corner of that circle. Now, Kage is in trouble. So much pressure from both Vampire Esports as well as Strangers. While Strangers has a little bit more pressure, a little bit more control to the southern side of the circle, but the positioning, I would say the terrain is just not working out in their favors. Get Slow will be knocked down already. And now the rest of Vampire Esports gonna be happy with this pull toward this middle, to this right side of the map. And the only team out there to the right, I believe that is VOIN.
Yeah, VOIN has been playing very cautiously, as they only have one member left. And moving in late definitely costed the rest of Strangers Esports, or else perhaps they might have a little bit more leverage into getting themselves into the top 4, as we're currently looking at 4, or should I say 3 solo units coming in from VOIN, BTR, as well as KAGENDRA. It's going to be the Thai squad that has the strongest squad strength at this very moment. So perhaps there's going to be isolated fights where you might be able to pick off one member or two coming from Vampire Esports if these teams can work together. But it's going to be Ichan that goes down first and foremost, spotted out by Ansens, as KAGENDRA walks out with 6 points.
Ryzy finally getting spotted out there. Survived for quite some time, and unfortunately for him, a little bit late to the circle as well, but he's done a lot of damage to so many teams. Vexy is still alive here, rendered so low that nade finally gets him. That is genius, as Vampire Esports starts the day strong and looking to annihilate.
What a masterclass coming in from the defending champions. And well, I don't know if Flava just gave them good luck, but with that interview, we were just talking to them moments ago, and they were just saying if they were pit against whichever team, who will come up with a hit? Definitely them. Even if it's Boom, even if it's going to be BTR, you name it, they've got it down the list. As you can see, they look absolutely ecstatic to book their spot in the top 16.
I love seeing this new iteration of Vampire Esports. It's less about that individual prowess, and you can start to see them tag team off each other. And each player seems to understand their role very well. Mormon, Tony K playing in this very, very front line, going aggressive, while the rest of the teammates provide like fire for fire in the back. Regardless, this is the highlights playing through, and we'll talk to you guys more after. Oh, not highlights. Sorry, this is the last circle. Sorry about that. And I have to say that I love the fact that, coming back to my point about them, is the fact that every single player understands their role here. Onsen's a little bit more of a mid to long range fighter. They're not looking to go a little bit more aggressive, as Mormon and Tony K go straight to their faces. Schweppes has done a great job of going around the back line, being able to watch their backs as well as provide those very long flanks to crunch teams. So this iteration of Vampire Esports, it's fresh, it's very aggressive, but at the same time, it shows a little bit more chemistry.
Yeah, I'm definitely diving into that portion. The chemistry is superb in this team. You remember back in the days where you have all these superstars in the roster like Newsy and even more of all these top guns coming from Vampire Esports. Overall, we were looking at a squad where, you know, who exactly is the main carry and stuff like that. And was there any form of clash of egos in this squad? It doesn't feel like there is any form of ego where everybody is carrying their own weight and also lifting each other at the very same time. Well, we'll go into the highlights and we'll get right into Game 2 later on.
There you have it, guys. These are our top 4 just now in the first game of the day, and I have to say, while it was a very, very slow start, it got more aggressive toward the end of the game. And honestly, understandably so, given the fact that one of the groups did not play yesterday, so I think they're just trying to ease their way back into the game here. But I'm seeing a lot. I mean, like it or not, it's the Indonesian domination here on Sanhok.
Yeah, we definitely see a whole lot of all these Indonesian teams thrive. That also includes ENAM 9, the newly promoted team coming from the PMNC, which they've also racked plenty of all these elimination points. But you look at the charts of the damage numbers, they look pretty insane, off the charts. When we take a look at the best performing player is none other than Schweppes. You saw how he initiated those battles, not only suppressing some of the members of BTR on their push, you saw they were also bringing frustrate every single part of these rotations, and they also fought back at the very same time. And I just don't know how exactly does Schweppes survive to tell the tale with 250 damage received, and he still offered that plenty of damage.
Schweppes, I think it's been quite some time since we've seen him as one of like the bigger faces of the team, right? Usually a lot of eyes were on, say, Nuzi or say on Tony K as well. I think it comes back to what we were talking about in terms of like clash of egos, and I think it wasn't really that. It was more of like they didn't have a role really defining what they are as a team, and I think it's super important. I mean, yeah, while everyone can frag out, it is an FPS after all. Everyone can frag out, everyone can shoot, anyone can, you know, can put up the numbers in terms of eliminations. And I think it's really important that you understand your role so you're able to provide support to one another regardless of what the outcome of frag outs are. Now, coming into this game, I'm honestly surprised. I was not expecting for D Xavier and TS to crash out this early. You know, D Xavier losing out a fight against a smaller team this soon was honestly also very surprising to me, but at the same time, not really. Their positioning was just so unlucky. They didn't really have the terrain to work with, and I'm loving the fact that teams who understand these situations, understand the grasp of the advantages they have, and weaponize it are the teams to be feared, in my opinion. End of the day, we are still all up here in Tier 1. If you're not capitalizing on your advantages, if you're not, you know, really capitalizing off other teams' mistakes, what are you doing?
Yeah, exactly so. And as we take a look at the overall ranking so far, Vampire Esports, after that chicken dinner, they joined the 70-pointer club and will be the team to eventually surge up to the top of the podium, while we are also looking at the rise of BTR as they push to 60 points in this round itself, pushing DX down as they have not gained any form of points at all to start off their day. While we also see KAGENDRA and many other notable Indonesian teams to be able to also push upwards. But the biggest winner, if I would say, who needs that top 16 spot, ENAM 9. Look at them climbing up, now reaching 20 points. All they need is another 20-pointer, and they should be good to go.
Honestly, ENAM 9 was a team that showed a lot of more promise, more potential just now on that first map. They look a little bit more clean in how they take their plays. It's very explosive. They're not changing up the way they want to approach these fights. It's very classic how they want to. It's very classic and straight to the point here. But when you have players like Kryptonite, who have been terrifying, you can see since yesterday, I've just been keeping my eye on this particular player, right? He's aggressive, takes up space so quickly. And because of that speed and amount of pressure his teammates were able to give to provide him that opportunity, he takes it, he runs away from it. You think that you're safe, you think there's another team outside fighting for you, all eyes on the outside of the building, and then suddenly you see someone breach the building, get a pick up, and then leave. You don't even realize that he was there. Regardless, that'll be the end of our first map, because don't forget, guys, in a few weeks time, 2 weeks to be exact, the grand finals will be happening one more time here in Malaysia for the PMSL SEA Spring, and it's going to be at IOI City Mall.
Yeah, I can't wait to actually see what goes down in the grand finals. You get to meet some of your favorite teams, players, coaches, as well as the entire community across Southeast Asia in one spot. If you guys are already in Malaysia, head on down to IOI City Bowl. If you're not in Malaysia for the grand finals yet, consider booking that flight ticket. I'll tell you, it's absolutely worth it. And other than that, it's also worth checking out the brand new update that's coming up very, very soon, probably in a few days' time, where you can join the Memory of Sand. What's being offered in the Memory of Sand, you ask me? Well, that's definitely a mystery for you guys to check out as the golden moon is about to rise and the memories of flowing sand will once again begin to drift. If you haven't downloaded the game, man, you gotta do that right now. Whip out your phones, head over to Google Play or at the App Store to download it absolutely for free.
We have another 5 more maps going on into today as well. 3 Erangels and 2 Miramars. And I have to say that these are a little bit more, I would say, stock standard when it comes to really figure out the power rankings of each team. It is week 1 after all. I would say, again, I still believe it's an introductory week, but it's the way that teams have been going about it is very different than we have seen from previous seasons before. Now, coming into the games later, right? I think right now, again, there are a lot of teams that are very far away under that 40-point mark, which is where I think the sweet spot right now to make it into that top 16. Teams like Alter Ego, especially a big one, is probably, trying to hope and just pray that none of the teams can actually come up on top, and hope for the teams that are currently in 1, 2, 3 just completely dominate the lobby. Regardless of whether or not you gotta win 1, 2, and 3, what matters the most is whether or not you can make it to the top 16 to join that super weekend, where right now my prediction today is changing a little bit, where I'm adding KAGENDRA into that list.
Yeah, judging from how they performed back in Game 1, they definitely look a lot more cohesive than the days before when they actually performed. So I'm pretty sure that even SEMBILAN as well have figured a whole lot of things out. So pressure is on some of all these titans, but we got some similarities of our votes that Dingoes as well as Vampire Esports. I think they have been staple names moving into maps like Erangel, where they have been rather consistently putting points despite not scoring those chicken dinners. But Vampire Esports, they finally got rewarded with that chicken dinner inside Sanhok, so they don't really have to worry about, having a little bit of that dry spell. FaZe Clan, however, we talked about, a lot of changes coming into the team. Haven't really found that form of consistency just yet. I am really hoping that they will find their winning ways once more.
I want to see more from HOMEBOIS today. I mean, we saw those flashes of brilliance. Yeah, when A1 wasn't really the best day for them, but we saw them just really take the challenge head on. We saw them get a little bit more proactive, a little bit more active. Firepower wasn't really there in their favor, but it felt like it was a good start for them. It was a good beginning for them. If they were to keep on playing the way they play and kind of like capitalizing off their mistakes to just really go forward here today. And it felt like just now they weren't able to rotate early, and understandably so. It is Sanhok, but I'm hoping that the next few maps would be a surprise for us all, because HOMEBOIS, I think, is a team that has a lot of potential, and I want them to beat these allegations that, okay, we're a new team, we have to take our time. No, there's no time for that. I want to see more from them.
Yeah, me too. We're looking at even certain names that are veterans in the scene. When it comes down to how they've been playing the past couple of seasons, they should at least have a notion of all the other teams on their playstyle already. So sometimes it's not even excuses of, warming up or so. They really gotta ensure that they have certain fixed protocols. If they made a couple of mistakes earlier on, like maybe you want to avoid that early game fight, play for a little bit more of a late game kind of skirmish, and just play it a little bit slower in terms of tempo than to match up to other teams' tempo. So it's down to the level of comfort on how they actually execute some of all these tasks, right? And sure, we've seen a couple of trials as well as plenty of errors coming in from HOMEBOIS. I feel like this team has so much prospects for being one of the aggressive teams here on the block, but they haven't really been the cleanest. We want to see a clean side coming out of them, and perhaps if they could do so, then we will see better games ahead for the likes of HOMEBOIS and teams of similar notions as well.
Okay. I think for me as well, for some reason, VOIN Donkey as well has been providing us some consistency today.
Ooh.
It's very exciting looking at them play right now.
They got
Regardless.
the war paints on.
Oh yeah, they do.
As you were saying.
Oh, anyways, coming into today as well, right now looking into the first stock standard map. Personally, for me, I think today is going to be very aggressive. We have the teams that played aggressive on day one. We have the teams that can kind of like take these fights as well, that came in from yesterday as well. I am expecting ENAM to continue their momentum. I am expecting the Vikings to be a little bit more aggressive today. I mean, we saw those flashes, those moments, but I think it's more of them getting breached, if anything. I would love to see them to get a little bit more proactive, instead of being the team that has been breached. Understandably so, they want to hold on to compound before they go for these rotations. But I think in a situation where you're already in the circle, you can already anticipate these breaches, but it seems like they weren't able to hold on to these fights.
Yeah, hopefully, you know, it will reflect in that short duration of a time span. They barely got themselves a break, but the show goes on as we will now get ourselves ready for 3 back-to-back rounds of Erangel, as this is, once again, the final day of the group stage, and this is Group A versus Group B.
Ooh, okay. Erangel coming in flight path on the southern side, I believe. Now, when you look at this map in particular, I think the last few days we had northern map, we've had more northern, circles. We have circles toward the southern side. We had almost a quarry circle. I was sort of hoping for that, but we didn't really get it. Personally, I would have loved to see a quarry circle because it's a little bit more rough. We nearly had an SMB circle. Or did we have an SMB circle?
We did have an SMB circle.
Yeah, we did.
Yesterday.
Sorry, the games are starting to meld into each other, if I'm being honest right now. So, at this point, I don't know. I really want a circle toward Ruins.
Ruins. Oh, that will be very, very interesting. I think that could definitely be a very challenging task, especially with, you know, the terrains not really giving them full covers, and also with the river in between. So, I definitely do hope that we get something just as challenging as Ruins if we're not really getting what we asked for. But when we take a look into this very first matchup between A and B inside of Erangel, I think that we might still see a little bit of contest. Take a look at that flank heading to Georgia Pool. We got FaZe Clan, we got Vikings floating across the area, and another Thai team, Tiger X and Pro. They're cutting by that air, and your wishes of Quarry might just happen again. Yesterday, it did end around fair and pure, so does that count? I guess not.
I mean, it can. Okay, early fights. We already expected this to happen. Zully all alone here in a 2v1. His teammates, I think, are gonna try and drive by, going a little bit more aggressive. But I think they're just prioritizing on getting that loot first. Vehicles is gonna be the #1 priority, especially on this map, especially guns as well. Zully, oh, this is a nice position if you can actually go for these isolates. Not even close quite yet. If anyone were to cross, they're going to be in trouble. Zully is in a good spot, in my opinion, because if someone were to go up the stairs, they can just get completely chunked down like that. If they come close, he can just migrate out the window. One shot to the face. All he needs, 1v2, no problem. Let me just get your game out of here and into the lobby. Strangers losing 2 this early. That's rough.
Wow, Zully just absolutely outsmarted the 2 of them. He just ran up and was like thinking, okay, what do I do right now? Oh, look, a little bit of railing. I think I could actually make this work. And just like that, took out 2. Was cutting it pretty close though. His health bar is dropping really low, but I think he should have no problems recovering. Just when we say that some of these Malaysian teams needed a little bit more of a boost, New Era so far, they have been on a decent streak. When we saw the day that they played out, sure, they had that scuffle with FaZe Clan when they started off the day inside of Sanhok, as per usual. But the rest of the maps, they were absolutely on the hunt. And after, you know, Zully taking on those 2 members, Lobby X as well as Meow Meow, they're now separated pretty much across these compounds. Whereas the rest of New Era, they will try to at least cook up a plan to try to take them on isolated targets if they will. In terms of weaponry, I think that at least Lobby has got it sorted out with a mid-range to short-range weaponry in his arsenal for him to at least hold out. But level 1 hit gear for the side of Mela, I guess like it's really down to how sharp these players actually played this one out. He got all this info, but he can't really reveal himself. Tricky situation for strangers.
Man, disadvantage is rough, honestly. And Zully managed to turn that awful 2v1 into a 4v2 right now. Xylin to go and just go in that shack just to hold on to the area. Lobby X and his teammate are not primed to play together here, isolated from one another. So I think they're just hoping to play the CQC and just get it out of the way. But New Era, they're reading the situation very well. A nade to knock down Lobby very quickly. Mela tries to put in damage, enough to chunk them down here, but the double swings from New Era might be a little bit more hard to deal with. A jump shot forward right now is enough from Wix to find the rest of Strangers, and they're gonna go down and out with no elims, with 2 elims, with no elims and no points, excuse me.
Yeah, it's been so tough. You kick off the round. Still 4 more rounds for them to actually play this one out. Because we're back.
I see New Era finally passed by VOIN just now. A lot of damage. But surprisingly, New Era's still driving.
Yeah, and just like that in the blink of an eye. I mean, these guys, they've been really racking up all these points and now looking for a brand new target up against VOIN Donkey. I'm not sure if they actually spotted out Razak though. Potato just cutting across, got himself that vehicle. And I believe that Suli has been singled out in the open. So perhaps New Era, they will have to at least find a way to keep the rest of the members of VOIN Donkey busy, especially Razak, because he's currently the arsenal over on the top end of the roof to really hold him out, while Potato is also scouring around, trying to find those big angles up against the rest of New Era as they drive further up the aisle, and perhaps that is going to be their cue to strike down these members of New Era.
Wish I could have like an overview right now of the maps. I would love to see where the rotations are happening, where the teams have really placed themselves. Regardless, looking at VOIN, I think VOIN has been having a great time. I mean, it's interesting because if you look at past seasons, if you ask me about VOIN, I wouldn't really bat an eye. I would say, okay, they're great, they have presence, but I wouldn't really set them into my top 3. But watching them on day number 1, especially day 1, and then coming into today as well, how chill they are and taking up their space, very consistent, I would easily put them in a top 3 to top 5. And rightfully so, honestly. I'm not sure whether it's the new lineup. I'm not sure whether it's how they have defined their ways of playing with each other. They have an idea on how exactly to approach these fights as well. Zeta always being that player that you don't expect to be in these tiny little corners, tiny little micro angles, as their team corrals the team into a different area, a different space. He's just there to spray the heck out of the rest of the team. And it's not really, it's very stock standard. It's very clear what they want to achieve with how they play.
Yeah, and since I did have a chat with some of their analysts as well as the people from VOIN Donkey, they definitely have a very fixed formula on how they really approach certain angles of whether it's a terrain or a map or so, because they definitely done a whole lot of research. When I say a lot of research, it's like private and confidential. I can't really say too much unless I want to get myself in trouble. But overall, just look at some of the data that they have. They know exactly how certain teams actually play out. They've done so much research to actually identify, okay, this is how this team rotates. We know where exactly they move, which is why you can see that they are always very calculative when they actually try to make a certain approach. They're not the team that suddenly goes in and say, hey, let's nosedive into a fight and pray for the best. That's not what they're built for. They have a really set ways where whether if it's a scout to actually be sent out or they have to go on to split, they will try to find a way to stick back to that same formula. And so far, it's been paying off for the side of VOIN Donkey, and I would certainly put them up there within the top 4 as well, judging from how well they have organized themselves as a roster, as a squad, and there's not too much changes within the dynamics of how they work all together. So it's been looking really good for VOIN Donkey. I could say the same about Boom, that has brought in some fresh hands into their roster too.
Milan. So active today, especially Kryptonite. Look at how he's been moving around. Very in your face as well. I love how quick he reacts whenever he's playing with his vehicles. He had like, what, 3 to 4 kills just by running people over. He's quick to just jump off his vehicle. Look at that, how quick his reaction time is, jumping out, immediately spraying. Zeta rendered so low. I think he got kind of like chipped off by 2 different members of the teams here. Needs to be cooked. He's in trouble. He's so low right now. And Milan saying, okay, we know you dropped out of the vehicle. We're going to try and take up this space. But Zeta, he's just quick on the uptake as well. Rushing into the area, managing to get a reset somehow behind that tree line. So the rest of Milan saying, okay, now that the team is already inside of the circle, we don't feel like taking this fight quite yet. Let's just go for a longer rotation. And honestly, I don't hate it, because if you think about it, they can go a little bit active. They can try and pick off people in the midst of these fights. And VOIN Donkey, wow, from one team to another, now they were getting a bit of chip damage from Team Secret.
Yeah, meanwhile, outside the play zone, it seems like the New Era has been struggling. They think that there is still the presence of VOIN Donkey, which is why they're still spending their time all over the shacks. Team Secret will be able to hold on to that bunker for now. And I will also want to highlight how well these Indonesian players are actually playing in their form of discipline. You saw Zeta understands that he's not really in the best position. Instead of staying on that tree, he has understood that he is within that grenade range. Immediately pop that smoke, get back on the vehicle, because he cannot afford to stay too long. And then once KAGENDRA sees that, hey, they're all moving off, you don't really want to prolong this fight. They have bigger parties here to actually go in for rotate, so they did not waste any more time than to actually secure a better space of their own. Now, Vexy as well as the rest of VOIN Donkey have found themselves a little bit of village over the south side of KAGENDRA, as we will take it to the fields. TODAK now going on the sprays, as this team will get a little bit of elevated view to see who cuts across, but this is going to be a tough spray to connect upon anybody out there. It is New Era on the desperate drive, trying to make their way in, as they are one of the first teams away. But look at the crowd already in the zone. This is going to be a tough ordeal for whoever makes it in rather late.
No shots connecting yet from that side. New Era already. I'm loving the New Era's positioning already. This is somewhere toward the middle side of the circle. It's in the fields. Now they've brought a really chunky vehicle with them, and I think it's a great call, honestly, because it allows them to just provide that cover as well, especially if you're going to be hunkering down in the middle of those fields. There's not a lot to play with. There's only hay bales, there's some rocks here and there, but while positioning is great, I'm not too much of a big fan of it, because it's so easy to get sprayed from far away, especially if teams can see those micro angles. Speaking of micro angles, there, Mormon active already, fighting Xylin this early from New Era. And New Era today, I think they've been a bit active going around the map as well. A lot of rotations, a lot of fights. They lost 2 already. I'm quite surprised they're still kind of like forcing these fights as well. Mercuri's in trouble now from FaZe. Rushing to find at least a bit of cover. Only chip damage around, but HOMEBOIS looking to chase here. He's all alone here in a 1v2. Manages to get one, but his teammates are there to make sure that cover fire is available for the reset as well. Kid gonna find Mercuri's in the end and going for that reset as the rest of FaZe. 3-touch coming up forward here. Is he aware that all the members of HOMEBOIS are hunkered down inside? Dukdiko somehow managing to find Helton there, as Razak somehow managing to become roadkill, and Frankie falls right as he picked up another player. Now with FaZe just completely chunking around the area, making sure to surround the house from all different angles. Kid tries to go for a reposition, but every time he peeks, he gets just peppered down by bullets. Another nade, Frankie eating more damage. Touch looking to push here, 3-touch. Another nade to the name, and it seems that there's no more space to work with as Kid does get the reset. Our boy knocked down already. Frankie needs to be reset right now. Barbecue abound, and FaZe says, all right, it's time for us to stop playing around here. Let's just clear out the ordeal. What? But what the heck, Kid? How are you able to turn this around? It was not your fight to win.
It was not his fight to win at all. That was ridiculous. We need a replay of that. Kid, he dodged all those flurry of grenades into the shelter. He went out. He get those taps of the DBS off. And just like that, FaZe Clan disappeared. My goodness gracious. You just saw the flanks were immaculate. The tosses were good. FaZe Clan expected to win out that trade. And then they crumbled out of nowhere. That was an absolute miracle that he just pulled off right there. And I am just absolutely baffled. I can't really get over it.
Honestly, Kid just pulling out miracles there, and I have to say that the timing for FaZe was just not quite there yet. I know that they were pushing in together, the timing was there, but I have to say, them kind of jumping out and unfortunately meeting Kid one by one allowed him for these isolated fights as well. Good job to Kid because he was so quick on the uptake as well. Because again, that was a 3v1 and somehow he managed to make it work. And he was eating so much damage as well, somehow managing to find a tiny corner. But on the other end here, we see VPE taking his fight against VOIN. Tony K deleted, and the same it could be said about his teammate as well, with only one elimination at 14th place. This is a different kind of VOIN donkey. It's desperation, but desperation turns this team into a monster. And there comes the fight from just now, how the homeboys meets up with FaZe. See our boy managing to just juke every single fight, and Dukiko actually managing to kind of like dwindle a lot of numbers to keep them busy on the outer end here, as Kim Tony is on the outside of the building. Look at these isolated fights. One jump, two jump. That timing was just a little bit off, and Kid capitalized.
Yeah, and I started to understand why exactly he managed to win out that trade. When he ran out, he had a little bit of that cover coming in from the van at the very same time. And then that swing wasn't exactly wide enough. You saw all it was needed to do for the side of Kid is just to continuously spray using his DPS onto the very same angle. And just like that, FaZe Clan kind of slipped up in that very crazy moment that we just saw. Now, SEMBILAN going up against TODAK as they will try to drive by. No casualties thus far. Sondar is going to go for the second round coming. Tense Guy making it a little bit rough for TODAK to actually dodge all these grenades. Tense Guy goes down instead as 9 brings out the S12K into the battle. They're relying on the back of the kill just to get a little bit more cover. That grenade does catch over on Dimsy. Now it does open that space for Krypton to take a fight against Real. The car's in the way, but it will still be Real that goes down. 1-for-1 trade, and now down to Hulk. Hulk goes down at the very same time. Cleon, can he hold out? The spot out Sundara, and 6-9 is out.
Sondara did a good job of making sure to stay in the backlines, provide that cover fire, but they were not expecting so much space or how much space that TODAK was able to hold on to. Coming onto this fight here, 2 nades towards Sem9 here, managing to clip down onto Mika, but not enough to take them out quite yet. And Team Secret, they're getting very aggressive here. They have a ditch to play with, they have a terrain as well, and with Sem9 with only 2 players left, it's not going to be easy. And the same could be said right now about BTR as well as TODAK. TODAK took 1 fight, barely got to reset, and BTR is already right in their faces, looking to capitalize, looking to take advantage of this situation. Dimsy gonna have to reset, taking his time behind his tree line to do that, while his teammates get a bit more active on the vehicles just to give a bit more space, and they do just that. But Team Secret just now, despite the fact that they were the ones that were kind of like going aggressive and going up against teams, eArena is the one to get active right now, just kind of chunking down their HP despite the smokes, despite the terrain. Those utils, those nades are just rolling straight at them. GK needs to be picked up, but there's not enough time to do so. 1 nade and 1 kill. Joker takes them all away.
A nade to rule them all. They were stuck in between the bowl and also having multiple teams to actually deal with. I believe there was some exchange between them as well as Sem9, and then a perfect opportune moment for the side of eArena to be able to close things out. But over on the other corner, there's still Vikings to be looking to cut into the zone as well. eArena, if they do spot him out, they will have to really hold down the line to deny that entry point for Quang and the rest of the squad coming in from Vietnam. They do have some couple of vehicles that they could actually make a deep rotation into the zone. So, rather risky, but if there's no choice, they really have to full send it. Right now, Quang has to fall back, picks up his buggy, soaking a little bit of damage coming in from the blue zone. That compound is not going to be an easy breach. Therefore, they're going over the south side. There is a player lying in wait. Who exactly could that be? I believe that's coming in from Sem9. Sem9 now also tossing the grenade. It does receive a little bit of attention coming in from Quang. And oh boy, lots of restocks coming in from the fallen players early on of Team Secret. So Quang can just try to hold out the rest of the members of Boom coming from the back.
A lot of sounds right now. Look at how many teams are here. 3 in just that corner. Boom taking a more slower approach. They do have a lot of time as well since the blue zone is not really hunkering down onto them. So terrain to work with as well. Take their time to see if anyone were to go for those long rotates. Getting active now. Gonna try and meet their teammates inside of that circle. Understanding that Zero is in trouble. This is a very dangerous game to play here, Frenzy. You are out there in the open. Buggy not providing a lot of cover either. As for the Vikings here, a little bit of space to work with. This nice little crater as we move toward TODAK. Surprised they've been able to survive this long despite not having a lot of space, but somehow they've been managing to keep alive. It's a different day for them, and somehow the survivability has gone up here without going too aggressively as Boom goes toe-to-toe right now with the Vikings. Din rushing up forward, becoming the distraction, hoping that the crosshairs go onto him as his teammate, especially Corn T, will be able to spray out the rest of his teammates. But Boom has done a stellar job of setting up this smoke screen, making sure that they don't know where to spray or where to look. And Boom Esports is hoping to see, okay, if they were to spray toward him, we do have the bullet traces to worry about. We can just kind of follow the trajectory and have an idea where exactly these shots are coming from.
Yeah, overall, still valiant effort coming from the side of Viking Esports despite not really finding anything just yet. But here comes the rest of eArena. They hurt all the ruckus and wants to close in once more. And they got them trapped into the same bowl where Team Secret was at. This is not going to look all too good for the rest of Vikings as the nade does connect. Not enough to actually drop both Kwang as well as Ben. They have no vision whatsoever up against NC2, and this is going to be rather devastating. Tiger X is going to fall a little bit back as they will get a little bit more of that space. SEMBILAN is the next one to bow out 3 points for the Malaysian squad while Razy getting tagged out. It's eArena doing all the heavy lifting right now to secure massive points. And the total 6 and plenty more to go.
Aggressive as heck, opportunistic as well. They have a nice angle as a nice corner they're carpeted onto. They have a compound, and I think because they were so quick on that uptake to take that space, it's just been capitalizing so well. BTR now just struggling with another Indonesian team. Casper somehow surviving this initial skirmish. Not anymore. Spoke too soon. Satarles can always rely on him to keep his teammates safe. And I think Kage probably just kicking themselves for not being able to really capitalize off that final pickoff to that last member of BTR that was close by to him. They were hoping to kind of like bait his teammate out. But Satarlas is just not biting. He's understanding that he's okay to lose his teammate and just try and survive instead. So Shaq is the only thing he has to work with right now. But it doesn't necessarily mean that it's the worst thing in the world. It means that you can stay quiet. It's nice cover as well. And perhaps just try to prolong the survivability.
Yeah, and judging for the fact that there's not too many compounds left available in the upcoming zones, they could actually hold out for longer. And this is why they are fighting for any form of cover that there is. DX and the rest of this squad will just deter TODAK, who have performed outstanding with those 8 points, but that will be the end of the run for the Malaysian squad. While Satar, he tries to actually be a little bit more opportunistic. He moves out, trying to go in for the knock. DX, as much as they were stuck in that small little shack, they still have all of the members pretty much intact. 4 members versus 1. I don't think Satar is fancying his chances now, but he will go in for that quick restock. And he's the only one playing as a Lone Ranger compared to all the other squads who's got at least 3 to 4 members. It's going to be tough for BTR, but at least they made it into the top 4. Vikings, they initially soak in all that pressure from eArena. eArena is the team with all that vital information, as they will be the one to dictate the pace of this final few circles.
This is a different Xavier. I think they're not too happy with the initial map just now in Sanhok. They weren't happy with the outcome of not getting any points. So this is a different mindset they approach the game with. He's still a bit more quiet. We didn't really see them take a lot of fights early either. It's more about just them trying to survive, just taking in space and rotations. A lot of pressure coming in from Lamborghini to the Vikings, but not enough to chunk him out quite yet. But the damage is done, so it does put a little bit of a cripple onto them. But Xavier is the team that does not have that circle advantage. They are trying to just rush out forward here. They're going to try and pass by the houses, the compounds right now, as NC2 able to get one to himself. He's on the outer side of the area. He's trying to take these fights, understanding his teammates are able to provide him that cover fire. And the Vikings will eventually get crippled as well, alongside the final member of BTR somewhere in the corner. I think he's still inside that shack.
Yeah, I just love the entire master plan coming in from eArena as well. You saw those two players playing by the dip. They are just setting up this trap, understanding that Vikings will have to force a rotation. And if they do happen to move right down the bowl, that's their demise. And exactly that scenario was just perfectly plotted out. Satar now in trouble as the rest of the Saber are closing in. Those nades are primed towards Levi's, almost connecting. Satar still holding out. He is trying to play ring around the rosy, dodging nades after nades.
No space. Ooh, nice nade onto Levi's. Not done quite yet. A lot of work to do. Smoke set up already. Satar, a lot of damage taken. That nade might just be the end. Ooh, he survived that initial fight. Okay, not anymore. Gotta give it to D Xavier. They have a nice little play going on. A 2-2 was two of their members keep eArena at bay, and two members, a lot of respect given to Satar. So I love seeing that from him.
Yeah, overall, the Saber have been able to claw their way into this top 2 finish. A fair 4 versus 4 is something that we have been waiting for the past couple of days. And now, eArena, they've gotten all that information that they've wanted. The Saber pretty much clumped towards that central right end of the map. Now, it's all about how well they position. eArena could possibly slowly choke out some position if it still swerves towards the left on stage 8 onwards. So it really boils down to how the next phase will play out. For now, they can just keep calm for the moment. If eArena wants to be a little bit cheeky, they could also send one member to poke and prod if they really want to. They have plenty of vehicles to work with. Can't really say the same about the Saber. It really seemed like majority of them are going on foot. I do see the buggy over the back for the side of the Saber. If anything goes wrong, perhaps they could try to find a little bit more of a flank. But Sakura, his position is absolutely pivotal.
Nice control of the circle as well here between these two teams. The circle is just basically cut perfectly in half at this point. eArena has one player still hunkered down in the back line, just hoping to see if anyone were to go for a silent rotation over. I think by the time he's noticed that no one is there, finally only he's moving forward. But D Xavier, they're going so quickly and so fast. And for NC2, he hasn't been caught out at all. Not a single of one of his bullets have been actually clipping onto member Xavier. Spoke too soon. Levi's, that's a very dangerous game. His tires broke, so he wasn't able to control his vehicle. That's dangerous right now. He's looking back to worse right now. D Xavier lost 2 already. But here comes Nade. He becomes the kingmaker, the change for the team. Not managing to knock out 1, but timing and space not on his side here. Tiger X staying very, very quiet in his corner, giving space to Joker to go forward. The blue zone rushes forward, but somehow eArena comes up on top. Despite the fights, despite the aggression coming in from D Xavier, they realized they had the advantage and they intend to use it to their full potential.
First week of play for eArena, who have just joined us here in the PMSL and have done it here in day 3. And that was a fair 4 versus 4. But what was a big surprise to me is on Dingo's decision making to try to take that high ground. They know Sakura is there, they try to flush him out. But isn't that a huge gamble where they don't really know where exactly some of the other members are lurking right behind the closer end of the hill? And just like that, Dingo's kind of lost a few members in the midst of the drive. Tires being popped, and that sprays were absolutely connecting. NCT so far have been making all these great advancements, shutting down teams after teams completely, and that also includes DX on the list.
Man, what a round. I think I'm loving the fact that in these situations in the last few circles, it's rarely that we're seeing like a 2 versus 1 versus 3 versus 2. It's been like full teams toward the end. Maybe 3 teams will have 3 to 4 players, 1 team will have 1 to 2. But it's been very competitive given the fact that how exactly these games have been playing. eArena starting the day real strong on this map. I'm loving that they are... Again, it comes down to that RNG is number 1, obviously. Number 2, their decision to play inside of the compound. Again, I did say that the circle will pull toward the area of the open fields. There is that compound, and they said, you know what, let's just stay in this compound first. yeah, it's gonna be a late rotation for us, that's fine. But if say the circle pushes toward us, that is when everything will start to fall into place. And that's exactly what happened. We didn't really see them getting active or moving around the last few circles either. It's just been inside that compound for quite some time. NC2 playing on the outside, Joker getting a bit more aggressive, Sakura from inside of the compound and just spraying the heck of anyone in that mid rotation, dwindling down the numbers, and it's all about just crippling down the enemy and making sure they have the man advantage.
Game 2 was an absolute feast as we were treated with plenty of heroics as well as great team play, not only from eArena, but we also saw Kid on that 1 versus 3, 1 versus 4 against FaZe Clan. That was absolutely top tier play, which absolutely got us on the edge of our seed. When we take a look at all these numbers put together, we saw DX actually holding up so well and they were being very, very feisty until that very final moment where they kind of overshot and maybe were a little bit too eager to actually kick off that fight. It kind of rendered them into unfavorable positions where eArena has been able to capitalize in that situation. TODAK as well as BTR has been able to make it to the top 4, and TODAK surprised me overall. Look at the damage numbers. They almost match that into what eArena and DX has to offer.
Exciting day for NC2 here. His positioning has been crazy. His teammates are the ones, the majority where they are, have been the ones who take away the attention from him. And while the other teams are going aggressive, they're so tunnel visioned on the rest of his teammates, he's just hunkered down behind a buggy or behind a rock or behind a vehicle, and he's just spraying the heck out of everyone in that mid rotation. A lot of those damage that he's put in there has been from those sprays.
Yeah, overall, you also see that NC2 gives so much trust to Sakura to also back him up from the back. If there's a good example to look at for a good 2-2 formation split, look no further than this game on how eArena actually executes many of those fights. Remember when they were fighting up against Team Secret, they push in and then they pull back into their safety net, and then they saw another fight happen, they send another 2 players in and just continuously repeat that same formula to perfection. They didn't even drop a single member, and just like that, they walk away with those 23 hefty points. Whereas when we take a look at the entire field, everybody got involved. Strangers Esports surely had the roughest of starts when they had to take on the rest of New Era. It didn't seem like they were well prepared when they were trying to actually secure themselves vehicles as well as loot. But hey, hopefully better game for the side of Strangers Esports. So we got some big updates on the rankings.
Flash still dominating that first place spot with 87. Same could be said about OSJA and CD Alliance as well. So I don't expect the top 4 to move yet. The only thing I'm seeing right now, maybe DX and maybe Vampire Esports finally climbing up because the disparity isn't so much. And if you think about it, these teams have a lot of potential to have really amazingly good games. And we saw that from Vampire Esports. They go huge and then they go quiet. So I'm really hoping this is not going to be the case for today. But Boom Esports dropping this early, it was quite a surprise for me as well coming into today as well. Now coming into Ultra Ego, it's looking from bad to worse. They're standings are just dropping right now. We had a conversation yesterday about like what it means to not see Alter Ego for the first time in a Super Weekend. I don't know. I cannot imagine that happening.
Oh boy. And at least they were still within that ratio of 16. Now it's really down to the performance of the rest of the pack. Talon now pushed down to 17. Unfortunately, it has been confirmed for this Indonesian squad that they will not make it. It is definitely very shocking. I mean, Talon is also another big squad that we expect to see in majority of these Super Weekends.
Regardless, look at the head-to-head here between VOIN Donkey and VPE. And you know, despite the fact that, you know, we see the average eliminations, average placements, most of the thing going toward VPE, but VPE, to me personally, they have explosive games. They have one game where they go completely bonkers, crazy, bananas, whatever you want to call it. But they also have dry rounds as well. As opposed to VOIN Donkey, while they're more, I would say more quiet, but they do make sure that they have protocols and SOPs in place. Passive early, a bit more aggressive a bit later, but never really full aggressive. It's been more reactive. If anything, it's if I think about a team that plays for objectives instead of going aggressive and taking fights, it's gonna be VOIN Donkey.
Yeah, spot on. That's the best way to actually put what this team is all about, right? Overall, I think that they will try to work out that formula yet again to perhaps get another victory within this final 4 rounds to be played off. But right now, it's going to be a big crunch time for the teams to prepare for, because they need all the points possible. And while all that happens, you guys can also check out a brand new music collaboration with someone very familiar for our 7th anniversary of PUBG Mobile. So if you guys are wondering, I'll give a clue, all right? I know that I've been edging you guys for a little bit, for a couple of days. It's a DJ. Okay. I don't know, do I get in trouble for saying that? But, you know, that's my only clue to all you guys. But I know that you guys will love this person once you guys find out who that artist is.
I want to guess, but I don't want to guess correctly and get in trouble, so I'm not going to say anything. Even though I don't know, I don't want to get in trouble for guessing right, so I'm just not going to guess at all. Now, we still have another four games today. Now, we have 2 more Erangels and 2 more Miramars. Miramar yesterday was... Honestly, yesterday, if I'm being honest, they won fast day, aggressive as heck. We ended the day actually a little bit earlier than usual.
Oh, yeah.
And then, you know, given the fact of how aggressive the games were. And day 2 was slow as heck. Today is a combination, honestly, not surprised. But, you know, it is what it is. Let's see whether or not the tempo has changed today. Not so much. But here are my predictions for the second Erangel for today. I think that Strangers having that bad game just in the previous map, it's gonna allow them to just really bounce out a little bit more. I think Strangers is a team that's capable of playing under pressure. That urgency might just come through. I'm hoping that for them right now. VOIN, you know what VOIN is, and the same could be said about why I said Strangers to SEM9.
Yeah, meanwhile, I'm also voting for some of the teams that I think that has potential, despite us not really seeing all too much for today, coming from Team Secret, coming from FaZe Clan. KAGENDRA, sure, a top 4 finish, but it wasn't really that kind of huge super results that you get to see coming from, you know, teams that does close out rounds. So KAGENDRA, as much as they did manage to score huge back in the first day of play that they had previously, today it really feel like they are struggling for a little bit more. And in terms of identity, I think that KAGENDRA kind of slightly reminds me of a mixture between VOIN Donkey a little bit, and maybe some tinge of Alter Ego when they do go on the aggressive approach. So I don't know if it's fair for me to actually judge them based on 2 different squads, because they do have their very own identity. But today, looking a little bit more lackluster than I really hope to actually see out of the 3 squads I voted for, which is why I'm just giving a little bit more of that moral support.
I was looking at the stats just now. 9 from TODAK. His name has been popping up a lot, and I am not surprised to see that. So TODAK is in an interesting predicament. A lot of the time, 3 out of the 4 members would get knocked down when it comes to these 4v4 fights, and it's usually in the midst of that rotation. I think just now, they got knocked down twice. 3 of the players, that is, and there was a lot of reliance on Nine to kind of like seal these deals, seal these fights as well. You saw the amount of damage he was doing. Look at that, 757 compared to the rest of his teammates is actually insane. Because when it comes to the wire, you can rely on Nine to go a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more active around the map. And that rescue parts has been Nine kind of like just picking up his teammates, going for that reset the first time, and then it happened again the second time as well. So it becomes this chain, right, for TODAK. And you know, that's why I was questioning just now during the game. I was like, how the heck is TODAK still alive? They took fight after fight, in the open twice or three times, barely any terrains to work with as well. And somehow, Nine is the one that can change the tides of what is supposed to happen.
Yeah, and overall, he's been really outstanding. He really opened up a lot of all this space, and on those important targets we really have to land those shots on, he really built them down to keep the rest of TODAK safe. And I'm also really liking on how they start to take fights a little bit more differently. You know, back then TODAK likes to try and rush towards enemies, and this time, you know, playing a little bit more reactionary, playing even on that defensive stance. They are playing it a lot smarter than they used to before, and it's looking rather good if you ask me. And once they get, you know, chances for third party, when you get those free picks, hey, add that one to the tally. So far, things are definitely looking very, very good for TODAK. I think this could be a very good chance. If this is continuously the trend, we may actually see TODAK to be contending in the top 16. Where, how many points do they really need? I guess we'll check on the scoreboards later on anyways. But overall, Talon's already out, so that's big news. Everybody starts to be pretty much excited to know that, hey, if those teams can actually surpass Talon, we can even make it past maybe even Alter Ego and just knock all these Talons out, so that we don't have to deal with them on the Super Weekend, and we get to score a whole lot more and worry more about Week 2 than anything else.
I think when it comes down to TODAK as well, I agree and somewhat disagree with you on that as well, because there were a lot of moments that where TODAK were still playing the usual style play. I think it's because they were playing a lot of regionally in Malaysia, which is understandably so. And I think if we talk about Indonesia and Malaysia as a region and how they play, you know, the word barbar is something that both these regions say a lot, right? I think on day one, we saw a lot of that. Not day one, but the first day that TODAK played, we saw a lot of that happening in the beginning. And I was questioning why is this a thing right now? Because I understand that you're used to playing this sort of like style play here in Malaysia, but this style play doesn't necessarily translate well in the bigger stages, because it feels like every single team have their own protocols and ideas on how exactly to counter this style of aggressive plays. But here's the part where I say I agree with you now. It's a part that they are learning and evolving. It felt like from day one they played all the way till today, there's a lot of adjustments coming through. And I'm loving the fact that it didn't really take long for them to adjust. They have a lot of control in how they play. They have a nice crossfire setup, especially when it comes to terrain control as well. If you see them have a 1-1-1-1 formation here, one behind a vehicle, one behind the terrain, one behind the tree line. So I'm loving the fact that I do have this idea on how to play catch here between the team, and I would love to see more of that from them.
Yeah, now that you've mentioned about, you know, how cohesive they actually look, also take note that this roster was formed not too long ago as well. You know, they brought in players coming from Indonesia. Dimzy definitely is a star back in Indonesia, where he played back in Team Pandem, and Team Pandem have played globally. So TODAK is willing to invest in a player with that wealth of experience, and I think like now with that form of shared knowledge, they are definitely having this beautiful melting pot of cultures between the usual Baba playstyle from both Indonesia as well as Malaysia. And there are times where they say, hey, this time we just gotta take a chill and then wait for those opportunities to rise. And hey, it really just works out to their favor. So I think they have finally figured out the right way to actually get advantages for how the team actually functions overall. So great job, TODAK. You guys are definitely doing a good job. Overall, you know, just hats off to the organization. They've been trying how many seasons now? Let's be honest here, right? They have not made it into, say, the global leagues yet, but they are just putting everything on the line to make sure one day they will get there. Perhaps this might just be the season.
Yeah, when we talk about mixed rosters, I'm starting to see a lot of Malaysian organizations kind of head that way. And I like that fact that they're very eager to experiment, because you can play in a smaller pond for some time and then you realize that our region style of play might not necessarily translate well on the bigger stages. So bringing more, I'm seeing a lot of Indonesian, imports come into the region as well. I'm talking about FaZe into SEM9, TODAK with DIMZ, and I think this is a huge thing to add to the roster. I feel like with the addition of these Indonesian players, it always adds another layer when it comes to aggression as well. When you look at SEM9, I think what FaZe brings to the table is that when you have Mika and Yuhai, what are they known for? Very in your face, very aggressive, space taking potential, very quick as well. But why are they lacking? I think last season or last a few seasons that I think the biggest problem SEM9 had has always been no one really there to provide that cover fire and support from long range. And Firen somehow has managed to really, kind of like solve that big problem they had. And I think in a lot of situations where they do get third partied, it's not, I at least haven't seen those big third-party situations yet at all from SEM9. Whatever blunders they had before, whatever situations where they're not able to protect themselves from the rear end, it's all just already settled already. And I think there was a conversation as well when it comes to SEM9 about like their 6-man roster with Kenny in the lineup, right? And I think that it's really exciting when you see this. At first, personally, for me, I thought, okay, are we gonna have like what we saw from Geek Fan back then? We have Kacang Susu, playing only for the map of Sanhok for the healing game, because that's how good he was at the healing. But now I made me realize that it's not really that, actually. It's just more of like how they're kind of like rotating the players out depending on what they need at that particular moment. I think for me personally, bringing in Kenny is a whole different ballpark when it comes to playing with depth. Kenny provides that, I would say, an answer when it comes to those, doing those calling. He can help call in the mid rounds. He can help kind of give an idea on what exactly they want to do. I mean, he's known as an IGL for quite some time now. So if you feel like you need a secondary IGL to help with the calls, you bring in Kenny. But if you feel like your games are doing fine, but what you're lacking is firepower, you can always bring in depth to go a little bit more into the aggressive routes. So it depends exactly on what the coaches want exactly for that particular map.
Yeah, and remember, when you mentioned Kacang Susu, it gave me a big throwback on those days where Sanhok is all about healing. I'm glad that that update is pretty much done and dusted. So, of course, with all these new iteration of players as well, I remember Mamparang entrusted Kenny to take over the helm when he was just the brand new prodigy, and that was so much pressure. But remember this, Yuhai used to be in that place before as well, so they have plenty of different ideas they can also bounce out around with. And remember, there were also that iteration of 7-9 where sure, Yuhai was kind of there, and then he sometimes gets put into the support position, which you can clearly tell Yuhai don't feel that comfortable playing as, a supportive role, where his usual job has been that guy in your face, goes in rushing compounds. And now when you have such a solid backing from Firen, this team could beat anybody on a good day, I can assure that. Now, I believe that we're getting ourselves ready for our third match of our series for today. So this is going to be a little bit daunting for those who have yet to scratch maybe those double digit. I believe, I gotta fix what I just mentioned, because most of the teams are already at least more than 10 points. Anything less than 20 points right now, very worrisome. You only have a few more maps to play before we eventually get ourselves ready for that Sanhok round. So over on the top side, though, I think they have the biggest definition of nothing to lose. Meaning to say that even if they drop rounds, I think this is where big teams who are within the top 10, they can go for trial and error if they want to change around with their roster and stuff. Go ahead, muck around, and you might actually find that, hey, there's a new formula that can actually work out.
Fellas, as we go into this match very, very soon, second Erangel coming up forward. We've been gifted with so many surprises today. I am so excited to see more. Like it or not, this is the second Erangel of the day. So ladies and gentlemen, let's go.
And here we move into our third match of the day, as this time we will have a very different flight coming in from Sanhok's military base. Now, this like very skewered towards the western corner of the map, and it's gonna cut off so many cities. Oh boy, this is gonna look pretty rough. I think teams will have to go in for alternative drops. Maybe even consider Zarky if they may, but Team Secret, they waste no time. They move into the Sonosco, move to their base. Vampire Esports says, hey, lucky us, we get that direct access into Prima, so that's going to be pretty easy access for them to actually get all the loots in the jiffy. While New Era, they are actually choosing a new spot, moving into the Regions Quarry as well as the outskirts. But what I'm going to be focused on is going to be cities like Juniperpole, because you can feel plenty of teams either over containers, the housing area from the south, as well as the north. So they can definitely take their pick overall on where they need to drop, but it is definitely going to be rough for other teams that are going to be moving into areas like Yasnaya. It's going to be a stretch. They will have to get those vehicles. So it's just going to be STE that's going to be moving into the corners of Zarky. To my surprise, it seems like there's still a lot of vacant room over in the north.
I'm quite surprised that it's always been this kind of like Western, circles. And you know what's really exciting, Contra? The fact that whenever we have more centralized circles, it's a little bit more guessable, I guess. It's a little bit more easier to predict these circles. It's been those teams that we expect to get the chicken dinners not getting the chicken dinners. Have you noticed that?
Right. And like that kind of irks me with our predictions, which is why, I make a big switch heading into some of the rounds. It's like, I know certain teams are hungry, let's vote for them. So I don't get disappointed.
That's exactly it.
Hey, we got the game plan right, ain't it?
I feel like I'm getting served a curveball every time, man. Come on now.
Yeah, it do be like that. Overall, I guess like, we don't really have too much pressure for those who are currently, within that top 10 right now.
No.
And I say that, homeboys, getting
That is
shot.
unlucky. I was about to say, Shamil's just got subbed in this round. It's not even a minute in and he's already out. That sucks, man.
Oh boy, I didn't even notice this is actually his first game. I guess it just popped up like, okay, roster swaps. It's like, hey, this guy's in, and guess he's out within a minute.
That's painful. Imagine getting subbed in and suddenly you're just like 1 minute in, you're raring to play, you're excited, and immediately getting sniped out this early. And I have to say, look at how much more active this map is on the early parts of the map, right? Compared to before. Because just now we had like a hot drop moment, okay? We had those early fights, and then after that it was silence. But this time around, we can see how fast people are going for those vehicles and just immediately getting out and moving out of the way and fighting for locations quickly.
Yeah, overall, I think like the trajectory of the flight path also plays a big factor as well onto how certain teams extend as well as to reach out for certain vehicles, which is why we actually see some of all these early altercation to kind of happen very, very early on. Now, what's also interesting, other than the player that got taken out, that just got subbed in, we now have Voxy to be stepping in. Satar played very, very well, but he's going to take a break. I guess Voxy will be playing those bigger rounds in Miramar as well later on. And I wonder if there's going to be even more changes. So for now, BTR can afford it. I mean, they're currently on place 7th with 69 total points. Just 1 point ahead of VOIN Donkey. I didn't even take notice that they have kind of surpassed VOIN Donkey in some of these rounds. So good going for BTR so far.
I think BTR, it's more than just consistency. It's been explosive as well, the way they play. And I'm not talking about chicken dinners. I'm not talking about aggression either. It's just that moment where they want to strike, that moment where they want to go aggressive. Just now, they had like a nice push-pull situation going on. You have Snape on one end. Snape, or is it Satar last? I don't remember. Holding one end, and then as soon as you think that he cannot follow up those pickoffs, suddenly Risey pulls from the other end and starts spraying as well. So they have a nice little toss going on here. They have a nice cover fire, crossfire, whatever you want to call it. They have a way to make sure that they're able to secure these pickoffs, because in most situations, knocks do not translate into eliminations.
Yeah, that's pretty true. And overall, I think like BTR usually has a very, very flexible kind of stance when they actually take their fights as well. And their protocols somehow is still being set into place, just like how you just mentioned it. So BTR, absolutely scary to be dealt with if you were to face up against them. You know what's the kind of matchup I've been dreaming of starting into this season? VPE BTR. And if there's ever going to be a third party, I think that perhaps DX, who are currently the top 3 right now, they are going to give us one heck of a battle for sure. Because they actually operate in a very similar tempo. Maybe DX a little bit slower. But VVE, BTR, oh, these guys are super explosive.
I think BTR in the last 2 seasons or so, I think BTR has not really been in my peripheral when it comes to PUBG Mobile, especially given the fact that when it comes to Indonesia, has been Alter Ego Boom Esports for so long now, right? And it's just exciting. I'm not sure if Coach Kent was in charge of bringing in these newer players, and I wouldn't be surprised if he was. He does have this knack of spotting out raw talent and just bringing it into the team. But the fact that they're bringing in this import, Federalis, making it super aggressive and giving so much more firepower to BTR is just massive. Now, these Xavier finds themselves separated from each other here. They had a 2-2 formation going on. Now, these 2 players separated as well. Iceland not able to play with each other. And Snape just finds the last one player, knocks him out. Federalis does get knocked by Wound, so that is enough for them. And Wound tries to put in more damage here, but there's too many gun barrels staring right at him right now. If he looks the wrong way, he's in trouble. Look at 3 ways. They were looking at 3 ways they fall. Risey playing this window to perfection, just pre-aiming, pre-shooting at it, keeping very safe, understanding, giving a lot of respect to Lamborghini, but he does get tagged up in the end. Lamborghini about to make sure that he can actually secure those kills, and he does. Voxy too far away, and is looking from bad to worse right now. It's just one player from D Xavier that's making this trajectory that look so winnable for them, despite losing one player so early. That nade was phenomenal. Voxy knocked down, and Lamborghini follows it up with some insane shots. It's sharp, it's spicy, and it does take the members of BTR to their graves. One more player to worry about here. It's become a 1v1, waiting for the right hold, waiting for the right shot. He jumps down, pre-aims, pre-fires, and somehow the last member of BTR manages to stay very safe. They're both just trying to avoid each other, juking it out right now. Lamborghini, what is this movement? Movement is disgusting, it's devastating, but time not on his side. Moon as well as Nate are already following their what else already been lobbied, but Snape somehow decides to play the long game, goes aggressive, and now Boom Esports has heard the commotion and they want in. They are still hungry, they want blood. Snape, what are you gonna do here? You're gonna fall. Jump gonna cut here. Frenzy is going to fall, and he gets another point to his name. He's making this fight very, very worth it. A double swing might be too much to deal with. One knock forward. Can he make it 2 is the question. Not quite out yet. The high ground will not be in his favor, but he's put enough damage and brought one member of Boom Esports to the grave with him.
Oh, he run out of bullets on that DBS. He was forced to reload. He could have actually perhaps traded for more. That was crazy coming from Snape. He won that long duel. You saw how insane Lambo with the movements are. And I was talking about dream matchups. That was pretty much it. All it takes maybe is for Vampire Esports, and that is going to be complete. But we got that perfect duel, and my, that was a bloodbath. Speaking of bloodbath, FaZe Clan now getting involved as well, trying to pick out players coming from KAGENDRA, moving across the field. Tree Touch also getting sprayed while the rest of KAGENDRA tries to serve back, tries to trade back, but not really finding it just yet. But they brought him down low. Only one bullet necessary to knock him down. KAGENDRA in the middle open. This is exactly the best spot to be, but here comes the rest of FaZe to regroup. Acho now 1 versus 2. What's he gonna do right now? He tries to juke it all out as the Pico comes in for the wraparound, but John's being fired back as he gets taken down.
So low right now. Blind sprays managed to take a little bit of damage after Kim Tony, but it's not enough to really just secure that deal. But instead, he's gonna get annihilated here. Kim Tony playing around the corner here. These CQCs, FaZe Clan looks so confident playing it. In the smoke here, that nade, Kim Tony, oh, it's enough to knock him down. Ichan coming up forward. He wants to secure that kill if he wants to. Hasn't been able to find it quite yet. But FaZe, they've managed that reset, at least onto one of the members. On the hunt right now, the smokes dissipate. They know exactly where he is. Throws out that nade. Ichan forced to give away that space. Kim Tony staying very safe on the outer side of the building. He's done a lot already to itself, but that nade is gonna completely hit onto 2 members, and somehow one of the teammates not able to hold on for any longer as well. But FaZe gonna be happy here with 3 eliminations, but with at the cost of 2 players this early into the game, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, it's a really tough battle out there. It's just teams going after each other right now. New era once in. Now they challenge the Titans from Thailand. Vampire Esports. Vampire says, I don't think we're just about ready to take this position just yet. They will just give that space for the rest of New Era and look for a different trajectory into the areas of play. Somehow the circle does cover a little bit more of the water, so they are planning on taking that hovercraft perhaps to rotate around these corners. If they want to still traverse on land, they could absolutely do so. But my, fights after fights after fights, Tash. Oh, man, we absolutely got to keep up with what these teams are absolutely up to. VOIN Donkey, stock standard, just chilling, but around their vicinity, there's a couple of teams. Team Secret coming from the southern corner of the islands, trying to join right in. So Team Secret, if they want to pass this area, they have to first and foremost cut through VOIN Donkey. I believe that VOIN Donkey is just about as alert of their presence for the moment. It's just that they have not really shown out any form of moves just yet, and just keeping the suspense waiting. And take a look at the update. Oh my goodness, is it going to end up by the bridge, or is it still going to be on the land? There's barely enough cover to actually play with if you're not around Very Pure or even on the bridge.
Rough circle, in my opinion. Waiting right now, and I think it's good that you have some people hunkering down toward the bridge to see if anyone in that mid-rotation. It's so easy to just fish them out right now, and that's exactly what's happening. Trunk finding one onto Ponbit this early, and that's going to be rough. They need to secure that pick-off. They need to secure that elimination point, excuse me. But Ponbit staying quiet. Oh, it's Break that gets it in the end. It's enough. Break staying quiet. Break's done a lot, honestly, for Team Secret. He's been huge when it comes to that first contact play. He's very fearless. And there's a lot of trust between him and his teammates to make sure that if he gets knocked down, he will be avenged, or at least he will get the cover fire. But you know who's getting fire right now is Dubiko. Found all alone here in the grasslands. No man's land with no cover, no teammates. Just picked off like that with no answer at all.
Yeah, it's been rather tough. I mean, we saw that duke out happen early on, and Strangers Esports, they were also wrapping around. They saw that fight happening from quite a far, so they were just waiting for some of the movements coming in from FaZe Clan. Now only down to one. Macaris, we saw him being the last member standing when they were in the midst of the battle, and now he has to do it without any form of help, even despite him getting some revives off. Now, Vampire Esports have moved towards the spine of the hill as they spot out some members of Vikings Esports. Now, this is going to be a very wide angle wraparound. The rest of Vampire Esports pretty much scattered across with a 2-2 split. Not going to be easy task for Quarantine to even get a proper space throughout this windows, as the angles are kind of limited for them to actually do much for the very moment. Just a couple of taps, nothing actually hitting so far. Vikings, they want to take a slow approach. They don't really want to put all their eggs in the basket just yet, because this is just stage 3. The circle could still ping pong from 4 or 5 onwards. So I guess this is a very good stance for a majority of the teams who are still trying to navigate their way, while Strangers Esports chasing up, this time landing just across SEM9. Guess they'll steal away.
No, they're not looking to take this fight early. I think SEM9's changing the way they play, the trajectory right now. They're not looking to fight every single thing that's crossing their peripheral and how they start the fights. They're looking to just find a compound first, find their positioning or their footing first before they actually commit to these fights. Because a lot of time that we see SEM9 getting knocked out is always in the midst of rotation. It's always between the tree lines, always between the lower grounds here. And I think they're understanding these priorities. If they were to take that fight against Strangers just now, there was no way they would win, given the fact that Strangers has a nice terrain to work with. But that's early already. ENAM's Milan this time around, not able to hold on this round. And I'm quite surprised at FaZe, right? Given the fact that how aggressive they are and how aware. They get a pickoff already there. I mean, he's done his job. Mercari's getting one more pickoff before he goes down. 4 eliminations. It's enough to keep them afloat.
Yeah, that is good enough pointers for them to work around with, despite all of that circumstances in that early game. Right now, eArena tries to close in against the rest of Vikings. Nades are already primed right over onto the weakened side. Huang, yet to be picked up by Bin, is still rather risky, but just about enough smokes. But the nades are drawing really closely. Sakura goes in for a second attempt. Will it connect? Yes, it does. No time for revival. as Ben will have to ditch that area of play. He still has a couple of vehicles, but it's still rather risky to also go in for the rotate. While his other member is out there slowly forcing the rest of MVKE to play out, and they
Where did Kid come from? Where is he?
No idea.
Trying to figure out where exactly. That has to be a long-range pickoff here. And I think the position of him was kind of out there in the open. He was not aware that someone close by is number one. There we go. Gonna find another member of the Vikings. Been out. That's Kid here. Somewhere close by. He's gotten 2 already to his name. That is nasty.
Very, very tough, and there's nowhere for him to actually drive off safely. MVKE had their backs against the blue zone, and right now Team Secret actually dictates the top end of the lighthouse, and so long as they play defensively, they should be able to try to squeeze into the top 4, while the rest of Vampire Esports, they hunker down underneath the bridge. It could work as a good cover for now, as not many teams are actually planning to take underneath the bridge for the current measure. Whereas VOIN Donkey, as much as we have not seen them being in action, they have one of the best prime locations possible by the gas station. They hear a lot of movement coming in from Strangers Esports. But yet again, no vision, a lot of smokes being primed up for both sides to remain safe. But you know when it comes close, these nades will fly right in. And that's just a signal warning coming in from the rest of VOIN Donkey to keep the rest of these members of Strangers at bay.
Honestly, I'm surprised at this predicament of eArena right now, because usually I think on day 1 they struggled a lot in these open fights, especially toward terrains and tree lines. They weren't able to really seal it, but I don't know whether it's just these major adjustments or just making sure that they can really just have more confidence in these fights, because that's exactly what they're doing here. SEM9 taking advantage of the terrain, taking advantage of this final of this area right now, and Trexy is just hunkering down behind that rock. Finally punished in the end. Fearon comes up forward, the hero of SEM9 right now, but Kenny will be spotted out there by NC2, taken out already, but Fearon, he's on a rampage. 2 names to himself put into the pocket, and now SEM9, they're on a rescue mission. They have to pick up Trexy, they have to pick up Kenny, but with eArena just rushing up toward them, Mika managing to jump ahead, staying very safe. Blunt shots forward, it's nothing. He's going an aggressive fight right now, left, right, and center. Too much to deal with, too many bodies. But NC2, he's the opener, and he's the one to set things in motion. But Tiger, not dead quite yet. A lot of pressure onto the members of SEM9, and unfortunately for SEM9, not able to go for the reset, that pickup, leaving them with only 1 member left.
Man, that bait and switch from NC2 and Tiger was absolutely beautiful, breaking the ankles of Mika, forcing him to dance around. How many shots he attempted with that shotgun, and it still did not manage to take down Tiger X. Perfectly executed. Yet again, eArena, just like what you said, so good in these open fights, and today, third-party matchups, they excel at it. And now, we move towards the side of TODAK, making a desperate attempt to cut across. They tried to swerve towards the corners of the shore, but have not been able to find a safe refuge as they arrive towards the side of Team Secret, ready with that grenade, and immediately pop them off. And that's going to be a flying car over on the back end of the lighthouse. Break will try to take on 9, and he's been the clutch master of TODAK. Can he do it again? Apparently not. It's going to be Break once more to be the main man of Team Secret, sealing them off.
Nice control of that bridge as well. Love it. Team Secret has been holding on to this area for so long. They can't cross that bridge. They're stuck there. SEMBILAN this time, look how active eArena is. Moving around the map, they've been taking out two teams down already, just in the northern side of that circle. Finally moving away, and they're so quick. They're not allowing. I think there's a lot of awareness from them that the areas of the compounds have people. So the way they've been crossing has been quickly and fast. They're not even fighting back with cover fire. They're just making sure they can get into that compound, that area, into the circle. But meanwhile, for VOIN Donkey, it's been a great start for them. Very quiet, but doesn't have to be flashy, but they're still getting enough points to just really get them through these rounds to make sure they still stay in the game. Strangers looking to find that comeback. They're really hoping. They're aggressive. They want to make up for lost time since they weren't able to make up any points at all in the previous Erangel.
Yeah.
Holding.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
Apologies for that. And VOIN Donkey finally tries to push forward. It's going to be Razak to try to go right into the container. Gets scouted out by Lobby as he's been there for the longest of time. This time, he's going to be advancing forward after clearing that member out inside of VOIN Donkey. And instead, he gets spotted out from the top. Vexing with the angles, and with the jump shot, he finds 2 members of STE.
This is not the outcome that STE was hoping for. VOIN Donkey keeping very safe for some reason. Potato stays alive and Vexy eats the full force of that nade. Oh, that's rough. Nades come through. Easily going for that pickup. It's still a 2v2 regardless. Both teams forced to be quiet. Sorry, it's 2v3 actually. But that nade, oh, it's perfect. Confirms that pickoff. Mela looking massive right now. We didn't really see his impact. It's been very quiet. Potato barely there. Whew. Managing to reset right in the nick of time. Tries to chase, can't quite do that. This wall is not helping him at all. He's going to try and rush through here. Takes quite a fair bit of damage for another team here. The blue zone will come through, and it's Frankie that decides that he wants to get active. The sprays are disgustingly accurate, if you ask me. And STE, nowhere to move, nowhere to go with the blue zone hunkering down. Perhaps he gets denied some points just by going down to the blue zone, but I think they still want to fight.
Yeah, they definitely want to at least try to hold on for a couple seconds longer. Just look at the space. It's so tight. And they're forced into this meat grinder where Team Secret is just funneling them down with no angles to even try to step out. And that explains why these two teams who were calling for a truce initially, VOIN Donkey as well as Strangers Esports, started to erupt with that fight. They say, okay, we're not getting it out of here scot-free, especially without anybody challenging Team Secret at all. These guys, they're just going to be camping up there on the lighthouse, and nobody's going to be able to stop them at all. Just look at Frankie. This is going to be his perfect moment to spray.
Aggressive as heck here, not allowing any space for STE. They need to take this fight to get into that circle. Look at how many teams are stuck there. Team Secret is there alongside STE, so Mela is just gonna rush through here, but break 5 eliminations already. I am loving this idea that Team Secret has. Let's just kind of like hunker down that bridge, make sure no one can cross through, and just pick off kills. That's exactly what they did. STE does finally go down here. It's Boom Esports that's gonna be responsible for that final pickoff. But the way that Boom Esports is playing right now, oh man, Zero, you don't have a lot to work with. You don't have any terrain, you don't have any cover. You're out there in the open, in the seaside. That's rough for you. And VPE, they've been stuck here for a good 5 minutes, I believe, because Team Secret has not been allowing them to cross this bridge at all.
Yeah, and now they're also forced to move because they're not by the edge of the circle. Team Secret notices that and immediately puts all their attention towards the rest of Vampire Esports. Onsens remains over on the top end of the bridge though. It's going to be Schweppes that tries to open up that space. We saw the Hail Mary attempt coming from Strangers. I guess this time, Vampire Esports, they got to make a decision how this Hail Mary is going to look like. Is it a push towards Team Secret? Looks very likely as the nades are full right in.
Finally, they're able to just breach that defense that Team Secret has held a hold on to them. Using those smokes is perfect. Schweppes needs to be picked up here, and Mormon, look at how they're playing. As soon as Tony K moves back, Mormon rushes up forward. He puts the damage, he puts the pain, he puts the aggression. Still, look at the amount of util being used right now. Everyone just cooking nades. Trung rendered so low right now. Frankie all the way in the backside here. That nade does clip onto Mormon. Tony K forced to move back here. They're all low. They need to kind of play a little bit more safe. Unsense is there to go for that pickup. Mormon and Tony K has done a phenomenal job of providing that space for his teammates. But Trung decided he's had enough. He's going out, he sprays, and he prays. It's enough to get a knock, but not enough for that kill. Trung already lobbied right now. One nade forward. Schweppes in trouble. Not enough to knock him out quite yet. Tony K also just fighting for his life. Mormon with his DBS rushes forward hoping for a CQC, but Team Secret is not allowing that opportunity to happen. Spots the head, not enough to put those kills quite yet, and they're gonna rush him with 2 members forward. A lot of gun barrels, but can he isolate? He does. 1 knockdown already, make it 2, and Team Secret in trouble. 9 elims, they've done the job, but VPE as well will fall with 3 elims.
My jaws were dropped in that fight. You saw how close that was. And it boiled down to that fight on that mushroom house. Frankie barely had enough of that space. And that push was perfectly executed. Despite none of them actually surviving to that ordeal, plenty of points now sent the way of towards the side of Vampire Esports after a very hefty trade, which they called for the right decision because they know driving straight into the open is not going to be a safe option at all. But for some reason, we talked about Zero, the only member remaining from Boom Esports, to try to actually pull points in. He's still by the edge of it. He does get the circle, but eArena, they want a piece of the pie. They still have those 3 members. New Era, they kept themselves safe throughout the entirety of the run. ENAM Milan have made it into the top 4 for the very first time.
How the heck is Zero alive? He's been there for so long. He's gotten like a few pickoffs, but I don't think anyone has even noted him. Okay, maybe Zully does. I think he is kind of looking toward him. No, I don't think so. I don't think anyone is aware that he's there. He's been fairly quiet. Hasn't shown his hand quite yet. eArena looking primed and ready, hoping for a second chicken dinner here, but Kryptonite looking to deny them that as NC2 will fall. And the same could be said about Sakura. The sprays from ENAM Milan a bit rough to deal with here. They're out here in the open, no cover. The only thing they have are those cars, and New Era is just looking to fully capitalize. They have this high ground to play with. They have some time before the blue zone finally chunks out forward. They have a nice 3-1 formation. That's the bottom side of the circle, full in their control. As EA in trouble, ENAM Milan looking to capitalize and go aggressive here. They get eliminated, but with 8, that's huge.
Yeah, I think EA kind of overheated. They tried to book right into these spots, but it was flocked with crowds coming in from the members of ENAM Milan, and they were ever ready on that form of setup that they've had for the longest of time. New Era, I started to understand why they've been able to actually capitalize on many of these situations, because Xylan was at the top of the roof, getting that bird's eye view across the shore, and now all that's left to do is to drop in big nades upon the rest of ENAM Milan right now. Still not fully reset it yet, and they managed to do so in the nick of time, and that forces that member to quickly make a huge U-turn, slowly going in for the flank. This could be pretty huge to get those angles up against Kryptonite.
Kryptonite, ENAM Milan don't have a lot of place to go here. They're stuck between the blue zone. They rush forward. They have a bit of terrain, but look at Zully. Because they have a nice cross set up here as well as a flank, they know where Hulk is, at least a general idea. Kryptonite hiding behind the package over there. The shots are huge. It's disgusting from New Era right now, and this is the New Era that we were hoping to see activated, and this is exactly what we're given. This is a winner chicken dinner for this Malaysian team.
For the very first time, we have New Era to be on top of the list of names to be scoring the chicken dinner, as they have made their mark on their debut here in the very first week. Trials and tribulations throughout the past few days did not deter them, as they put pedal to the metal to score all the way up there, and perhaps this could be a great chance to get an inch closer to the top 16.
New Era, when push comes to shove, we saw the glimpse of aggression for them. We saw the glimpse of potential for them. It took a while for them to really come up on top. I'm glad that we finally made it here. I guess it took a while for them to figure out what the recipe for success is, if I'm being honest. Because they started off this competition, I think it's the same problem as TODAK, the same problem that TODAK had, right? Likes to go aggressive, likes to go with the word of the Malaysian and Indonesian players, barbar. They like to just breach into compounds, take these fights. It feels very, very reckless, and they weren't prepared to deal with the consequences. But now it feels like they are a little bit more controlled. But I think that today, we talked a lot about Zully and what it means for him to return to the scene. And I think that because of this control style play, a little bit of a veteran mindset to kind of lead these newbies forward, it's exactly what's needed for them to kind of balance between strats as well as firepower.
Yeah, they look so much better on this control approach as well, where they were a lot more decisive. They didn't really have to really throw their bodies into risky territories. And you saw when ENAM Milan, as much as they're being caught up, there's still pretty much all these ideas that they had to try to go for the wraparound. We'll talk more about that later on, as we got the highlights rolling right now.
There you have it, top 4 right now. New era showing us what they're capable of, the newbies, as well as ENAM Milan actually. And I am very happy with this outcome because honestly, for me, new era, ENAM Milan, I was looking at them and I was thinking, okay, they're aggressive, they have the way, they have an idea of how they want to play, but it's not enough to really kind of match up with a more aggressive, more experienced team. So today, I am so happy to be proven wrong.
Yeah, likewise, overall, all these newly promoted PMNC teams are showing how hungry they are, not only for those elimination points, but they can actually be just as coordinated as some of the top guns that has been there before them. Overall, Nofal was the one to deal the final blow, and with his presence of mind into that matchup, you saw eArena was up on the approach on their vehicles, and he was also the one to also get those initial first contact to also halt the initiation coming from eArena, or else things could have actually gotten a lot worse, where it could be a 50-50 between them, ENAM Milan, as well as eArena. But with that form of a great idea of how to actually navigate through the battle, they walk away with 14 points, tied together alongside with eArena. Team Secret had that big brawl with Vampire Esports. We saw them walk away with more points because they were at the beacon of the tower throughout the whole time. On that lighthouse, they've been farming eliminations every step of the way.
Yeah, they were. Honestly, okay, looking at this, the strats and the plays, right? I can understand how some teams want to play aggressive and some teams want to play a little bit more passive. But at the same time, it feels like teams like VOIN Donkey, like Seb9, like D Xavier, who want to play a little bit more aggressive this time around, were punished, and heavily so. Because in these initial, skirmishes, a lot of time these kind of fights were kind of in the midst of that rotations. It's not really a breach, if anything. We didn't really see any of those. But to say the circle is a little bit more hard compared to the rest. But I feel like these younger teams that have, these new firepowers, the ones that you don't really meet before on the bigger stage, are just catching a lot of these kind of older teams off guard, and this is always very fun to watch.
Yeah, super fun. And on top of that, that was an excruciating circle to play against. Even the likes of Vampire Esports had to turtle underneath the bridge for how long? Almost the entire game, until they were forced to fight up against Team Secret. And a lot of all the other teams, even like VOIN Donkey, were forced to pick up the fight against strangers. They were lasting pretty long in the matchup, but they only walked away with those 2 points. So you see, they slowly move down into the 8th ranking, but at least they are safe with those 70 points. But biggest movers here, eArena, Team Secret, and New Era now joining into the top 16. They have surpassed Alter Ego as well as Talon. So they are currently safe, but they still gotta put more points because the rest of the pack, they're on the chase. So this final page is what we're gonna focus on. STES, 6ix9ine, FaZe Clan, HB, TODAK, they all do have a chance, and they got to ensure every point at the table is going to be enough to eventually overtake Alter Ego.
I think a lot of these teams are starting to change up the way they play. I'm seeing a lot of aggression. I think they want to go for elims, and understandably so. 1 elim, 1 point. And I think especially if you go for these early rounds, you're not necessarily sure if you're going to be able to get these placements. So by getting these early fights, by getting these early elims, sometimes you can just be able to farm up elims and get even more points in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place of the people who get the chicken dinners. Regardless, as we go into that one, we still have another 3 more maps. And I think with one more Erangel, for teams that are a little bit more, I would say, comfortable playing Erangel, this is your final chance to really prove yourself here on this map, to play a map that you're more comfortable to play. Because personally, for me, whenever I see a Miramar, it feels like a lot of teams are really challenged out of their comfort zone because of how daunting the long-range fights can be.
Yeah, some players are just well suited into playing close range battles. Maybe they just practice a whole lot by just, usually going into random lobbies, dropping into that boot camp of Sanhok, and just go gun blazing. But when it comes out to, being a little bit more patient, looking around for tiny little clues around the map and be spot on, it definitely takes a lot of focus in order to do that. So I guess like everybody here in PMSL have been able to have just about enough training, practice time on scrims, on minor tournaments at the very same time to get well adjusted, especially for those players who have been playing for many years, right? So it will still feel pretty much just as at home for these guys compared to Erangel, because so many of these tournaments still feel at least 2 matches of Miramar. So we are looking at maybe Thai teams, Vietnamese teams, as well as Indonesia to have been very, very proficient. But even teams like SEMBILAN have shown us the other day that, hey, if push comes to shove and you need them to actually play the long game, they're willing to wait and they're still willing to pounce, whether it is right below the foothill or on top of those hills. So it definitely will be very exciting when we do come back later on. I believe they'll be hitting for a break in a couple of moments, but there's plenty of takeaways for today where we saw big battles taking place, especially on that last round. Remember what happened in Pachinki? That DX battle as well as BTR. Oh, that was an absolute banger, and I think that Miramar is going to offer us a whole lot more. So Tash, I guess we'll go for a quick break, and we'll see you guys maybe about 30-40 minutes. So make sure you guys tune in by then.
Yeah, boy.
What is it that stirs fear within you? Is it danger? Or the weight of failing teammates?
Maybe it's the feeling of being trapped. Perhaps the uncertainty of what lies ahead.
We're in the initial facing threats alone. We always standing already. But we have always been here by your side. Now, rise. Embrace our strength and let your courage lead the way. What is it that stirs fear within you? Is it danger? Or the weight of failing teammates?
Maybe it's the feeling of being trapped. Perhaps the uncertainty of what lies ahead.
For an initial facing threats alone, we always stand ready. But we have always been here by your side. Now, rise, embrace our strength, and let your courage lead the way.
"2024 is history, but the fire of battle have just ignited in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The chapter of the 2025 PMSL SEA Spring begins now, right here, right this moment." Hello, PUBG Mobile Esports fans! Get ready for the ultimate showdown as the 2025 PMSL SEA kicks off. For 3 intense weeks in Kuala Lumpur, from February 26 to March 16, 24 teams will battle for the coveted Southeast Asian crown, and a $200,000 prize pool awaits the victor. This season, the battleground is set for the most intense fights yet, with exciting new formats shaping the action. Week 1 kicks off with 2 stages. In the group stage, 24 teams are divided into 3 groups and compete over 3 days. The top 16 teams will advance to the Super Weekend. Yes, say goodbye to Super Sunday. Now, 12 matches over 2 days will decide the Week 1 standings. Week 2 raises the stakes with a game-changing twist, Smash Rule. Once again, the top 16 teams advance to the Super Weekend after 3 days group stage. Before Sunday's matches begin, the match point will be set, determined by taking Saturday's first place team score and adding 10 points as the target score. On day 2, the battle will continue until team secures a winner-winner chicken dinner after reaching the match point, or until all 8 matches are played. It's also worth noting that on day 2, under the Smash Rule, Matches will rotate between Erangel and Miramar. Based on each week's Super Weekend ranking, teams will earn league rank points to secure final slots. And finally, the finals. The culmination of all the action. The top 16 teams, based on their league rank points from the league stage, will face off in 3 electrifying days to decide who will take the crown. Now, let's cheer for these 24 teams from Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. Rivals clash, legends rise. Only one will claim the throne and take the C slot for PMGO main event. The battle for glory starts now. Let the games begin!
Yeah, boy.
not be trapped. Perhaps the uncertainty of what lies ahead.
For an initial facing threats alone, we always stand ready. But we have always been here by your side. Now, rise, embrace our strength,
And let your
courage, lead the way. blisters feel within you? Is it danger or the weight of failing teammates?
Maybe it's the feeling of being trapped. Perhaps the uncertainty of what lies ahead.
We're in the initial facing threats alone. We always standing already, but we have always been here by your side. Now, rise, embrace our strength, and let your courage lead the way.
"2024 is history, but the fire of battle have just ignited in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The chapter of the 2025 PMSL SEA Spring begins now, right here, right this moment." Hello, PUBG Mobile esports fans. Get ready for the ultimate showdown as the 2025 PMSL SEA kicks off. For 3 intense weeks in Kuala Lumpur, from February 26 to March 16, 24 teams will battle for the coveted Southeast Asian crown, and a $200,000 prize pool awaits the victor. This season, the battleground is set for the most intense fights yet, with exciting new formats shaping the action. Week 1 kicks off with 2 stages. In the group stage, 24 teams are divided into 3 groups and compete over 3 days. The top 16 teams will advance to the Super Weekend. Yes, say goodbye to Super Sunday. Now, 12 matches over 2 days will decide the Week 1 standings. Week 2 raises the stakes with a game-changing twist, Smash Rule. Once again, the top 16 teams advance to the Super Weekend after 3 days group stage. Before Sunday's matches begin, the match point will be set, determined by taking Saturday's first place team score and adding 10 points as the target score. On day 2, the battle will continue until team secures a winner-winner chicken dinner after reaching the match point, or until all 8 matches are played. It's also worth noting that on day 2, under the Smash Rule, matches will rotate between Erangel and Miramar. Based on each week's Super Weekend ranking, teams will earn league rank points to secure final slots. And finally, the finals. The culmination of all the action. The top 16 teams, based on their league rank points from the league stage, will face off in 3 electrifying days to decide who will take the crown. Now, let's cheer for these 24 teams from Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. Rivals clash, legends rise. Only one will claim the throne and take the C slot for PMGO main event. The battle for glory starts now. Let the games begin!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you guys are having an enjoyable time because we're back here once again after quite a short break after the first half of the day over here. You're still tuning in to the official live stream of the 2025 PMSL Southeast Asia Spring Group Stage Day number 3. As today's going to be the last day before we jump into our first super weekend of the competition. Now joining me here on the main stage is none other than Zuli CMZ from NWE, and on the other end we have Jungs, who's going to be doing our translations for this interview. So Zuli, how are you doing today?
Doing great.
Right, he's doing great. Now of course I have to ask you this. Now your team haven't been having a good start here at the tournament on the first day, but the last chicken dinner was a huge turnaround, a comeback should I say. What changed for you and your team in that game?
Okey, untuk pasukan New Era awal-awal boleh dikatakan permulaan yang agak kurang memuaskan, tetapi dengan game ketiga tadi korang berjaya mendapatkan chicken dinner. Boleh ceritakan sikit tak apa yang berlaku ketika game ketiga tadi?
Bagi saya untuk starting mungkin player saya masih nervous lagi. Tapi untuk game ketiga tu just saya sebelum start game tu saya cakap jangan nervous, main je macam biasa dekat tournament-tournament sebelum ni. Confident je, just trust yourself.
Okay, so basically yes, I admit that we have a slow start, we have a rough start, but then I think that's one of the reason because of the players still nervous. And yes, before the game 3 start, I did tell my teammates to be confident, to trust themselves, they can do it. So basically I just support them for giving them a moral support. So yeah, that's how we do it.
I do believe that they do have a great pep talk before jumping into that game, and that's why it transpired in a positive manner this time about. But of course, we have to ask you this. Now, it's been a very long time since you actually came back to the PUBG Mobile Pro scene. Now, what differences do you feel this time around after coming back? Do you feel that it's more competitive, and is it more pressure for you this time about?
Okay, kalau kita bercakap pasal Zuli sendiri, Zuli boleh dikatakan dah lama lah berehat ataupun tak ikut pro scene. Untuk pandangan Zuli sendiri, apa yang Zuli rasa dengan keadaan pro scene sekarang? Adakah lebih kompetitif ataupun lebih pressure? Macam mana Zuli rasa?
Untuk sekarang saya rasa lebih kepada kompetitif lah. Gameplay pun kebanyakan bocah-bocah ngeri, bocah-bocah ngeri, semua laju punya ni lah. Untuk pressure saya rasa tak. Saya rasa macam biasa je.
Okay, so basically yes, I do believe that our pro scene right now is much more competitive compared to last time. If we take a look back in the mechanic skill, they have a lot of raw firepower, and then the games become much more fast-paced. So yeah, I think it's very competitive. But when it comes to pressure, I don't really feel any pressure. It's just like the level of competitiveness is that high.
Wow, I think those are great words from a pro player, because he does acknowledge that things have changed right now into more aggressive, more competitive, but being a professional himself, he is okay in his mind and soul. Now, of course, right now, your overall ranking for the whole team isn't really ideal looking. But do you feel the pressure is building up, or you and your teammates are staying focused into making it into your first super weekend?
Okay, sekarang ni kalau kita tengok overall placement untuk pasukan New Era sendiri taklah begitu bagus. Berbaki lagi 3 game untuk melayakkan diri ke Super Weekend. Adakah Zuli rasa pressure ataupun korang just fokus slowly untuk masuk ke Super Weekend?
Bagi saya tak ada pressure apa-apa pun. Just fokus untuk lepas ke Super Weekend. Main macam biasa je. Tu saja.
Okay, so basically I don't really feel any pressure. Even I told my teammate that don't be overwhelmed about certain thing. We just gonna focus on ourselves. We just try to slowly, step by step, playing good and then qualify to Super Weekend.
All right, thank you very much, Marco Zuli. All the best to you and your team. Of course, the other teams are competing as well. Jung's amazing translation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in a few short moments, we're going to be kickstarting our second half here of day number 3. Now, all these 3 upcoming matches is going to be crucial, as these teams are competing. Team A, Group A, and Group B are scouting around for as much points as possible. So we're going to be passing over back to our commentators to actually let us know about what we can expect in the next few games. Back to you, studios.
Talk goes a long way, and I absolutely do love the tagline written over their jerseys. They are absolutely trotting on their own, as New Era have finally secured their chicken dinner and are hoping to make the cut into the top 16, where we have saw glimpse of brilliance where they finally nailed it down in that past round of Erangel where things were looking so hectic. But back in game 1, we saw so many explosive action. Game 2, the pace just keep on going faster and faster, and that's why even Zuli could also feel that even after being absent for a while, the pace right now is set up really high. Can the players now handle the heat?
Oh, that's a good question, actually. Coming into this second half, I think, if anything, I think we heard the interview just now with New Era, right? About how he said that Zuli is the one to give that pep talk, as he mentioned before, and I think it's good that he's actually taking the initiative to be the guy to do that. Because sometimes when it comes to these newer players, you do need someone to just kind of leverage out. Sometimes that panic sets in, and sometimes you need to have that mindset. I think Coach Kent, that we interviewed so many times previously from Boom Esports, always says you need to have the mindset to be able to go next. You need to have the mindset to understand that it's okay to make mistakes, but when you learn and move on from them. And I think New Era is slowly adjusting to this, and that's huge. Regardless, as we go into the last 3 maps of the day, and I have to say that it's gonna be the hardest, if I do say so myself, because it's the final Erangel. Mindset shift. The last 2 Miramars gonna be even harder, given the fact that the map is already so hard to play with. It's large, it's huge, big rotations, long range fights, and not everyone is prepped for that. If you ask me.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you, but for a majority of all the teams that loves this map overall, since this is, after all, the classic map where everybody drops first and foremost when they enter the game, I think like if this is their strong suit, they gotta show all their cards right now, because they might not actually get much of a chance moving into the cities of Miramar, where it gets even more chaotic from then onwards. But we will have some great strategies coming in from Vampire Esports, Boom, and all the top 4 of the list, which will expect them to still continue to thrive heading into the next upcoming matches. We are already looking at certain trial and errors where VX are fielding, a brand new name with WOON being brought in and still having immense firepower. So I wonder if there's going to be any more changes. But other than that, I think we've got some big announcements for you guys back at home.
It's exciting when you come and go to IOIC Mall to watch this live. I think this is the second time that it's been taking place in Malaysia here for PMSL SEA Spring, and it's always been banger. It's always exciting when we're able to watch these matches live as well. So make sure to come by here. It's gonna be next weekend on the 14, 15, 16. Hang out there, meet your teams, and yell and be happy for your favorite players.
That's right, that's just 2 weeks away, so you guys can definitely plan up ahead, gather your friends, and have a good time all together to watch the best players of PUBG Mobile in Southeast Asia. So that being said, you guys could also log into the game and check out the brand new update that's coming in March, and that is the Memory of Sand, where you guys can explore a whole lot of new stuff being offered in this brand new 3.7 update.
I want to see sparkles, Prince of Persia knife, cool animations, and I want confetti to come off my gun when I shoot them.
Halfway through, I was like, it's kind of giving me that Dune kind of vibe. I almost shouted Lisan Al-Gaib for a moment.
No.
We're not going there.
No,
Maybe
that's enough. But anyways, you know what's not enough? Our sponsor from TECNO, the sponsor for our tournament, PMSL SEA Spring 2025. Exciting to have this brand with us here, especially when this particular brand, especially their phone, the POVA 6 Pro 5G, is powered by a fast processor and 120 Hz ultra smooth display, especially if you're playing games such as PUBG Mobile, which does require that extra edge in terms of being able to see your pixels a bit faster. This is the phone you want to go for.
Absolutely, and it's also pretty affordable for those of you gamers out there looking for a brand new phone for this year. Look no further, TECNO is here. So head over to the website. If you were to check out in store, you probably would be able to find them in those major malls as well. So right now, we move back into our matches to be played out. So it's prediction time. Now, on my list, I have 2 Thai teams, which do need plenty of points to get by.
I'm a variety.
And also Vikings.
You cannot say I'm biased. One of each. I'm fair that way. I wish I could have 4. I can put Malaysia in there as well. Why not, right? Sorry, go ahead, Contra.
Yeah, I think like next year maybe, or next season, we might actually get 4, so we could just put one from each region,
Hint,
just to make
hint,
it fair,
production,
right?
hint, hint.
Well, it's a little bit more of a headache for us to actually get things right at the very same time. That's going to be the case. Wow, quickly as we go, we only got 1 minute before we let ourselves into the next map.
Okay, so today, what's really exciting, I think TS, I mean, look at this grenade limbs, right? I don't blame them. You know, it's honestly surprising how players, even though it's CQC situation, they would rather bring out the nades in their hand and just make it rain from above. Like, Team Secret is one of those teams that did that a lot. We saw them just kind of like hunker around a building, make sure to surround from all angles, just completely make it rain from above. So there's not a lot of space that a lot of players can work with. That's what happened to Strangers as well. Just ate a nade straight to the face.
Yeah, plenty of these teams definitely utilize all these troubles into mass effect. And we'll see if we're going to get a big bang heading into our final map of Erangel, as this is the final chance for them to thrive in this map.
Phew! Last Erangel coming into today, and I am feeling hyped right now. As we go into today, I think, you know, as expected, day 1, fast attack, day 2, slow attack, day 3, a nice mixture, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. Okay, flight path from all the way from the northern 7th Popka to Georgia Pole. Fine, give me a Georgia Pole circle.
Ooh, Georgia Pole Circle. Well, hopefully we get it in our bags. So far, we've gotten 2 maps to be played out, and it's still around areas like Very Pure, Pre-Moss. Very southern-centric for the entire course of today. If it goes further south, I won't complain if it goes to the middle base. We saw how fast yesterday's match actually ended up when it does move into those islands, but it is definitely tough for some teams who are vying to actually get that direct drop, because this flight is kind of skewered towards the northern area of play instead. So it's going to be alternative plans for teams like Team Secret. So I wonder where exactly will they drop. Homeboys, they got a lot of regions to work with. They took Stalber, they took Kameshki, even one member, Kid. He's on the outskirts of Yasnaya and Severny, so he's going to be on the lookout. Very smart moves and adaptable play coming from members of Homeboys.
Okay. Oh man. You didn't tell me it's opposites day again.
Well, I guess like for now we'll just assume that everything is going on the opposite.
I'm sorry,
every
Contra.
single game.
I'm just messing with you. Anyways, coming into this one, wow. Okay, already at school. I think when we saw just now the drop spots, I'm surprised there's not a lot of teams that actually dropped toward the southwest side of the map at all. I think, yeah, there were a few that were just dropping out there, but a majority of them are toward the central side. So I can already project the northern side as well as the eastern side should have a lot of players fighting to get their way into the circle, unless, of course, teams are willing to change their pacing when it comes to that rotation. And I know a lot of them are not going to be doing that, especially since it's such a big priority to get the vehicles, to get the guns as well. And looting is such a big factor. But my question is, I would love, not my question, but what I want to see is some teams get a little bit more proactive. Say, okay, we have the vehicles, maybe bare bones instead of a weapon, but it's just enough, and go for a quick rotation to the circle. Because the team to actually take control and have control of the southwestern side, especially toward the very end of the ridges, right? You have so much control in not only dictating who comes to the circle, but also you don't have to worry about all 4 angles of yourself anymore. It's just less to work with.
Yeah, I think that it's definitely going to be a part of some of the team's game plans out there. We also get a little bit of an update that we have a new player in the house for FaZe Clan. Canary is in to sub out Kim Tony, while Parajin is now brought back in. So Wunti, his trial phase of 3 rounds kind of is pretty much over, but he's definitely shown himself to be a very formidable player for sure. From some of the battles that we last saw, that DX battle with BTR, that was super close, and they managed to win it. Although, even if it's not Wunti to be the final member to be surviving. But hey, here we go. Yuhai's in, Trexie's out.
Oof. I mean, Trexie wasn't necessarily bad either. I thought he was not bad. He provided a lot of cover fire. He's a little bit more passive than what we expect from a Mika Yuhai duo. But the end of the day, the trajectory is still similar. It's just a little less firepower than before and more about giving that support. And I think Tressy has done a phenomenal job of doing that, especially given the fact that Mika was able to go to the front lines and remain relatively unscathed throughout the entirety of his jump shots forward.
Yeah, overall, I guess like these are all preparations to be made right before Miramar, so it is gonna give them a little bit of warm up first here inside of this final map of Erangel. A little bit more amped up firepower onto the side of SEMBILAN to say the very least on what they could potentially offer in this round. I would dare say that SEMBILAN is in a very stable place with 62 points at the current moment, where
I
there is a
agree.
significant gap between them as well as New Era and perhaps certain teams who are not playing at the very moment. Well, of course, I kind of forgot about KAGENDRA that's currently just about New Era with 46 points. So right now, SDES, I guess they are going to find maybe 4 more points, knock down Talon, knock down AE, and then continue on with the chase to eventually stabilize in the top 16.
Yeah, you are. I just realized that big gap between Semna and Kagendra here. They're very comfortable right now. But Kagendra does tend to have those pop-off moments, right? It's not often. But once they do, it's actually devastating. It's very similar to what we expect to see from Boom Esports, from Alter Ego back in the day. They go quiet, they have quiet games. It's like pop off and get like what 20 plus points and then go quiet again. And I think Geek Fam also had that as well back in the previous seasons. So it's not something that's surprising nowadays. But for me personally, I still prefer. I mean, I think I had a conversation. I think I asked you this question before, but I don't remember the answer. Contra, in your opinion, do you prefer teams that are able to pop off and get 20 plus 30 points and then go quiet, or do you prefer teams that are more like they get like 6 points, maybe maximum 10, but they're always getting points every round? What's your take here?
As a guy who used to manage a team, I wish every round my team could just get 6 points every round. Like, just eliminations itself, I don't really care about placements. You get the chicken dinner, sure, that's 16 points, yay. But if you walk out with 6, okay, that's steady. By the end of the round, you know that you're going to be ahead for at least maybe 2 positions if you have that constant flow. But if you were to stagnate, I mean, if you were to continuously stick with those numbers, that's not going to win you that championship. But it's good enough for you to survive a long-running marathon such as the group stage.
So real. On top of that, I think some players, they forget that these weekday fights here, the only thing that matters is making it to the top 16. You don't really have to show off and go all out here, you know what I'm saying? They keep that strat book for the weekend. Unless, of course, things are not working out, then maybe you want to change it up. And honestly, coming into this game, okay, I think throughout the entirety of the last 2 Erangels we watched, we had early fights, right? Like at least 1 to 2 teams dropping at the same place, and then this initial skirmishes. We haven't seen that at all.
Yeah, and I guess like despite this northern-centric flight, I would have actually expected maybe a little skirmish around that region of Georgia Pole, and it was absolutely negated. And here comes SEM9, DX. They just say hello and wave at each other, just respecting just a little bit of distance.
Remember what I said about Sub9? How they're very in the midst of rotation, they see a team and they get very proactive. They start attacking them, and then they go into a fight, and then they kind of like figure out whether they're gonna stay or not. But this time it's very different. It's a lot more passive. It's that understanding, also that stalemate, right? They're like, okay, it's you guys. It's a bit early. Let's not shoot at each other. It just pass by.
Yeah, I kind of like that they don't opt to actually take out those very early fights. It's always a big risk and a big gamble. Sure, we already said that, hey, SEM9, you got 62 points, maybe you got nothing to lose, right? But like, what if you stagnate and get 0 points from here on, and then you have a big worry? You might just be overtaken by KAGENDRA eventually, New Era, who just got hot off a chicken dinner. So any safety measures that you can take in that early game is worthwhile. Like, sometimes these exchanges, you might lose 2 members, you might get 1 point. Is it worth it? Not exactly. So as much as it looked very similar on how the circle initially opened up, it will now close towards the side of Gatka. So this is going to be a different circumstance, which we saw DX, they took over the spot of Team Secret, which was a power position Now they have to re-rotate. They got to find another different spot. While teams are also trying to figure this one out. That cut's always tricky, right? Plenty of open space, open field, flat grounds, maybe a couple of huts and compounds to work with. Some elevation of the hills. Other than that, it's long-range trades from all around.
Man, I wanted to see an early fight. I wanted to see an aggressive push early. Okay, maybe we might get that right now. As this time around, Sem9 is saying that's enough of the stalemate. Let's go and get active here. Yuhai cooking up the nade. And this is exactly what I was expecting from Sem9 if I see Yuhai playing in and joining the fray. I expect aggression. I expect really big fights because that's what he's known for. He's known for a very, very aggressive 1v1s, 1v2s, 1v3s. And somehow the opening is not going to be happening between these two teams. Actually from eArena starting things strong. But coming back to this particular fight here, yeah, there were some initial skirmishes, initial shots, initial smokes, initial nades, but none of these players are willing to fully commit quite yet. There is one player of Sem9 hanging on the outside. It's Mika that's coming close. And I think he's going for a long rotation here. And it's great. It's understanding that someone might be rotating, checking out if someone is around the area, hoping the third party. There's that they have to worry about as well. But I think it's also really important to note that usually whenever it's these long-range fights, at least where Mika is usually Firen playing far out. They've really changed the role this time.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the rest of VXAs, it's okay. We troll in. We have all 4 members staying intact. If anything happens, we can still back each other up. So it's still going to be tough. If Sem9 were to commit with 3 members, they will still be outnumbered. Mika might not actually get those goals. Some of these areas have been smoked up, so he is now closing in the distance to try to infiltrate with all 4 to rush right through. You can see plenty of utils now open up, and all these smokes are absolutely negating all these tracks, and that grenade did clip Lambo to 50%.
Here comes the wait. Oh, I like this high ground take by Yuhai. I'm sure they've already noted his footsteps, so they are going to be on high alert here. Finds no one on the outer end, and this is huge because he gives him so much cover. It makes him realize there's no one outside here. But these Xavier are okay to just really play inside, and understanding that the reason why they don't want to go inside is possibly because they have a DBS, they have those shotguns. You can hear the shots of the guns coming through, but nothing is actually hitting right now. And there's another fight happening at the same time. It's eArena getting the upper hand. I'm not too sure against the... Oh, it's actually against a different team. There's the opening now. It's going to be Nade coming up huge against Kenny. He's been knocked down already. He's playing close just to make sure no one can actually spray him. The rest of Sem9, I'm actually quite surprised at the lack of response right now. There's only nades. There's not really a breach. Understandably so. But I would love to see a big opening to them. There we go. D Xavier taking things in their own hands. Actually finding out Firen this early, knowing that he's inside of that shack. Yuhai takes things into his own hands as well. He wants to answer back, and he does. One knockdown already. He's playing it relatively safe, making sure that no one is playing these corners. He's put a lot of space between himself as well as D Xavier. Understanding the gun himself that he has is not made for these kind of fights. One knockdown already. He's looking to spray. Jumps down. The timing is not so great right now, but unfortunately for him, D Xavier's timing is even better. Parajin, how are you able to get away with this? Because it is looking so good. ENAM, like usual, looking to third party, and they do just that. They're hungry. They want to go for these points. They want to chase. Levi's looking to change the trajectory of this fight. 2 members gone already. Paradin eliminated. Kryptonite, the player that has been making waves, making impact for the team, taking out space. Sonara on the outside, searching for the final member of the Xavier. And one by one, they fall like dominoes. And the Xavier also will go down.
Make way for ENAM Milan. Look at the Cavs. They are absolutely on fire. They just struck them down when they were trying to go for the reset. And D Xavier, that looked pretty impeccable on how they hold out on that defensive stance. And perhaps you could say Sem9 took a little too long. Yuhai climbed up there. He was ready to pounce. But when they tried to move in, you saw the knock onto Mika. And then Firen tries to enter from the opposite end. They were kind of isolated from then onwards. So D Xavier, they just pushed out and they slowly isolated the fight, win that outrighteously so, but they weren't prepared at all for 6-9. My, that was a grand battle. And here we have another one. Homeboys now takes on Vampire Esports as they drive right through. Shamils continues on with these form of assault. Tony K pulls all the way back, giving a little bit of help towards the side of Mormon. But no full commitments just yet coming in from the rest of Homeboys.
Honestly, looking at this new roster of VPE, if someone asked me to make a fantasy team, I think, okay, take the roster of FaZe, put it with VPE. It's like a dream come true to me. I'm loving what I'm seeing from them so far right now. But as the circle shrinks, not every team is able to get inside, and the Vikings are looking to get active, looking to become the gatekeeper. And if you see that western side right now, right, that high ground, look at 3 teams there, EA, Team Secret, as well as the Vikings. That is hectic because everyone is looking to push down this terrain. You can't really go down with and just rush away because of how the terrain is built. Sakura with the nasty sprays puts in a lot of chip damage into Team Secret. A rush over by NC2. That is gross. That is disrespectful. But they're looking to do it more.
Yeah, they will really have to sandwich the rest of Team Secret and cut them off from this location as they're slowly withering themselves away inside of the blue zone. They need to actually respond quick, and all these smokes are just not giving them enough vision to take on the rest of eArena, but they did manage to find Tiger. It's down to Jiki, but they did manage to go 1-for-1. Break from the back! Oh, he gets the catch! A great recovery for a response, but Break, he's all low now. Whatever points he can basically stash, this is the time to do it. And now, he's only got that tree to cover up. Joker, he's just gotta wait. He gets those angles right. Gets a couple of tags over on his shoulders, but that's not enough just yet. Does he have any meds? He just really have to find a way to book it. Sakura is the next one to falter. And this one is coming from Break, who just broke all of their arms and ankles.
He doesn't have any heals. Yep. That'll be the end of that. Honestly, my question for EA just now was that why didn't they just quickly work together to find him in the end? I understand they want to go for the reset, but at the same time, it felt like they didn't really have to lose one more member this earlier. Sometimes you need a bit more aggression, and I think they were punished for that decision, but that's fine.
Oh, yeah. I'm just trying to soak in as well, like, exactly that question, right? Like, they could have actually done it so much sooner than so. And I guess they were also worried about those teams who are trying to swarm in. There was another squad over on the foothill initially, so they were staying a little bit more cautious. Understandably so,
What's that
but
shot?
Wow, that's coming
Where
from
did that
Brazy.
come from? Oh, BTR. They always get that high ground advantage. I'm so sorry for cutting you, Contra.
Oh, no worries. All good. Anyways.
But, yeah, go back
on.
to your point. Oh, me? Me? My turn? I'm just kidding. Yeah, but, you know, I was about to say that BTR has been today is such a change in pace from day one they were playing. Day one is about aggression, it's about fights, it's about getting those eliminations while playing at their best. But today, it's quiet early, but prioritizing that positioning. You saw them, I think, for last all the Erangels. They've been playing on the top side of the terrain, on the top side of the hills. Risey on one end, they have a nice cross playing on top of each other. But enough about BTR because ENAM's Milan, wow, they're all around the map this time. They're aggressive as heck. They're taking fights left, right, and center. They disregard every single team that come out. It's that mentality that anything can happen. And look at that, Sondara already on a buggy, looking to see if anyone's through the smokes, finds nothing. Okay, great. But VPE, they're hunkered down together. They know strength is in numbers, but their positioning, because they're so close to each other, it just allows for the other members of, say, Homeboys, who's third-partied them, to come online and just completely spray the heck out of them. And Nams Milan, even though they started off the fights just now, they were the ones to back off and give that space, hoping the Homeboys would start it off. And they're like, okay, the Homeboys is here. Let's just wait and see. Let's just steal kills. And they've done quite that. They've stolen away one member of Homeboys already. Mormon needs to be picked up, and so does Shamils. And the rest of VPE saying, I don't want to stay here right now because what's important right now is that we're managing to stay a bit more alive and keeping our points in check.
Yeah, that three-way rally has now turned into a four-way battle as well with the presence of BTR. It was a very practical move coming from the rest of Homeboys, but New Era, they crashed the gates, and they are challenging the rest of VOIN Donkey that has been here the entire time. And just like that, they crash out from victory to nothing.
I'm kind of surprised. We were just talking about this particular scenario against New Era earlier. How I said, okay, New Era looks a little bit more put together. New Era is the team that we want to see just kind of hold back that initial aggression. I did not see the reason why they would rush in that way because the circle was not against them. There was no run around them. And they should have been understanding that if they want to take the CQC fights, they have to be ready to deal with the consequences. The DPS, and I didn't feel like they had that.
Yeah, not at all. Especially there are cars parked around that vicinity. They should know that there's a team around. Sure, they might think that it could be a potential challenge that can win, but they were late on arrival and they were arriving in a spot where they were absolutely exposed to all the members of VOIN Donkey. Exposure. This is going to be Max being exposed for TODAK as he did manage to strike one down before going on his knees. Lobby try to find something through the smokes. There's still plenty of Strangers members that needs his help. But he is deterring the rest of Vampire as they are going on their own reset. Lobby's got to go in quick as well to get his teammates back on track.
This could potentially become a four-way fight, honestly. You can see all eyes are on the middle side of the pack, and that's the danger of coming into the circle early. Now, HOMEBOIS managing to survive that initial skirmish just now, gonna move out the way. And I'm really liking where KAGENDRA has placed themselves. It's a nice little terrain. It's right at the side of the circle, so they can take their time for that rotation is number one. Number two, anyone rotating inside the circle, it's just easy pickings for them. And on top of that, given the fact there's 3 people fighting in the middle of the circle, KAGENDRA can just easily go for those long-range pickoffs. We've seen Ryzy do it before. We've seen Fearon do it before. And somehow this 3-way fight, I'm surprised it is going this long and no casualty quite yet. Onsense does get a bit of a name, but Kwang's positioning, that is huge. He's right there in the smack dab in the middle of the circle, but because he's all alone, no one's really paying attention to him. So he's able to get away with 2 pickoffs just now.
This is an absolute battle royale that is going to involve more than 5 teams right now directly in the center. BTR, they've decided not to be involved, but Strangers, they hold out. Vampire Esports managed to deter the rest of Vikings on arrival. I thought there would be a lot more coming from the side of Vikings. They were on an elevated corner, but yet again, they got shut down. But they did walk away with those 3 points. But now here comes KAGENDRA, the next challengers on the block. How are these wheels still running for the side of Strangers? Beats me. It's been a long time, and Achil finally gets a little something. That's going to be a member out from the side of Empire Esports, and that is TODAK already off of the list. Pretty huge as they are denying a little bit more pressure coming from the squad, but oh my goodness, where are they going this time around? They're moving towards the rest of these members of BTR, and the nades are dropping by.
BTR has nice positioning as well. 2 areas of the high ground in their favor is looking good. Easy pickings for anyone rotating inside. They don't have, and it's quite, I think, frankly, toward the center side of the circle. So it's looking good for them. Now, Kage just now, I think they were punished for their, and I was saying it was good positioning, but as the circle pulled toward the southern side, it's making it so difficult for them. I think they were great having that high ground hold, a 2-2 formation, but now they're forced to really rethink their positions because right now, only 1 member from KAGENDRA is inside the circle and now forced out because of the sheer amount of teams and bodies there are on the eastern side. But Lele Boy is here. I think ENAM Milan looking to fight them for that corner. But in this situation, you take this fight and immediately another 2 teams who are inside the circle are just going to be so happy to pepper spray at you. So this is a situation where you have to really figure out whether you want to show off your hand, go a little bit aggressive now into an all-out fight, or do you want to be a little bit more sneaky, put yourself into a 3-1, 2-2 maybe, and just kind of like really decide how exactly you want to approach these team fights. And speaking of team fights here, BTR, they're meeting up against another team there. It's going to be ENAM Milan watching from the outside. VOIN Donkey is so close by, and you know that VOIN Donkey also has the same situation where they're so sharp with their shots, especially Zeta. As soon as they see one little micro angle shown off in say a window when you're in the middle of a spraying or fighting another team, he will strike.
Overall, it's been pretty impressive as well as to how BTR has been holding the only compound over on the southern corner of the map. They managed to spot out Cleon. They are trying to check every single angle, although the pressure is actually coming from the rest of ENAM Milan. The nades are dropping very, very closely. And take a look at KAGENDRA. They're also on the wheels. Who knows if they want to crash into these gates as well. But the nades are landing nicely onto the edge of Krypton. Not enough to take him down just yet. Hill of grenades all lopped right in, but nothing fully connecting just yet. But they have dropped both Sundara as well as Kryptonite a little low. BTR, they're not too concerned just yet, but the distance is just drawing to a close right now. They're trying to find if there's going to be enough room, and here comes Krypton. He's going to crash right through.
You can always rely on him to do that opening, and it's massive against the heavy hitter. It's gonna be Federales that falls, so Dara as well will answer, but Snape as well as Hulk will trade off each other as well. Both teams suffering heavy losses right now. Voxy is on the inside. Ryzy is close at the very least, so it's still a two-player team for BTR. They can make some magic happen here. Sprays are good. You can always rely on Ryzy to make it clean, but Ryzy will eventually fall. VOIN, this is what I was talking about. Opportunistic as ever, waiting for the time to go aggressive. Get some pickoffs, and ENAM SEMBILAN, they're stuck here, but surprise, surprise, in the corner in the midst of that reset, Hulk shows his claws, and he comes up huge right now. Gonna be able to just quickly reposition with his teammates. Gonna go for that pickup, but it's not done quite yet. Boom Esports is close, and so is VOIN Donkey. Potato about to bleed to death. Razak is close right now, but it's so hard to go for this reset because Yummy is gonna make sure that he's able to pick off every single team that crosses in front of them. Yummy gets 2, Razak out. We have our top 4.
Wow, so much going on in this map. VOIN Donkey was forced to leave the compound and forced to go on foot, being exposed to the entire team of Boom Esports. And lucky enough for ENAM SEMBILAN, they managed to still recover a member at the very least. Oops, I guess I kind of cursed it for a little bit, as there is the arrival of the rest of Boom to actually take them on. Speaking of which, Herbs, he finds the drop, but there is a buggy swinging by. He's going for a little boy instead. The bullets are actually connecting, and here comes the rest of Kage in action, reacting to it and managing to seek them out. One member left for Side of Strangers Esports. KAGENDRA find themselves in the perfect spot. 3 against 4. This is absolutely doable against Boom Esports.
That right timing for Boom Esports, massive! They've been waiting for quite some time. They disregarded the 3-way fight entirely and kept the cards so close to the chest. Now somehow it's a 1v1 or rather a 4v3. Ichan gonna try and open it out. Actually gets Frenzy quite low right now. Ichan thinking, okay, cut our losses, let's go for a reposition. Pawnbit relatively quiet right now. He's positioned himself. I'm not sure if they know. Oh, runs him over. They are so aware. Seeing an Indonesian derby. I'm sure for both these teams, they are very aware of how they play off each other. I'm sure scrims have happened as well in the off seasons between these two teams. Needs a round, and Boom Esports looking to just completely demolish here. A lot of chip damage, just slowly crippling down. They know where Frenzy is. I'm not sure they know where Yummy is. Not sure if they know where the last member of Boom Esports is. They do still need to pick up Pawnbit. I think for Boom Esports, it's fine. They have to go in super aggressive. Zero sprays the heck out of him. Pawnbit, Yummy is close by to go for that rescue mission. A lot of damage already sustained for one member of KAGENDRA.
They finally go in for the recovery. That run over coming in is... He was actually limping, but there wasn't exactly enough time for KAGENDRA to actually secure that point. Now they have already repositioned, with Casper also looking over onto the back end of the hill. Zero's got to be very careful as Ichan is also sending his vehicle into the smoke, driving right through. Damage being done. He has to back away and recover once again. So grand reset, that leaves Casper all alone up top.
A lot of pressure in the smokes as well. KAGENDRA is just making sure to spray off every corner. They managed to get 2 knocks already for Boom Esports. I'm surprised that Boom Esports hasn't been able to capitalize off this small chip damage. Oh, I spoke too soon. 1 knockdown already. That's huge. And that's one nade from Yummy. That's enough to take down one of the members of KAGENDRA. Has to go for the reset. Frenzy has access to this package, so this could give him a lot of value if he's able to get some really big stuff in there. I don't think that package has already been ransacked yet. But KAGENDRA finding themselves inside of this compound, and that's massive. Not a lot of space to work with though. Frenzy, fortunately for him, quickly traded out. Does eventually does go for 1. Kill secured already. Yummy looking to go in for this massive flank. Quietly breaching the compound, aware that they're both on the outside. He has to play quietly. He could go for a QC perhaps. Oh, he spotted him out. That micro angle is huge. 3 fires abound here. One of them does hit him quite low right now. Ichan rushing for his life.
Drawing to a close right now, and the tap connects! Oh my goodness, I thought it was gonna be Boom Esports. You saw they were relentless, chasing after all these members of KAGENDRA. And yet again, there was that opportunity for him to go for a pickup and says, no, I got this in the bag. KAGENDRA rewarded with the second chicken dinner here on the weekday run.
It's just one by one falling, right, for Boom Esports. KAGENDRA is just so opportunistic. Honestly, for me, the play by Frenzy to go for this one-on-one in the beginning was great. He already had the loot from the package. Okay, fine. Aggressive spray is huge. But my question is, what was the idea of not waiting for your teammate to kind of like start off that fight first? You don't have cover and you have no clue where the other members of KAGENDRA are. And KAGENDRA has done real well in making sure, number one, to secure that compound. Number two, holding their cards close to your chest without really showing where the positions are. And number three, reacting off Boom Esports play. Because after all, Boom Esports is the one outside. Personally, for me, I think they should have waited a bit more. The circle will eventually pull away from the compound. But I think Boom Esports got a little bit too hasty, which landed that chicken dinner into the laps of KAGENDRA.
Yeah, after all, it was a 3 versus 4, mind you. Like, what you just said, they can afford to take their time. They have follow members that they can actually go in for a pickup, but no, they just went in pushing all the way, thinking that, hey, if we put enough pressure, they will crack eventually. But KAGENDRA did not crack even one bit. Let's take a look at the highlights, because there's a whole lot to cover. And just like that, KAGENDRA secures yet another win. And with this win, they are definitely poised for a top 16 run. And it was a little bit of a slip up coming from Boom, being a little bit too hasty, like you said. And also, credit to where credit is due. KAGENDRA, they were very composed in that measurement of the fight. You saw they were trying to practically approach, going outside of the hill to poke them prod, and then they tried to get a little bit more recovery, moving back into compounds, and then find themselves another chance when Boom arrives to the scene. Maybe a little bit too confident in that approach, but hey, what's done is done. They got to lick their wounds and prepare for Miramar.
2 more Miramar maps to go, and honestly, MAQNA is the team that's really been impressing me today. I am loving the fact that this team is getting a little bit more proactive, a little bit more ambitious than they should be. And the thing is, when you are in this situation, and my understanding is possibly the idea or the pressure that's coming forward for MAQNA. It's a lot of aggression, it's a lot of fights, and they are actually taking these fights and kind of like turning it into situations that are unfavorable to favorable. But holding on about, and I'll talk about them later, because Achul, okay, is the one to take the MVP for this one. And it's for KAGENDRA, if you see in terms of survivability, in terms of how they play, it's not really been more about damage or about fights or anything like that. It's all about just trying to be able to survive. And I think that it's really good that they have, okay, what's our priority list right now? Number 1, survive. Number 2, fights. Sorry, number 1, survive. Number 2, positioning. Number 3, fights. Because the way that they've been playing has been very, very good in terms of not only just the movement, but also their positioning. I noticed that they go aggressive, but only after they have the most optimal place to play with. Let's talk about like maybe a terrain, a tree line, a compound even. And these decisions actually really affect the outcome of their fights, and it's just given them so much to work with. And in terms of eliminations, yes, not the highest compared to MAQNA, compared to Boom Esports, but it's still enough to give them 17 total points this game.
Yeah, and just judging from all these little micro decisions, like you said, when they get those form of position, they are going to expand their wings. They are not afraid to also fall back if the pressure was a little bit too immense and try to repeat that form of a process, which eventually gained them this victory. Sure, you may argue that, hey, Boom had it in the bag. Boom could have actually sealed the deal, but hey, credit towards the side of KAGENDRA, where they know that if they were to turtle in, it forces Boom to also push no matter what. So that definitely is going to be a tough situation, regardless of the situation. Meanwhile, ENAM SEMBILAN, like you said, this has been another outstanding game. Today has been them on the rise throughout it all, and still a really good day for a majority of the indigenous squads, while the rest of the pack has been able to at least show up. Majority of them got themselves into big fights. We saw even in stage 3 onwards, all these teams were really vying for a good spot, and it was nowhere to be found for some of them.
Regardless, overall rankings coming up here. I told you, Boom Esports is the Raja comeback. I told you they're the kings of comeback. I hate that I'm right, because they always do this. I remember yesterday I tweeted out at Gary, and he was like, hey, who's coming to this place? And I said, well, you better be in KL, and then shall I be seeing you there? And he goes, you know what, I'll be there to see my boys take the trophy. And I'm like, damn, that's aura. That's confidence.
He always had that aura, you know.
No, it's Gary's aura. Let's be real here.
Yeah, like up to I mean, I know of Gary, but I've never personally spoke to the guy, because like he's just got this really strong aura, and a lot of people around him all the time. So I'm like, okay, maybe one day I'll get my chance to have a chat with him. So yeah, I absolutely get it. And overall, Boom, they're looking great. You say they always strive towards those crucial moments. At this time, they arrive. It's not too late, and it's just perfectly in time for them to claim that top spot. Well, over here, the top 16, ENAM SEMBILAN has made it. They have already cut into the above 45 points. New Era has now been knocked down to 17. Now it is the race between New Era and the members of 6ix9ine Esports. Both sides are definitely hot in form. Unfortunately, in this game, New Era kind of bowed a little too early. We saw what happened. They took on the fight against VOIN Donkey, but was that even the fight? They arrived and they just got deteriorated in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, they tried to go the aggressive strat. I think this is it came back to that simple thing again. You know, how these takes are, and whether or not you're prepared to deal with that consequences. Like it or not, despite the DBS already being nerfed in a CQC situation, it's still going to thrive. Those jump shots are scary. Yeah, some people said, okay, the nerf on the DBS made it a little bit too weak. But the thing is, what people don't, they said, oh, the nerf of DBS is still looking really strong right now. I don't understand, it doesn't feel like a nerf. But for me personally, it's not really it being weak, it's just not in the right hands. And in most of these players in this lobby, that DBS, especially inside a compound, is devastating damage. Is just one shot is enough to knock a team down, it's a player down. We've seen double shots come forward, we've seen call-out hits even, and that's how terrifying it is. And that is the consequence if you are not looking to check and get info first before you go aggressive into a compound.
Yeah, if they need any more proof, just rewind back into game 2 where Kid just blasted out the entirety of FaZe Clan with that DBS, right? So that's enough of a statement. Now, moving into Miramar, we would still expect to see a little bit more of that weapon to be in play as well. Now, I guess we'll definitely focus on the cutoff point, which is now going to be ENAM SEMBILAN that's on that top 16. So, of course, it is suspenseful, but you know what's good for suspense? Good music. And we are definitely bringing in a brand new music collaboration here to celebrate our 7th anniversary of PUBG Mobile, coming really soon on March the 7th. So you got to ensure that you stay up to date, subscribe to all their social media platforms, because you don't want to miss on a familiar friend that's coming back on his way. I think I give it enough clues. So,
I don't know why, but I suspect I know. I suspect, but I don't want to.
You want to take a guess?
No, I don't want to say it. I don't want production to be like, Tash, Why did you leak? And I'm like, I don't know anything. It was just a guess. I'm not risking that. Anyways, we still have 2 more maps coming into today, and it's Miramar. I think you did mention about prepping and gearing for that map. I'm not saying it's a difficult map. I'm saying it's a different map compared to Erangel. It's definitely a lot bigger, a lot long range fights. But the thing is, right, despite me saying it's gonna be a lot more long range fights, blah 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 blah, we've seen a lot of long range fights even in Erangel. Firen is one of them. Ryze does some long range ones as well. Even Zeta. So I am expecting these 3 players to completely just pop off in the next map.
Yeah, I do expect them to really do wonders here, especially Feared, right? Like, from the early rounds of today, from yesterday's SEMBILAN's massive performance, I think, like, he's definitely onto something. Despite, this game, he went into a close range battle, maybe not his strong suit, after all. I can't be wrong, but hey, I can also be wrong with predictions. You guys can argue with me in chat. Tell us who you guys predict.
Hold on.
But you guys got good predictions here.
Hold on. This time, our predictions are overlapping. We both have VOIN Donkey.
Okay, that's only one overlapping though.
If no, that's not the problem. The problem is there's two outcomes for this, right? It's either VOIN Donkey gets blessed and gets the chicken, or VOIN Donkey bows out early.
Oh yeah.
And if VOIN Donkey doesn't really bow out early or late, but it's somewhere in the middle, then we're not the problem.
Yep.
I gotta simplify this. I gotta simplify this. I'm sorry.
I like the way that you just put out that disclaimer out there. Is like, don't come at us. I know, like, some of you guys can be feisty on the keyboards, but hey, the nature of the competition is just so tough for all these players. You saw the intensity, you saw the frustration on Boom's face. Like, they knew they had that one in the back, but it's a small little misstep, and that chicken dinner slips away. It could just be like that, and our predictions can all go haywire because of all these small nuances. But hey, even on all the other predictions that you put, I think that these are very strong contenders moving into this Miramar matchup.
You're right. Honestly, if you asked me in the beginning, who do you think is going to be one of the most scary players around? I would not even look at ENAM Milan. I would think, okay, this dynasty team, this dynasty player, this team has a really good player, I'll go for them. But ENAM Milan, especially Hulk, has been really scary. I think the way Hulk plays, especially in his positioning, kind of like separating himself from the team and just moving into different areas to catch them off guard, is scary. So, ENAM Milan today, I wish I put ENAM Milan into my prediction.
Oh yeah, I kind of missed them out. I already locked my answers in. That's how
It's okay. Let's pretend. We both have ENAM Milan in there.
Yeah. At least they're in our hearts, right? And
it's the thought that matters.
Yeah, Hulk last game. This guy, he's a beast. He's a monster. He's absolutely incredible. I wonder what other incredible things can Hulk offer this time around. Maybe we have them to believe too much. You can prove us wrong as we move into our rounds of Miramar.
Yoo-hoo, yee-haw. We're going to Miramar. Okay, last 2 maps. Last 2 chances for these teams, at least who are currently not in the top 16, to catch up.
Plenty to do. So little time. So little games. But is this the time where teams just go big or go home right now? I guess top 10, no pressure. They can do whatever they want. I'm not asking them to throw the game by any chance, but they definitely want to at least squeeze some points here. Maybe there's still prizes for, gunslinger awards that they really want to chase, or other titles out there. Do we have
who's currently at the bottom, like edging toward the 17th, 18th spot right now? New Era.
Bottom?
New Era. What's there? ENAM Milan. Okay, I think for these 2 teams. Okay, I think. Oh, and Strangers. Yeah, and Strangers has had like some really bad moments, right? Like they went. I think they bowed out 2 games today with 0 points. Correct?
That's right.
So the thing is, this map especially for these teams, I'm expecting it to be a little more. I think TODAK as well is tethering somewhere there as well, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, circle up north. Fine. I am expecting a lot more aggression from these teams at the bottom because it's a nothing to lose attitude.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I definitely feel you there, sister. Overall, like, it also depends on where they actually landed first and foremost, right?
Okay,
Like,
first of all, landing right just now. Did you see TODAK is side by side with Boom Esports? I am concerned.
oh
for
yeah.
them.
I genuinely am, and that's where I was trying to see like if there's gonna be any form of fight happening over here. But for BTR, coast is clear. Meanwhile, FaZe Clan also has a little bit of space of their own. I guess it's just the usual traditional Miramar where Phase 1 is gonna be maybe at least quiet for the first 3 minutes, so to speak. But this time it gets a little bit more challenging because for the first time in this season, they are being brought towards the northeastern corner, maybe a little bit deeper into areas like Campo Militar, Cruz de Val, areas like that, which we don't really get to see too much of coming from the past couple of days. And we're already getting some test shots come from KNS as he just got subbed in, as he will be the fresh hands to replace Get Slow. Maybe he's getting slower a little bit, perhaps. Bad joke, I know. Sorry about that.
Nothing. I'm just thinking right now. Okay, change in player, right? I was looking at links just now. I was like, okay, who are we? I'm seeing a change in roster, but who's out? Okay, now I know. Okay, just now you said that for TODAK, bringing in some Indonesian players have kind of like changed the way they approach the game. A lot more firepower, and I think for a while now, TODAK, I think for many years as well, especially when we see them regardless of tier 1, tier 2, they've had kind of like similar recurring themes when it comes to the problem on how exactly they approach their team fights, their plays, how they play each map. But what about now? With these imports coming through, has it changed a lot? Wait a minute, Newsy in? Newsy in!
Finally!
Ooh!
We haven't seen him for a while, and this is him making his debut here on the final 2 maps. But do you remember on the dominating spree that the Vampire Esports players had when Newsy was around on his prime days? Even back in those Infinity days where they basically don't even lose a single Miramar map ever.
Yeah.
Okay, I hope he's back.
I think he's their secret weapon. No, think about it.
Oh yeah, I definitely do think so.
The thing is, like, they're already in the Super Weekend. Do you need to show your secret weapon now?
You know why? You want to know why?
Practice.
Not only
Warm
practice.
up for tomorrow.
They hate to be in second place. Like, they need to overtake Boom Esports with 92 points.
Fine. It's about the aura then. It's about the aura points. I get you.
I guess, like, maybe it's like a little bit of a team rewards that we do not know of. Hey, guys, if you guys get number 1, we get free Prakapal for 1 week, let's just say.
What?
I don't know what the real reward is.
Prakapal, man. In Malaysia, what food? Nasi lemak for 1 week.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, they can still find Thai food around. I mean
yeah,
it's up to their
but
taste
we're in
buds.
KL. It better be Malaysian food. Come on now. Okay lah, nasi kerabu lah.
Okay. Boleh. Yeah, I do enjoy myself some nasi kerabu. For those who have not known, is a authentic Malaysian cuisine where, of course, is hailing from the northern region of the peninsula. Absolutely healthy and delicious. One of my favorite orders through the apps, actually.
Yeah, it's really good. It's hella good.
Give it a try.
Yeah, okay. Kage. Honestly, Kage had a pretty good day today, if I'm being honest. Like, how many times has Kage broken the hopes and dreams of these bigger teams to get the chicken dinner? Let's be real here. There are so many times where it's like, okay, a man deficient for the team, no problem. Achul, his nades are scary.
Overall, he has been the key player over on the side of KAGENDRA. He's been probably the man of the match for those matches where KAGENDRA has outrightly won or be in the top 4. And, you know, to my surprise, KAGENDRA now closes into 13th spot. And take a look at who's above them. Team Secret, right? Team Secret kind of stagnated, no? Like, KAGENDRA
I agree.
did so much more than what Team Secret did as compared to, you know, their pop-off day back in the
Day one, right?
Day 1.
Yeah.
Today they were sleeping.
I don't think they're sleeping. I think whatever their plans were, whatever they did on day 1 has been read by other teams. Other teams know how to deal with them because the amount of pressure, the amount of presence they've shown on day 1 has been massive. So if I were, say, a coach or analysts or even a team, I would be like, oh, today the team that I've been kind of like, been worrying about, that I'm seeing on the kill feed a lot, is Team Secret. What can we do to kind of like to deal with them? And I wouldn't be surprised if they went back to their room, right? That 1 day break they had, and then they were like, okay, how do we deal with this particular team, especially Break? Because I think for today, where they did have like a 3-1 formation going on, where Break was the one who's just really, to play a bit more aggressive, somewhere back, playing that first contact game, he's getting shut down very quickly.
Ooh, speaking of which, Vampire Esports now drive fly towards the area of KAGENDRA. This fight looked to be very, very nasty. As shots are being fired, Capper gets the shot onto Tony K, quickly deters him, but there's still more to come. As he tries to battle through the staircase, it's still going to be an eye for an eye. Trev secures it, while Trev is also being peppered from the back. What a bloodbath, while Acho dance all around. He got them all cornered through the doorways. And now it's all about securing all the numbers here. Well, he has backup arriving from the back. Nuzi goes out. And this is just devastating for Vampire Esports. They just brought in Nuzi, and he has barely gotten any form of action. And here comes ENAM SEMBILAN Esports. Oh my goodness, they're everywhere today.
They're just rushing around the map. Different motivation, different mindset come forward here, as Kage does manage to get a knockdown onto Hulk. His teammates are around to just completely secure the area as well as trade him out, and that's massive. Anyways, coming onto D Xavier here on the lower ground, they do have a compound to play with, but it's making it so hard for them to rotate right now, because the positioning for the Vikings on top of the treatment is just making it so hard. They have this full terrain in their control right now, and D Xavier, for me personally, in the last 2-3 maps, they have had one of the worst problems in terms of trying to rotate into an area. They've been picked off from high grounds. They haven't been lucky in terms of their pushes as well, and this time around they have no clue where exactly the member of the Vikings are. Goes to his close, he puts in the damage, makes his presence known. He has a bit more of a tanky vehicle alongside Bin, so they can just kind of like put in the damage. They saw a majority of the Xavier come out, and then they decided to just move away. Now, coming back to the initial fight between Vampires, we talked so many times about how exactly you want to encroach the area, and I have to say, for KAGENDRA, they have their SOPs in play on how exactly they want to take these fights. In a lot of these fights, I didn't see KAGENDRA push out of the building at all. There's a lot of understanding that for Vampire Esports, that first contact play is always going to be Tony K. So they immediately kind of reacted by throwing out those smokes to cut the line of sight between Tony K and his teammates. They cannot shoot back. No one could save Tony K. And then it's all about just doing the cleanup work.
Yeah, and after the arrival of ENAM SEMBILAN as well, the rest of KAGENDRA got a little bit more surprise on their arrival. And somehow, it is the final member of VPE that does survive the ordeal. I honestly don't know who exactly is the final member remaining, nor how on earth he actually still survive even within the arrival of ENAM SEMBILAN, which perhaps there is a corner that they have not checked just yet. But yeah, that fight, KAGENDRA, like you said, locked right into that compound. They were trying to battle within the vicinity, and eventually, once they tried to open up a little bit of space over onto the outskirts, they were met by ENAM SEMBILAN eventually, and at least they walk away with those 3 points. So it is not going to be an empty bank account. Well, I can't really call it bank account. Empty sheet coming into this match, where they add a total of 66 points. So they are still very much ahead of 7-9 for now.
Shrubs close by, crossing over. Oh man, Vampires losing 3 so early is just a shocker. But I'm surprised at how far ahead Boom has managed to put themselves. I don't know why, I guess I didn't realize it earlier. I only saw their positions, but I didn't really pay attention to the points. Because honestly, it's almost 10 points ahead for Boom. A relatively quiet start. And you know, where is Boom Esports players? I need to go around and just put that wreath around their necks that says, Raja, come back. Welcome back to the server, man, because we have missed you. And I think we had a conversation in the beginning, right? And the number on the first day they were playing, and we're saying, okay, they're having trouble adjusting. They have a new coach. They're struggling right now. They don't really have an answer on how exactly they want to play. But I don't know. I think for them, it's all about just trying to get a feel of how they want to play first. Maybe a few days, just kind of flail around a bit, and then finally go into their move and then into the groove. And then suddenly it's like back in full form. It's so dominating for them because it doesn't necessarily translate into chicken dinners. But at the same time, we talked about consistency. Boom Esports is consistent. They're consistently not only getting placements between the middle of the ladder all the way to the top side, but also in terms of eliminations. Wow, right now, new era means a new mindset of play, especially in the second last map, because it's all about hunkering down in this compound and stopping and just taking anyone that's crossing them, and that's gonna be HOMEBOIS. And I'm surprised at the amount of times these two Malaysian teams are meeting, honestly.
Yeah, and these are the teams that really are desperate for those points as well. This is not going to look all too easy for them to actually get much more to be done. Vampire Esports, with a last-ditch effort, tries to rotate through the valleys and got spotted out by Sem9. So that's going to be quick thinking coming from Kenny to be able to take the first pointer for the Tigers. Now, taking a look at the leaderboards yet again. So right now, Milan, they add another 3 pointers, which makes it so much harder. New Era has to find a total of 10 points to book out this round in order to keep themselves competitive to the very final stage of the match, which will be played out later on. While TODAK did manage to get a good catch against Makaris, immediately repositions, knowing that there's not going to be any members nearby, they will eventually secure that point. And FaZe Clan knows that there's no saving grace for Makaris, we'll just have to leave him be.
Kara is knocked down already, so this is huge. TODAK, another point to the bag. And I think this is important for TODAK, right? Every single point matters at this point, especially when you're tethering at the edge right now. Especially when you know there's so many teams that's around you that almost can keep up with your points. Boom Zero here, huge, nice pick off onto break. Immediately hunkers down, understanding where the positioning of Team Secret is going to be. His head got popped out as soon as that happened. Yummy just rushes forward and runs him over. Team Secret, we were just talking about him previously, about how they seem to have stagnated. And this is exactly it. Look at their positions. They aren't in prime position to play off each other. Yes, they have control of the area, but not in a position to trade off.
Yeah, initially when I was taking a look at the minimap, I was a little bit concerned of Boom's position on how they would penetrate the circle. And when the members of these players over the hillside were not wearing enough, Team Secret, they didn't really expect the entire arrival of a full squad coming in on their side. And just like that, they isolated each respective members and just got those 2 pickoffs absolutely for free. Now, they paved a smooth journey throughout the course of stage 3 to book a good spot up those hillside. But I'm looking at the rest of the teams as well. This is going to be Strangers Esports cutting closely towards Point Donkey. They gotta be safe because they need those points. And oh, what a shot from Zeta as they take out Canez. He just got brought in. He barely fired a single bullet out of that chamber. And just like that, delete it.
Strangers so far out in the blue zone. What, 2 already? Ping pong to the right side, the circle. So BTR, the Vikings, FaZe, TODAK have to rotate into that circle, but Milan, their positioning is massive right now because they have a compound. It's a little bit on a terrain as well, so they can do what they do best, just spray the heck out of anyone rotating into that circle.
Absolutely, and they did manage to actually get some really good catches along.
Oh my god, no!
Oh no!
No, he didn't have
Where's
time!
Lobby?
That's so sad!
And Lobby's getting himself busy, but at the very least, Lobby's going for the exchange. He does get that knock, but can he go in to retrieve that fallen member?
He can't.
I'm not too sure. It seems like he's gonna go in for a last hurrah for his own. Nate is slowly getting tagged. The rest of New Era desperate to secure the points, but this is a distance to be closed out. I think there will be a save coming from members of DX. DX down to only 2 members left. Vexy, he keeps his eyes closely to the members of Strangers, and this is going to be a tough one for Strangers to actually get much out of the situation. And it's a 0-pointer.
Yeah, second or third map for them, getting 0-pointers today. That is rough for them. And for DZavier as well, we talked about how yesterday was such a great day for them, right? In just one day, making it over to the top of the charts so aggressively, and now suddenly knocked down to 8th place because today they've been losing so many members early, not able to hold. They aren't able to play as aggressively as they did on day one. Clearly, day one, they knew that there is a disparity between them and certain teams, but today every single team is shooting back. Every single team is answering back whenever they try and push. Now, Mika, it's Sem9's turn to shine because I did see their name kind of flash around in that kill feed just now. They've managed to get, what, 3 pickoffs already? And it looks, sorry, 2. There we go, 2 pickoffs already. They're aggressive as heck. I don't think they're intentionally trying to go for these fights either. I think in the midst of rotation, meeting someone, and I think they're putting a lot more pressure in these teams that are going for rotations. BTR face-to-face against VOIN Donkey, and VOIN Donkey, despite their good day today, they haven't been having the best success rate when it comes to kind of pushing into the circles this late. With BTR having this nice formation held, and the 3-1 formation, 3 on one side and 1 on the other, it allows for this little meat grinder situation where you can just cross off each other, have some nice angles to work with. So if your teammates from one end, say Federalis, puts in a lot more pressure from one side, you can kind of rotate over to the other and backstab them if they want to. But this time around, for now, BTR, none of their nades are actually kind of clipping yet. But I think Voxy and Snape are thinking about getting a little bit more close. I'm not sure if I like where Snape is coming from. That lower ground is kind of scary. Oh, that nade finally does clip him. It's perfect. But the rest of BTR is staying very safe. But you can see the rotation from Milan. My question is, are they actually going to come here? Because they've been really active in third-partying.
I do think they want to be the vultures in this fight. We've seen them third party before. They will do it again and again. Federalis now pushing right through. It's going to raise like that does find Snape as they climb up the hill. Federalis crashes out. And it was part of the game plan all along. Corral them into the bowl and just shut them out completely. BTR stood no chance.
VOIN Donkey was at a huge disadvantage just now. Low ground with no place to go. They were not in the circle. They were actually the one that's kind of put outside. BTR, they bit off more they can choose. Chose aggression a little bit too early, had no idea where exactly the positions of VOIN Donkey are. And just like that, they were punished for it. That was just one nade here. But now they're in trouble. There are some teams up forward here. The Vikings have come close. That nade immediately just finds Vexies. They're in trouble, but Razak is close. But the high ground will favor the players of the Vikings. Potato, down and out already, immediately lobbied. And the rest of VOIN Donkey are going to follow. But they have 7 eliminations. This is a good round for them.
Yeah, that is a massive round. They can actually catch up to Vampire Esports as well with this 7th corner. And I was quite surprised that ENAM Milan didn't also fully commit to the act. It could have actually been an opportunity for them, but it was Vikings that actually cut the lure in this corner. Perhaps they actually saw this position wasn't worthwhile with the circle closing in. The rest of ENAM Milan prioritized this position nonetheless. So DZavier, we saw they were being clipped off from mid-rotation, and they were down with only 2 members left. They walk away with nothing this time around. So a lot of the top dogs of the tournament is out. That means big chance for anybody close to the bottom for a chicken dinner to find their chances. And here we go.
This is what I was talking about just now. Not knowing the positions of VOIN Donkey. Not sure how many are playing close. I love that reaction. I love that reaction.
A huge one.
Yeah, it was a huge reaction. I don't blame them because they were at the brink of death. They could have died there. Again, this comes to that moment where it was just a little bit too hasty. I thought, okay, one member of BTR could just go for the rotation and just kind of corral them forward. But immediately, as soon as BTR pushed, they used that terrain to their advantage. Pop ahead, pop a shot, knowing they're close by. Hooray, this worked out. It was a gamble and it was a risk, but it worked on their favor. And the Vikings this time find themselves toe-to-toe against the EA players.
They're battling for the hillside. Kwang now lobs a nice grenade. Does chip a little bit of health come from both Joker as well as Sakura. Now seeking out for Joker, but instantly responded with double tags of the grenade. Kwang still is shaken, but he's not being stirred up to his knees just yet. Now, great hole coming from the side of eArena, but plenty of smokes now to get themselves pretty much cover up for the temporary motion. But it will be the Molotov that burns down Kwang. So they do have a little bit of leverage to open this fight even further. But their attacks come from ENAM Milan. Where are they striking from? I don't see them from this distance.
EA. You gotta really give it to them. Huge disadvantage just now, but somehow managing to still survive till now. Managing to pump the brakes, and I don't blame them for that, because look how much pressure is coming in from Milan as well. They have a 2-2 formation, I believe. No, 3-1, excuse me. But they have a nice 2 little terrains in their favor here. So that little valley in between is what they're hoping to see if anyone were to rotate over. Now EA, in the midst of that rotation, lot not out there in the open, will find one to their name, but they are going to answer back. It's actually New Era as well, kind of like putting their hand into this fight, throwing their hat in. Tiger collects one for himself, 3 more members to worry about. They have 4 pickoffs already. But I like where New Era is. They have a compound going on. They have a terrain as well going for them. Not too sure where HOMEBOIS have kind of left themselves. I believe there is a compound tiny there. And I think SEM9 has their eyes on that area.
They definitely have paved a little bit of a smooth cruise to actually journey their way into the center. But if we're talking about the direct dead center, there's a lot of open space which will not be playable in the sense where it is flat ground terrains. You kind of want a little bit of dip to actually cover yourself from certain angles from the teams that might actually come by, which is why you're looking at ENAM Milan to be on top of the hill. They're not willing to move in just yet because they understand the moment that they set foot inwards coming from the west side, there is going to be a lot of open space that leaves them very vulnerable. So they're taking the chances up against eArena before they pursue further into the zone. But take a look at this, Ben. He spots a very good angle up against the rest of eArena, booking the shacks for their own, and he is going to close in. Does he have grenades? No, he's already run out of troubles. So he's just got to rely on this M4, which is going to be tough to do. So he definitely needs a little bit more backup. Speaking of which, that vehicle might explode anytime. He is going to save that vehicle first and foremost and pull away into a different position.
NC2, it's been massive today. A lot of pressure put inside. A lot of that first contact plays as well, sharp as ever. For the Vikings, been playing a very dangerous game right now. Proning down, hoping to see if he can get a spray down. I think the members of ENAM Milan are very aware of where he is. I think they sort of marked him already. No clue. Oh, I don't think they do. I don't think they know. They're looking everywhere but at him. Could still be a change in pace right now. Blue zone finally hitting. So like it or not, Bin has to find a different way to get into that circle. Time not in sight, but there's 4 members up there. Sondara, huge pickoff onto Yuhai. That should put a big, I would say, dent in their defenses right now. But I'm not seeing a lot of aggression. Okay, here it comes. The drive-through towards SEM9. Firen already waiting here. I'm not sure if they can actually go for that reset as well. Time not on their side. One team already. The Vikings are out. Not surprised that that's happening right now. Firen putting a lot of pressure to the members of ENAM Milan, making it so hard for them to just kind of march forward here. Their vehicles have exploded. So because of how much time Firen's able to buy, SEM9 managing to come back into the game.
Yeah, and now they really have to stay put despite the idea of actually rotating into a different position. Pombit now gets involved. He finds a member of eArena as they close in from the back. Somehow they manage to lurk around eArena while eArena is trying to turn the other way around with this rotation. They manage to at least get a little bit more room for themselves, but they will have to leave behind Joker. 4 points in for Boom Esports. While a pleasant personal inside the shack, it is Tiger! He flushes the members of New Era. It's going to be Xylin out in the open. Sondara tries to dance up against the rest of eArena on the opposite end of the compounds. It is not looking all too easy to do. As you can see, every team has got their eyes locked onto another squad.
Tiger's so aware right now, looking to just collect that one final point for Sondara. Sondara finally down and out. Playing this micro angles as well. This circle right now is only HOMEBOIS that's actually managed to hold on to the area, and they're playing very quietly right now, and understandably so. At 24th place, there is a lot they need to catch up on. But I think it's about what 20, almost 30 points as well if they want to make sure they're safe. And knowing the fact that okay, about 20 points because right now it's ENAM Milan at 46. Regardless, headshots abound. Firen not able to land those shots. Actually, it's him that's taking that dink further first and foremost. But Kenny and Mika, they have a different play in mind here. They want to find this final Malaysian team. It's HOMEBOIS. And HOMEBOIS have a crater to work with. Not really a compound either. But these kind of craters, it's very scary to work with. You go too close, you might get DBS'd in the face. You are too far, you can't really find the angles. What a nade coming in from Nofal.
Yeah, and if you get into this range of distance, you also get naded out just like this. Tiger X, he's gonna make this last Kura. Moving in with the Hail Mary as he tries to go in with the pump shots, but it does not connect towards Xylan. He wins the trade. And New Era, they got themselves 7 points. Can they actually find a chicken dinner here, having only 2 members, but there's still Semi with those 4 members to actually play out the rest of the round. But if New Era finds another chicken dinner today, they can overtake KAGENDRA.
The only thing they have is a shack here, homeboys. Nowhere to go. Killed by all these nades. One shot from Mika as well finds TODAK. Homeboys, sandwiched between 2 other Malaysian teams. That's rough, my guy. Helton alone being very quiet. Yuhai finally getting that final pick off onto Kid. Sem9, a different mindset here. They have 8 eliminations, the highest in the lobby right now. But TODAK finds themselves in a situation where they don't want to be in. It's Boom Esports. It's rushing straight at them. Third party already. And on top of that, sandwich not only between them and Sem9 as well as Homeboys just now. They cannot go anywhere. Nowhere to go. Open areas, a tiny terrain. You go top side, you beat Sem9. You go bottom side, it's Boom Esports. Rough place to be. And that's what I was talking about, being in the circle very, very early. You have no clue how to navigate the area. You don't have a lot of space to work with because you're too busy corralled together to hold on to the mid side. And now for Boom Esports here, they're looking really prepped and primed for their second chicken dinner today. But the team that's going to stop them, Sem9. This could potentially be their first one this entire tournament.
It could very well be, but you gotta remember the top dogs of Boom Esports. They're still in this lobby right now. Surely there's still 3 other Malaysian squads, but they're battling each other. Nades are now lopped over the side of Xylan as well as Nofal. A tough spot to be. TODAK, I thought they would have actually done a little bit more damage to Sem9, but they tunnel vision and they weren't wary of the advancement of Boom Esports from the back, and that was to their own demise. Now, Homeboys somehow hiding in between. Will they be able to squeeze at least to a top 3? Because there's a little bit more pressure on the line for the side of Xylan as well as Nofal for this measure. And the rest of Boom Esports got themselves busy as they are trying to burns out that people driven by Xylan. Covers himself with the smokes, but how far can they go? That was a proposition that Boom Esports were taking, and that is not fully covered by the zone.
A waiting game, New Era. Wow. Performance today has been phenomenal, but now with no place to move, the blue zone coming at them, only a tree line to watch them. There we go. Ponbit finally knocks him down in the end. The nade to come through as well. So time not on their side. The only thing that's keeping Xylan alive right now are those smokes. As soon as it dissipates, there's only a vehicle in front of him. He can try and go for some exit frags. Maybe can wait a little bit more as well, but his car is about to blow. So he moves behind that rock for a little bit more cover, and as soon as he does that, there we go, the tag team that we saw. Ponbit finds one, but Fearon is the one to steal a kill. So eliminated already, they've got enough points. But Sem9 from the blue zone finally makes their way into that circle. Boom Esports, only terrains to work with, but it's Sem9 with the higher points of the area to play with. And Helton, he's playing, oh my god, I feel like I've seen this situation before.
What?
I've seen this situation with Helton before.
Yeah, if there's nowhere to hide, I guess you just take a back seat. Literally. Just take a back seat and let these guys go for party.
Yummy!
What?
Oh my god!
And just like that, boom! They're taking over! Only 2 members left for side of Sem9. Fearon spotted out as well. This is gonna be another big round for Boom as they got fired out from losing out the previous round. Securing second, they are never settling for second, as this is a time for Helton to finally strike. He moved out of the backseat to spot out 0, and now it could be anyone's game to take.
Kenny knocked down already, can be picked up. Fearon, you need to do something here, buddy. Take up that space. Cannot recover him. Kenny, all he can do is just wait. Fearon just proning, hoping that Boom Esports could make one single mistake. But instead of going as Boom, he says, okay, can go for one pickoff here. It's gonna be Helton. The blue zone coming. The damage is too much. Helton will secure that final pickoff onto Sem9. It's a 1v2. Helton, you can go huge here. You can make that. You can make magic. You can isolate these fights, but the nades are too much to deal with. They're making hell from above for Helton and Boom Esports. That's another chicken dinner for them today.
An iconic win as they end it with a bang. They were denied initially, but they will be denied no longer. The Kings are back. The comeback Kings arrive. And they will be here to dominate. And we will see if they can continue on this form of an onslaught in the Super Weekend. Their slots have been booked. I can't say the same for some of these guys. HOMEBOIS, they tried to make a last stand. Helton, the previous member of Uno Alliance, still shows that he have a lot of moves to make as they strut from behind. And that backseat paid off.
Really, it did. Helton surviving just by hiding. I think sometimes silence is also a good answer or a good strat, honestly, if you think about it. As they played this game, Sem9 had everything in play, but that one shot from Yummy, managing to find two players, what a spray that was, is enough to completely obliterate whatever lineup that Sem9 had in mind. Yeah, they were a bit late to that blue zone, but they still had the terrain to work with. But Boom Esports, their firepower is just too much for Sem9 to handle.
So immense, so devastating. And this is why he is so revered, right? Other than Yummy, you take a look at the numbers coming from Palmbit, also equally as ridiculous. Sure, Yummy does have the highest damage output in the entire round of Miramar. And then you look at Zero, he's also matching up to that. This team, man, I don't know, if you're really gonna go all out on the 4v4 battles just on guns, you best pray, because Boom is definitely gonna be raiding a whole lot of nades as well as dropping those perfect shots right through. Let's take a look at highlights and then we'll head over to our final match.
Top 4 already, Boom Esports, what a day for them. It's giving... these Indonesian teams are something else. VOIN Donkey's done something like that. Boom Esports doing it again as well. But today is also the rise of the Malaysian teams. Excited to see them here. It felt like they were a little bit quiet in the first 2 days. And now finally, they are making a loud roar, coming in with 3 of them making it to the top 4 on the first map of Miramar.
Yeah, and it's been a really big splash, especially coming out of New Era, where this is where they are fighting tooth and nail for any drop of points with only one more round remaining. Sad to say, this has been a great effort coming from HOMEBOIS, but I think mathematically, it may not be enough unless you're telling me that they can secure like 15 elimination points or above in a single round with a chicken dinner. Then perhaps we can still count them in, but overall, I think we got to still give all the props to Yummy May yet again with the highest damage numbers in this match. Huge percentile of the shots were actually hit directly to the dome, and that double knock that you just saw, wow, that just swooped everybody on the edge of their seats. with pretty much the biggest moments to really shut down SEMBILAN to make this chicken dinner possible.
That's actually insane how it was just that one moment that really changed the tides of everything that was supposed to happen. But given the fact that for Boom Esports, I think I'm loving the fact that even with this new coaching staff, they're understanding the amount of value that Yummy can bring to the team and how they want to play around him as the main fragger. And look at that. Look how aggressive they've been this game. 12 eliminations. They're definitely not playing passive, that's for sure. They're just more playing at the they're playing aggressive at the right time, and I think that's something that you have to really remember about this team. Now SEM9, despite their valiant efforts, you can also see that they are also getting active here in the server. It's not intentional in terms of aggression. I think that seeing them on the first day playing and today, there is still a change, but I think it's more of a less aggressive approach, but more of like a calculated approach coming into this one. Yeah, Yuhai coming through. I said to you guys that I wanted to see Yuhai more aggressive here, but Yuhai was actually the player that was knocked out early. The thing is, when I look at SEM9 right now, my eyes have always been on just Spirin.
Yeah, Spirin definitely have been really making his strong debut here throughout the course of the season, having such a high impact. Boom currently sits at the throne, 2 chicken dinners, and the only team to have breached the triple-digit mark with a whopping 114 points with one more match to go. It can even go higher from here. That is what's scary about this team. eArena, VOIN Donkey, count them in. Top 5, top 6 respectively. CD Alliance and BTR, they are slowing down. CD Alliance is not playing today, so of course we can absolutely excuse them. But take a look at this. New Era have just moved into the top 16. Now it's all about holding onto this position as they are also inching close towards MEC, and MEC holding on to 61 points. What is going to be the verdict here on the final pitch? Are they going to cut in close? We got to see what the points are looking like.
New Era can definitely go in for a more comfortable position. I wouldn't be surprised right now. I think the last 2 games have really shown us what New Era is able to bring to that table. That interview with Zelly, right, just now, about how exactly he was the one to calm the team down and keep them in the right mindset. I am loving that storyline so far, and I think this is a huge move bringing him back into the scene. Now, ENAM's Milan in trouble, about 53 points, but it's not too far behind. If you think about it, it's only 3 points difference between them as well as New Era here. So they're definitely going to be able to catch up. And against MEC, I think about 10. So this final map could determine a lot, and with how they've been playing today, it's aggressive, it's out of their minds, it's a lot of eliminations. Look at the amount of points they had on day 1 and today. It's as though we're looking at a whole entirely new team. And for Strangers, today has been such an unlucky day for them. 2 maps, I think 2 or 3 maps, they ended the game with 0 points and getting eliminated early. That is rough.
It's very unfortunate. I guess like they kind of stagnated when the moment mattered the most, where pressure does crack certain teams or even individuals, and now down to a final round to see who moves forward to the Super Weekend. And for ENAM's Milan, if they want to ensure that they can get there safely without worrying about how much points do even the likes of New Era will actually get, they need to top that 61 pointer being set early on by the teams that are not playing today. So 61 will mean that they need at the very least 9 points to close it out to move together alongside with New Era. It could still be the case where, of course, they will be able to stop New Era. But, of course, speaking of new things, we are moving into a brand new venue for this year's spring season, as IOI City Mall will be the venue where you guys want to be at for the grand finals to witness glory, history in the making, and all the top tier action of PUBG Mobile here in Southeast Asia.
You know what's exciting? It's gonna be exciting looking at this mall, because honestly, it's gonna be a lot bigger venue as well compared to last year, right? Because last year was in the middle of the mall, so there wasn't really a lot of space for a lot of the viewers to watch. But I think that that PUBG Mobile has heard us. They're like, okay, we can see the amount of people coming, and everyone wants to see it. So let's find a bigger venue. Let's find more spaces for the fans, and that's exactly what I want to see. Regardless, we also have the Memory of Sands coming out very, very soon, and it's going to be on the patch of 3.7 for PUBG Mobile. So it's coming out, I think, just a few days from now already. I'm excited. It's giving Prince of Persia. If you guys are collectors of in-game items for PUBG Mobile, this is something that you want to add to your arsenal.
Yeah, they always offer some really, really cool skins out there, and I wonder what kind of glowing weaponry skins will they offer, and how does it actually look. I kind of skip some of all these ads just so that I don't really get too much of those teasers. But hey, you guys who have not logged in for a long time, it's time to actually update your app, and it's always for free, so make sure you guys check it out. So final game, Tash, it can boil down to only either one of these teams, New Era or ENAM SEMBILAN, to make it true. This could potentially be the case, and it's so sad. I mean, these two newly promoted PMSC team really worked their butts off in all these matches, and I feel like they both deserve to make it true.
I think there's been this conversation about the disparity of quality of games coming in from tier 2 and tier 1 players, and understandably so. Tier 2 players don't really get that access to the higher tier games as well because of how the leagues are kind of separated as well. The only time they meet maybe are in scrims, and it wouldn't be as often. Regardless, coming into this one, it does show that in terms of tier 1, tier 2, definitely tier 2 has a lot to offer as well. These newer players, these new bloods can prove themselves into the big leagues, and it's definitely something that you guys want to take advantage of, because not only do you want to watch PMSL, PMCL, PMNC is also something that you guys want to witness, because these are the players that came in from those leagues. Regardless, final of the day here, and I think so far my predictions speak for themselves, but the Team Secret one and DX today, they've been really unlucky. But do you think it's going to change, Contra?
Well, traditionally they usually show really strong finesse moving around the map of Miramar. Today really hasn't been their day, but I felt like it's also due to the fact that, okay, the thing goes, they kind of have a little bit of trial and error to work things out, which they have the leverage to do so. Team Secret, I don't think it's intentional. It's just that they were maybe a little slower than the rest of the pack. We can't blame them. Everybody's hungry for this final few rounds, and if you snooze, you just lose.
So real, Queen. Okay, so TODAK today, I think in terms of numbers, they are definitely out there. Like, when you see them, they're definitely in the middle of the pack. They put in a lot of damage, especially Cleon. This is not the first game that his name has been shining here in the stats. So the potential for TODAK is definitely there. My question is whether or not they can survive, because they can definitely fight for sure, but they take too much damage, too much losses.
Yeah, too many of all these prolonged fights. Sometimes they even tunnel. At least last round, we are seeing them appearing over onto top 4, top 5 positions, but that's barely enough. I believe they still need a little bit more of those hefty points to actually survive the ordeal to make the top 16 cut, because right now, even SEM9 had to pull off those double digits to ensure their safety net, right? Like, nobody's really safe at this very moment. Certainly for those Group B players who are definitely tuning into the stream right now, they want to see what's going to be the final verdict. And oh, look at the boys for VOIN Donkey. Oh, showing us a little bit of that thunder from their partner, Saber.
Vampires as well. Man, Vampires today is the epitome of going huge and then just going quiet. They try to go for these really big fights early, and I thought, okay, I get what you're doing, bringing in Nuzi, okay. Means that you want to play aggressive, you want to put in that firepower. When I look at Nuzi, I think of the same strat I think about Yuhai. Aggressive, in your face, take these fights. But the takeaway from these fights that I've seen is breaching compounds. I think in the last, 3-4 teams that try to breach compounds, most of the time it's won by the players that are inside of the compounds. Because remember, by the time you're approaching these compounds, a lot of players can already hear these teams coming. It's not a surprise hit as you think it's going to be. The sound of the Dacias are going to be very loud, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So they already know it's going to come by. They already know it's going to be happening. So especially with the DBS enhanced, the positioning is key, and I think that slower takes if you want to breach compounds is better. Getting other vehicles a little bit further out, throwing those nades first, setting up those smokes just to give yourself some cover, providing that crossfire before you enter the buildings is definitely something that I would like to see more teams do. Regardless, it's the final map of Miramar, at least for the normal week. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, send your prayers, send your hopes and dreams to the top 16 teams that is going to come through very soon.
Lights out and away we go to our very final match of the group stage here in week 1 of the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Spring 2025. This is the make or break situation for the teams who are below the top 16 cut, and there are those at the borderline. We have ENAM SEMBILAN, we have New Era who have just made it through into the borderline, or should I say ENAM SEMBILAN have been knocked down to that 17th spot and will have to claw their way in. And just look at this treacherous flight. It does not allow access into areas like El Pozo, Crater Fields, even Monte Nevo. So it's going to be a little bit of a stretch, but still very doable. So I want to see if there's going to be, you know, that final party for those that have no stakes involved and say, hey, you guys want to party in Los Leones? Yeah, sure, I'm down. Maybe we're just going to go end up the night pretty early. And oh, is it actually coming true? Because I see a lot of teams moving around south side.
Have you ever seen a Partona circle before?
So far, not really, but there was one closing very nearby.
I think
But
we
it still
saw
ended up in the
a
main line.
Vinas del Sur circle. Well, not really, but it's the bridge near Valdemar.
Oh?
Remember?
Did you just manifested it?
Oh
to
god, I think I
fruition?
did. My bad.
Keep
Okay,
doing it, Cash.
Kagendra very early here. Yeah, I mean, manifesting this early fight is also what I'm doing. Ew. Dude, Gosu got so lucky picking up that shotgun early, man. That is giving them so much value. I think Kage was trying to go for that 1-3 formation, hoping to have one pick off very early. But then because Gosu was able to get that one shotgun early, he just completely shattered the Vikings' hopes and dreams.
Yeah.
Sorry,
he's
it's the other way
just-
around. Because Kage's hopes and dreams. My bad. Gosu goes down finally. Actual answers. Wait, is he down? No, he's still up. Yeah,
I think
he
he's
has a,
alive.
I think
He's
he
got
has a
no health
sliver.
bar.
Yeah, there we go. It's just a tiny little sliver of health. My god. That's
How
luck in a
on
bottle,
earth?
man. What the heck is that? Whoa, okay, Corn Tea falls as well. So Casper was ready. So these are a lot of these like isolated 1v1s and seeing whether or not you get lucky in terms of getting those your guns. And I think that Kage is good at answering this back. Achul takes a lot of damage here, but this time the Vikings are ready and primed with the big guns there. So they take full control of the situation. Goes aggressive. What the heck is that bro bin?
The M249 drop shot? Are you kidding me? That heavy machine gun dealing such sharp precision is something that we don't see every day. Here comes the little boy as well. He spotted out that wraparound and managed to steer away one more player off of the list of Vikings. Now it's only down to Kwang. Ben is still around actually, but he's pretty low. I don't think they have any mets to actually utilize at this very moment. So little
No.
boy, he's kind of stuck in the middle of nowhere. No chance of him to actually go in for the rescue at the very same time. You know, as much as they started off pretty decently for Kagendra, it seems like they will go in for the early res, but their run so far for the past 3 days have been nothing but spectacular.
Man, that's rough, man. I think Kagendra, they were trying to think whether or not they want to cut their losses or leave. And I think they took too long to figure that out. And this situation as well, I think FaZe was just kind of hovering around. They weren't sure if they wanted a third party or not. And I think they took too long to really figure out whether or not they wanted. They were definitely drawn by the sounds of gunfire. But the Vikings, they're very aware now. What a shot from Akeris. That's an insanely long one.
Wow. What on earth? Like, he actually landed that? That's like 300, 400 meters?
I mean,
And
Bin
just
is
like
already
that.
quite low, right? I mean, again, you did mention like there were no more resources in that particular era. Two teams were fighting for that spot. And I think FaZe came in just nice, if you ask me. I mean, I think they thought about it. They're like, okay, do we want to breach this or not? But the thing is, I think the hesitation was there because it's so early in the game. You don't necessarily have the resources. Bandages, helmets, Kevlars. You don't have that yet.
Yeah, true enough. And overall, it was a long-standing fight, and with whatever he could pick up on that early stance, it can actually supplement. And Bin came up with the biggest of weapons. He found that M249, and he just unleashed those heavy blows, finding them that perfect opportunity to turn the tides around. And plenty of teams are on the rotations. It's going to be Frankie that's going to be a little bit sneaky on this approach. You know, throughout the past couple of days, I remember there was another player called Frankie in Homeboys. I was hoping the Frankie beats Frankie I don't know if they actually get freaky when it comes down to the battles, but yeah, not in a way that some of the Gen Zs will assume what the word freaky is, but yeah, you get the drill. Anyways, back to what we were saying, right? Like, a lot of all these teams in these early battles, they gotta once again set their priorities straight. Sure, when it comes down to those kind of collabs, you kind of have to be swift, but after that, you also have to take the notion that a lot of teams are also dropping around the area, which will rotate, and that's where they have to be always on their foot to be ready for the next fight. Yummy May, so far, the player of the weekday run.
It's always so exciting when you see how the players hold their phones. Especially that TECNO phone. Ooh, nice shot there, opening from Shamils. HOMEBOIS kept very quiet up until the moment VPE tried to hit them. They were very aware and very ready. Doesn't this feel like deja vu? It's like they're doing the same mistakes from the last map when they tried to breach the compound against another team that kind of completely demolished them. Was it Namsmilan? I believe it was Namsmilan.
Yeah, I believe it definitely was announced Milan where they managed to also rack up plenty of those points up against the rest of Vampire Esports. It's very unfortunate for Newsy. He got subbed in, and I felt like there wasn't really much of an impact that he brought to the table, even with this form of a swap into Miramar, which we kind of expect big results coming from this individual that has been a superstar for many, many years. I'm not saying that he's washed up or anything. Like, I feel like his strength, it relies on individual prowess for most cases, where if you leave him alone in the map and he's going to be going up 1 against 4, he could still pull off big clutch moments. But this is very far from what we actually expected Newsy to offer, and 2 times in a row, he's the first one to be caught out.
I do understand why though. He is that spearhead of the team. Him and Tony K. It's very similar to what we see with Tony K and Mormon as well. But sometimes there's that disconnect between the team and that follow-up. And I feel that's been a big issue as well for the team. It's very different than what we saw in the previous one, right? So just now it was 20k going in first, and then the teams just sort of throwing in nades as well as smokes to cut off the vision so the teams are not able to follow up. But just now it was just like straight up raw firepower. It felt like VPE was not ready to go for those trades. In my opinion, I think that okay, if Newsy is taking that first contact, you must have someone that's already ready to pick up the pieces if something were to go wrong. And unfortunately for them, they weren't prepared for that.
Yeah, they drive by and suddenly they just got pretty much sneaked up upon them, or should I say they were just passing by a compound, expecting it to be absolutely empty. But you gotta always have certain countermeasures if in the case where there's gonna be players on standby, especially when you're passing by all these big warehouses where you could just park your cars indoors. So you wouldn't know at all if it's going to be anyone around. So I guess like I can kind of cut a little bit of slack towards those members of Vampires, if so to speak. But oh boy, big shift, and we are moving into the deep series of Valdemar, and this is a very tough circle to play. You can see those high elevated hills, and then the low dips into the city, and also some coverage into the south side, closing into prison. But I would expect this circle to still be maybe around the hillside, around the city corners, so not many space for the teams who are not there quite yet. So I don't know how they're going to make it through, but I expect a whole lot of battles to happen starting from stage 3.
This Xavier, okay, pause that. It's HOMEBOIS that's still getting active here. This is the second time they've held onto the compound, and this is the second time they have to deal against aggression coming in. But this time around, TODAK makes it work. They did lose one already. They get knocked down already. But the thing is, TODAK are ready with other ideas and other styles of play here. Lynx playing this corner to perfection, playing right around Rosie against this monster truck, and he puts in the damage. He knocks one out, and he's now ready to pick up his teammates. And the thing is, despite that too early pickups and too early knocked by HOMEBOIS, they weren't able to capitalize on those kills. But it's not done quite yet. The Sharks are still coming. The Xavier is here with a vengeance. They've had a rough start to today, and they're hoping to pick up the pieces here. Thankfully for TODAK, they do have a bit of space and time to go for that reset, and they do. Nades come through, the smokes are set already, and I think TODAK is very aware on how exactly they want to approach this. Real on the outer side. I'm not sure if Real does have any utilities to to heal himself because he's been at that low HP for quite some time. So I don't think he can reset.
Yeah, I guess he's relying on boosters because that his health bars are slowly recovering, but not quite fast enough. And hopefully by the time that DX arrive, they are prepared for this battle. Just about enough time for them to at least fully go on a mental reset at the very least, for them to find certain ways to defend themselves at this very moment. The Savior, they don't want to overcommit to this just yet. A little bit signal warning coming in from the side of Cleon as he lobs one grenade just as a countermeasure. But I'm not sure if any one of this will connect for now. Still very dodgeable from that distance. Sem9 might actually see some movement coming from the side of VPE. Up the hillside, it's going to be FaZe Clan. That will see a little bit of trouble coming from eArena as they have already secured the top end of the hill. Tiger now getting shot down. Not quite taken down just yet. Joker goes up close and personal as he will be shut down by the Deco. And Canary shows up and he will finally get his first kill of the tournament. And here comes NC2 from the back. He takes on 2 members of FaZe Clan.
NC2 taking his time here for these rotations, trying to identify where exactly these holes are coming from. He knows there's one close here. Oh, fortunately for him, he found out a little bit too late. Gonna get sprayed down to hell as the rest of eArena are looking to just go further away into the rotations. But the sprays from Dudico, sharp as ever. Dudico has always been this player that doesn't have to be flashy, doesn't have to be so aggressive. But you know, if there's a silent killer in FaZe, it's definitely this guy.
It is definitely him, and Canary swapping in has also played dividend. He picked up 2 kills in that form of fight. This has been so far the biggest victory for FaZe Clan up to today. And where did they actually find this hovercraft? Wait a minute. New Era and their hovercrafts are inseparable, but I think like it's always best to actually hop on the buggy, because if you were to climb those hills, I don't think that it provides enough speed, and they will be pretty much shutting out in the open for the rest of the teams to actually spray down. But my FaZe Clan, that was absolutely clean, and I would have actually expected maybe 1 or 2 members to fall, but eArena, they get nothing in return out of that fight.
He tried. The aggression was punished this time. Seeing a lot of teams already sort of moving into Valdemar area here. Some kind of hunkered down at the bridge. And I like this because honestly, this is the best place for you to see. If say the circle were to shift, you can quickly so just cross. And if anyone were already gambling and just hanging out in that in the tiny island, then if they were rotating over, you could catch them in the midst of that rotation as well. Regardless, for FaZe, I think that today FaZe has been fairly quiet. I didn't even realize they were playing up until the half day, and I was like, oh yeah, they are around. I mean, they have a lot of pickoffs. They are genuinely in the middle of the ladder, right? But for them right now in 22nd place, there's a lot of work they have to do here. They have to get about about like maybe a little bit over 10 points, if in my opinion. 12, 15-ish for them to make it over to the top 16. And the thing is, right now, is considering it's the last map, getting 15 in one map is not going to be the easiest. So you're going to need some elimination points, and you're going to need at least the top 5 if you want to really, really secure your launch all the way up to that first rung.
Yeah, I would still say mathematically it's quite impossible unless you're telling me that they shut down New Era, they shut down ENAM.
I mean, we've seen moments where they just kind of, not they, but anyone, right? We've seen moments where teams that just suddenly go aggressive, go through the map, decide to become the Grim Reaper, take fights left, right, and center, and then end up with a chicken dinner. Don't tell me you've never seen that, because we have seen those super silent moves before, right? Yeah.
True. I'm not trying to be a pessimist, but like, so long as you see this,
I want it to happen. I'm not saying I'm trying to be optimistic, but I want it to happen. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I got you, fam. Like, overall, it can be doable, but right now, so long as...
No, VOIN Donkey, they gambled wrong! That's rough.
Oh boy. But at least nobody's guarding the bridge, are they? Wait, there's still
Milan. Yeah, I told you, they have not moved. They have hunkered themselves down there.
Now, that's interesting to see how VOIN Donkey actually cuts in, right? Like, do you actually fight? Do you swim? Do you just drive through? What's going to be the verdict here? But take a look at this. New Era, they are just in this tiny shack. They are actually spotting the rest of strangers up above. and perhaps they just could make things worse for Strangers Esports, especially if they have to reposition. Speaking of which, Strangers, they are already on the move. They might even consider crashing around these areas, but I think they're moving deeper into the terrains instead. So we'll have to see where do they stop. Even Boom, they're on wheels and they're moving upwards up against Team Secret.
This is the team that we said have stagnated here. They haven't really had the best of runs today, with Break always kind of going off first, and they're just really separated in terms of fights. But this time, look at how closely they're playing. It's a 3-1 formation. GK with a great opening onto Yummy, and that's their initial firepower there for Boom Esports. But Boom, they're not done quite yet. Zero rushing a bit more forward. The nades are lobbed out here. Yummy managing to stay on a little bit longer. I don't think it's going to be a problem for them to try and pick him up. It's not going to be too hard. There is that nice little terrain as well, just to provide that bit of firepower and a bit of cover as well. As the rest of Boom Esports, I think they're hunkered down in another side. They're hoping to go for this crossfire. Frenzy is there putting in that pressure, but the thing is, Team Secret are not even paying attention to them. They don't care. They want to make sure they can take down Yummy right now.
Yeah, that is going to be the main
Big Zero?
threat. And now here comes the flank coming from Zero as well. Tag team over onto the side of Jiki. The nades are not really connecting just yet. You can just look at the nukes, crannies, as well as creases, making it very difficult to actually land a perfect blow. And Team Secret will have to give a lot of that space over to the rest of Boom Esports. You see both sides with a 2-2 split swarming upwards, and Team Secret wants none of that.
Nice fights here. 3-way, in fact, and the victims are D Xavier, sandwiched between two teams, between ENAM Milan and Strangers. Position-wise today, D Xavier has been so unlucky. Many of these fights have been third-party victims, not able to hold on to their team for too long. But enough about that, because Boom Esports, they make these fights work. They're outside the circle. They don't have the terrain advantage, but they make these terrains, I don't know what they're doing. They just managed to overcome these things. One knocked, they pick up, and they have one player rushing up to put in the pressure. One knocked, they get the reset. Zero's back up already, and Frenzy is here, and now they're moving in together. It's not going to be easy to come up to the top side here, but they can always hope that Team Secret is going to peak, and they've been doing that. Every time they peak, look at that. The pre-fires is just rough.
It is so hard to actually navigate through these hillside, but Boom, they're still pushing upwards. They're not retreating, and there we go, double pick, but there will be an exchange nonetheless. Now it's only down to a member left remaining on the side, Boom, and there is the blue zone closing in. I guess Team Secret consider it done as they leave him out to dry. Frankie still has a little bit of room left,
But here
and
comes
here comes
FaZe.
the rest of FaZe Clan on the other side of the hill.
Hasn't moved quite yet. But honestly, I'm loving this position by New Era as well. They've completely this church entirely of the vicinity in their control. They don't have to worry about backstabs here. But I think for Wix, he wants to get a little bit more active. He jumped out of the building. He wants to take up more space. Hasn't done quite that yet. Wow, I can't English today, apparently.
It's been a long day, to be fair. Long week, too, overall. But we still got the super weekend, so I guess we gotta also chill for a little bit. But yeah, I get you. It is a little bit chaotic, as we can see inside the city. There's plenty of rotations. Teams are still trying to find a nice little crease to hide out through the hillside if they could, if they're not within the city just yet. But take a look at VOIN Donkey. We get a little update. Zeta had to play by the scaffolding just to keep himself covered from the side of ENAM Milan. But I think he's onto something. He's looking for crypto, and his opportunity might have actually passed him. And who knows, that opportunity might come by again.
Potato and his teammate are around. Potato and Reza, I believe. So they're just so separated right now. Okay, Team Secret now is going to be the next victim. They're the ones that's going to have to fight for this terrain. They managed to find one team, and now they're stuck. Wow, Kobe! Straight onto GK. Knocked down already. And Duke does what he does best. Spray the heck out of the team. Mercari's take up space. Touch is rushing up forward, and so is Canary. So much space. The nades are true. 3-touch finds Frankie. There's still one more person to worry about, and it's Break. Break has done magic. Break can break mentals. But break this time against 3 people, that's a lot to ask for. The sprays are good right now. He manages to find one. He needs to secure these pickups. Good for one touch on the other end. Finds him in the end, but the damage is done already. Team Secret eliminated with 5 eliminations. That's fine. That's okay. They've done the damage onto FaZe.
They've done just about enough damage, but FaZe, they got themselves 9 points. This is the most amount of points they've gathered so far within a single round. And I was surprised that he's still lurking around. He should have actually went in for the pickup, and now one of the players have been snuck away by another team coming in from the hillside. So they have to play with only 2 members left. But still a very decent run after all to try to secure 40 over points. But now with only 2 members, it's going to be really rough to move for it in the city. Shots fired over TODAK, and it's about to blow out.
Yep, it blew up finally. 9 rendered so low right now. Real as well. Gonna be so hard to cross this terrain, and Sem9 full control as well. You want to cross the circle, you can't. You can't cross the road. The blue zone's coming right at you. You have the smoke cover, but how long is that cover going to give you that safety? That's the question. Because right now, for me, it seems like they're stuck. They do have a wormhole, but the thing is, this road separates 2 for 2. 2 of the players can go for cover there, straight into that compound, but the other 2, I'm not sure how they're gonna go about this.
Yeah, it's so rough to actually cut across the street. I believe that they're running out of those smokes. So if that vehicle is still functioning, they just got to full send it. Find somewhere deeper into the city if they could. But if they were to actually pass even further, there's still New Era waiting by the churches. So it's not going to be an easy task after all. But coast is clear for now. They do have 30 seconds before they are forced to move. Maybe there could be another opportunity where TODAK can send those 2 members up to hillside and slowly get their way in, so long as they don't get spotted out.
Unfortunately for New Era as well, I think they've been holding on to this area for quite some time. But the thing is, I think they were exactly hoping for people to cross by them. They didn't really see any rotations. If anything, their teams are just saying, okay, we don't want to cross that building. There's sure someone there. Let's go for the next compound instead. There is a team close by. It's TODAK. And I'm surprised that they've managed to survive this long. I thought they were done for here. And surprisingly, all 4 are still very much alive. There's shots coming through to the monster truck, but it is a very tanky vehicle, so it's fine. It is on fire, so I think it's enough time for them to cross. And there we go, Zeta finally breaching that bridge as well, thanks to that blue zone. So he's finally able to rendezvous with his teammates again. But look at the amount of shots coming right at him. A lot of sprays from Fear, and he's been watching Zeta for quite some time. The car explodes, and he's gonna get the knock already, but he has to make sure he's able to secure those pickups here. His teammates are coming by to provide a little bit of cover, a little bit of space. But it's not gonna be easy. Finally, it's in the end. It's Kwong that steals it away, and that must have been very frustrating for Firen.
It definitely is. He definitely got those angles right, but he couldn't really spot him kneeling down. But at the very least, VOIN has got a majority of their members across, and that's only 2 members left for the side of VOIN to join in the big party in the city. Everybody's hugging by the edges. I like the fact that New Era's hugging towards the far west, and then over, or should I say the east side. And then on the far west, you have ENAM Milan. I think ENAM Milan is in a very, very good safe spot where it's not flocked with a lot of crowd. The only ones that know that they are there is VOIN, which is why they are avoiding that area entirely. But their form of gamble to try to book a spot right below the bridges kind of been botched, and only left with 2. I guess they will be a little bit more pacifist compared to the rest of the squads who are currently inbound. This fight's going to take a while. I mean, take a look at the scenery. A lot of smokes everywhere. Everyone's hiding right behind the window panes, and it's going to take a while before anyone actually gets any form of eliminations, because anytime you get knocked, there should be somebody either on the top floor or the ground floor to eventually go in for a pickup. So it's all about Stage 7, Stage 8 on how this is going to actually shrink up to force those fights to happen.
Look at the amount of teams down here. I wouldn't be surprised if this actually ended up being like an urban ending. Good shot from Wix onto Real there. I feel like everyone that just pokes their head. Cleon there nearly gets cleaned as well, so I think this is an angle that I don't think they should be challenging so far quite yet. Strangers this time as well, very much alive. Look at the amount of compounds they have control of. 2-1-1 formation, which means that if TODAK were to cross, it's basically a meat grinder there. And TODAK has to now that the circle is pulled up to the middle side here. And I think these 3 teams, including New Era, TODAK, I'm not sure if they can survive this ordeal. Strangers aware. Lynx falls. Knocked down, but not a pick-off quite yet. Cooks up that nade. Mela, a lot of pressure onto this veteran player for this team. Hasn't been in the best of situations as well. But this time around, they've been fairly quiet, but it's mostly to survive. It's mostly to at least get those placement points. And I have to say, it's looking very good for them right now. Wix is so low, not too sure if they're able to get that pickup, and I don't think they want to. Okay, never mind. He's already there. He's managed to go for that reset, and they're going to go straight into that hovercraft. That's a very chunky vehicle. They can barely even cross through that tiny little corner. Come on now.
Oh man, they finally got those engines running, and now they're just gonna full send it towards the rest of Strangers Esports. 4 versus 2. They're singling out Earths first and foremost as they swarm into the building. But can they actually find the angles before they get clipped by grenades? This is going to be a risky situation that they're taking here. Molotovs drop right in. Slowly being burned down. Earth still holding on. While VOIN lying in wait to hear all that ruckus. Another nade being sent right in from another squad. Earth does burn down, no fall, as they are being denied that entry point.
What the heck happened? It was a good start for New Era. I felt like desperation at that point. But Strangers, the thing is right now is a 2-2 formation, and they're so separated. One team handling with the Vikings, one team handling Toda, and Toda is looking very devastating right now. But on the other hand, New Era is losing in this 4v2. 9 comes up, 9 finds lobby already for Strangers. So at least the other half of the team is winning, the other one is losing. But Toda, they're still in trouble. They're not out of the woods quite yet here, as the Vikings come through and they're looking to capitalize. Whatever that Strangers had won just now, it's over. They're stuck. 4 members of Vikings completely overtaking the lower side of this compound. So Mela and his teammate gonna have to just lie in wait.
They were overconfident with that push, and just like that, the majority of them have been pretty much singled out by Earth's dire effort. He hold out just perfectly, and look at him go. He risked his life, but of course, he brought back all those points necessary for Strangers Esports. Now, it's Strangers Esports with 6 points. New Era unable to gain any more from here on. It's all down to Milan. BTR, they arrived to challenge the rest of SEMBILAN as they were just over the wall. Fury comes in with a jump shot. He will connect a few, but he will drop instead. Federales survives with a slither of health. Now, can he go ahead to pick up the pieces for BTR to survive as the rest of Milan will be on the approach as well? This is not going to be a clear-cut answer as TODAK arrives from the front, but Strangers Esports are here to shut them down.
Okay, the knock already onto the team. Gonna have to wait for a teammate to come through. 9 is not even close. 9 to cross, that's rough. A big area to cross. All eyes on them. BTR as well is around. They might have to bleed to death here. 9 might just have to play for placements. As the rest of Strangers here, I'm surprised. Look at the... Sonra is just so out there in the open, uncaring at all. The amount of space that Milan has toward the western side of the circle is phenomenal. A 3-1 formation, and I think understandably so. Now, for Strangers and the Vikings, they need to take this fight if they want to encroach that blue zone. The blue zone is pushing already. KNS knocked. Mela alone in a 1v2, and we've seen Mela win these. Barely any space to work with. Blind shots through the smoke. That sound of the gun all completely gives an idea where exactly he is and what guns he have. You heard the nades shot out already. And the Vikings, they looking to capitalize. What a shot from Mela, but not enough to completely take out the members of the Vikings. So 7th place for Strangers, but it's looking a lot better for them right now as the fights move on here. VOIN Donkey in trouble.
Yeah, that was such a close fight as the smoke slowly dissipates. They finally get a glimpse of Mela overall. And a big update into the current standings. Milan Esports, they make their way back into the top 16 as they have overtaken New Era in this very final game. Tribo Indonesian team still on board, and we still have the Vikings with a couple of members still remaining here for the top 4 finish. Sprays onto the side of Hulk. Federales tries to deter the advancement of the rest of Milan. Hulk gets taken down as they all rely on smokes. Such a close call coming in with big nades being sent right in with Potato dropping any form of deflates to hold down the line against the rest of Vikings. Backs against the blue zone. They really have to find a different way to approach this fight. While BIGETRON, Great Villains, they're smack dab in the center, and they're receiving a whole lot of attention once again from Milan.
a very different tune coming in for this game. Federalis, what a spray! Finding Kwang, immediately taking him to the lobby right now. But on the other end as well, the Vikings will be eliminated. 4th place, 8 eliminations. Every single team is getting active right now. ENAM SEMBILAN in trouble. The final member barely hanging on, and they finally go down in 3rd place. And now it's a 2v3. Indonesia's VTR, the team that we wanted to see get active right now. It's them against VOIN Donkey, an Indonesian derby in this final map here. Waiting for the right time as well. Needs to come through. Rezak in a very scary predicament. His teammate nowhere close to him. They don't have control of the circle. They don't have control of the area as well. The only thing they have to work with are these smokes. Needs to come through. Potato in a 1v1. Sprays blindly through those smokes. Rezak trying to stay active here. The crossfires coming in from BTR. It's just too much to handle. Ending the day, BTR go big with a winner chicken dinner.
Here comes the Red Villains sitting on top of the podium of the very final match. And you saw there were moments that they almost crashed out by the corner of broken walls. And it was Federalis to be the hero to save the day, save all 4 members to eventually close it out against VOIN Donkey, who have also had the same level of tenacity. It was an Indonesian classic to behold in the final match of the group stage. And also a big moment to celebrate for ENAM SEMBILAN Esports that make their way to the top 16 cut for the Super Weekend.
Oh man, ENAM SEMBILAN, what a way to end the day. And I have to say, they were tethering at the edge. They were somewhere near close, I think the second bottom of the ladder, and it's a very similar mindset to what we saw from Boom Esports, right? I think when we look at this team in particular, what's really exciting is the fact that these Indonesian teams, they have this, it's not over till the last Miramar ends, and that's exactly what ENAM SEMBILAN did. But the one that came big this map, it is BTR. Remember, BTR started off the week making a statement play, showing us what this new roster has in mind, whether or not this new roster could fill the big shoes left behind by the 2 previous prodigies, bringing in Federalis from another region as well, from tier 2, and it looks phenomenal for them. It was a statement play, and then Boom Esports came in day 2, and they were quiet, and I was like, okay, could this be the era that BTR finally comes up on top? But it felt like they were still in Boom Esports' shadow. But right now, at the end of the game, it's showing us that BTR can come back, can play as good as Boom Esports, but for now, here are the highlights.
So much to say, and so much that has been proven by all these Indonesian teams out there. BIGETRON here to seal off our final victory of the night with a chicken dinner of their own. And you know, I don't know what's on the contract of Federalis on how much he's being paid, but every single penny was worth it for this win.
Oh, definitely. So I'm looking at these teams right now. I think that today, looking at this final map, I was right in thinking that the teams at the bottom side of the ladder will get really active. We saw it happen across the board. We saw it from New Era. We saw it from TODAK. We saw it from Strangers, we saw it from ENAM, Vikings as well. And this is a very interesting way to end the day, which means that right now, a lot of teams really thrive under pressure, but BTR, they still maintain their momentum, still maintain their style of play, despite the fact that while the day is ending, they take every single game seriously. Federalis as the MVP, honestly, are you surprised? No, not really. I'm answering my own question here, Contra. My bad. But, coming into this, right, like you saw those insane sprays, how he's just quickly able to not only get a pick, but also lobby them in just one single spray is just something phenomenal to watch. How he's able to put in impact, and Federalis is not really up in your face type of player either. His kind of firepower is kind of thrives between mid-range all the way to close range.
Yeah, he so far has really shown prowess when it comes down to those range of battles, and most importantly, he stood the test of time against all the other teams that were pit against him, and eventually saved the day in order for BTR to still fight for this chicken dinner, and they were rewarded handsomely with that 22 points. Followed closely is MVKE. This has been a valiant effort, but unfortunately MVKE, I think they don't really have enough points for the Super Weekend, but I want to see more coming out of this squad heading to the next week. Whereas a lot of all these teams finding it really hard to actually penetrate through the city of Valdemar overall, because it's so tough of a dip where you saw struggles for TODAK, and at least they make it work after all. New Era, they were somewhere within the city, but that fight that they took up against the opponents right in front of them didn't seem like it worked out against Strangers, because despite them isolated, they all got funneled into that tiny little room on that staircase. Eventually, they got shut down. Now, this is where it matters most. We got ourselves the overall rankings, as we will see who are the top 16 teams. Everyone on the first page here, congratulations. They will be playing tomorrow and the day after, as Boom are the kings of the group stages.
Wow, I'm excited to see this predicament. Sem9 making it to the first page out of nowhere. Remember, they were toward the middle side of the rung here, and they felt like they were struggling, especially toward the second half of the day of they were playing on day one they were playing. But today is like a whole different team right now. There's a lot of nice little changes they've been doing as well in terms of their firepower, in terms of how they play tag, in terms of their positioning as well. Yes, a lot of it is thanks to Firen, but this is the first time in a while that I've seen Sem9 actually overtaking CD Alliance. Because for a while now, CD Alliance has always been far ahead compared to the rest of the Malaysian teams.
Yeah, and now it shows that they are catching up with this revamped roster that is packing a whole lot of punch. And the top 16 still includes MAQNA Esports Club in the very finale, as 61 points is sufficient, as they already closed out in Group B since yesterday. And I want to check out the final page. Surely, of course, it is heartbreaking for those that have tried really hard. New Era is definitely one of the names out there, but they did not receive enough points in order to make the cut. So we hope to actually see them bounce back stronger together alongside with Strangers Esports, which we saw a couple of rounds devastated with not many points to gain. And same could be said about some of all the other big names. TALON, FaZe Clan, HOMEBOIS, Alter Ego. These are all names that we've seen from prior seasons, and they just haven't shown up this week.
Yeah, I agree. But sometimes there are these situations, right? I think back then when we had like, I think 3 Super Weekends, we've seen teams not make 2 Super Weekends and then finally come back in the last possible moment. I wouldn't be surprised if this is possible this time, especially since Week 2's impact is a little bit bigger. A lot bigger actually compared to Week 1 Super Weekend. But we're gonna have to wait and see. Overall, we have our top 16 now. New Era barely making it by the finest sliver of margins, and that must be heartbreaking.
Well, look what we have here. This is the very first time we are seeing a PMNC team getting the MVP title by the end of the run, and it is none other than Kryptonite, as we call him, as he has been able to consistently put up those big numbers in order to keep ENAM afloat, and now they have qualified to their first ever Super Weekend, and this team will definitely bring on the heat, bring on the fire. We saw how they've been vultures, third-partying so many teams. That's what we want to see in the weekend.
Real. Anyways, here are teams that's qualified. We have Boom Esports, BTR, VOIN Donkey, Flash, OSJA, TH, VPE, eArena, Sem9, CD Alliance, D Xavier, RQ, Team Secret, KAGENDRA, TEM, ENAM, as well as MEC. But this is for the first time we're not seeing Alter Ego. I don't know how I feel about this.
I don't know what to feel about it either. No FaZe Clan, no Alter Ego, no Talon Esports. You can say that this is a brand new tempo, a brand new era as these new kids on the block are taking over. And I wouldn't even be surprised if you're telling me that ENAM SEMBILAN might even find that top spot in the Super Weekend. That could be a possibility too. And of course, with such an immense week of play, let's head over to the interview to wrap things up.
What a day it has been. 6 full matches here at day number 3 before we step into the Super Weekend. And we're back once again here at the main stage with yet another interview. And right next to me is none other than Hulk from Team 69 or ENAM SEMBILAN. And at the further end, we have Jang, who's going to become our translator for this segment. Hulk, how are you doing, buddy?
Baik.
Yeah, so good. Translate.
Good.
Okay, yeah, so that's what it means, in case you're wondering. And of course, how we have to this. It came down to a nail-biting battle with NWE for that final Super Weekend spot. Now, what was the mindset for you and your teammates in those last few matches, knowing everything was on the line?
Oke, jadi bisa dibilang di match terakhir itu semua penonton pasti rasa greget lah dengan apa yang bakal terjadi. Dan bisa cerita nggak mentalitas kamu dan juga anak-anak di bisa dibilang 2 game atau 3 game terakhir tadi, apa mentalitas yang ada di pasukan 69 supaya bisa lolos ke Super Weekend?
Mungkin kita berpikir terus bermain dengan positif aja sih tiap match per matchnya. Itu aja sih, cukup sih Bang Jang.
So basically we just telling ourselves, or maybe inside the team the atmosphere was positive, we just gonna keep the positivity in order for us to qualify to the Super Weekend.
Yeah, positivity is definitely the way that you should be having in your mindset, especially at this very high-stake matches. Now, let's admit, you guys barely made it. So, but a spot is still a spot into the Super Weekend. Does this close call give you confidence that you can actually fight against the top teams? Or does it make you realize there's still a lot to adjust for you and your teams coming into the Super Weekend and the upcoming weeks?
Oke, dengan hasil hari ini meskipun kamu lolos di Super Weekend, tetapi itu harus di penentuan di match terakhir. Ya, menurut kamu sendiri, apakah kamu pede dengan hasil hari ini ataupun dengan performa beberapa hari ini, kamu bisa bersaing dengan tim yang berada di papan atas, ataupun kamu masih ngerasa ada sesuatu yang harus dibebenah?
Mungkin tetap ada yang diberbenah, tapi untuk hari ini mungkin ya untuk kita bermain di Super Weekend karena kita mendapatkan main yang bagus hari ini di Super Weekendnya kita pasti bakal kasih yang terbagus juga.
Of course, we still believe that we need to change our mindset because right now it is a Super Weekend. We still need to adapt. We still think that we are far away from the top team. But then I need to remind to my teammates that we qualify to Super Weekend because we play good today. So kudos to the teammate, and I believe that in Super Weekend we can do much more better.
All right, that is an amazing response coming from you. Now, NW was so close to taking your spot. Do you feel like you proved that you deserved it, or do you think luck somewhat kind of played a role here at this round?
Oke, sekarang New Era itu hampir lah mendapatkan posisi 16 itu tadi. Menurut kamu sendiri, apakah itu hoki buat 69 lolos, ataupun kamu ngerasa emang kamu pantas berada di Super Weekend di hashtag 16 itu tadi?
Mungkin untuk lebih pantas sih, karena kan kita berjuang kan. Jadi nggak faktor hoki pasti ada, tapi karena kita berjuang itu mungkin ada sesuatu yang hokinya keluar.
Yeah, I think we can consider it's luck, but then we fight till the very end. So yeah, maybe because of that, I think yeah it's a 50-50. But then still, I will praise my teammate to fight to the very end.
Yeah, I really like that response. So definitely luck actually plays a factor, and they do put in the effort into making it into a victory for them. Now, last but not least, big congratulations from me to you guys for making it to the Super Weekend itself. Anything you want to say to all those fans who's currently tuning in to the live stream and cheering for you guys here at PMSL?
Oke, jadi ada sedikit kata-kata buat fans 69 ataupun ya ibu bapak di rumah yang menonton.
Untuk dukungan kepada tim 9 ya terima kasih, dan jangan lupa support kita terus di Super Weekend dan di next week ya pastinya.
To all our fans out there, keep supporting us in Super Weekend, and of course for the next week as well. We're just gonna do our best and make you guys proud.
Most definitely. Of course, once again, thank you so much. Congratulations to you and your teammates. Now, for those who are currently tuning in, hopefully you guys are happy with the results that you have just witnessed in our scoreboards right here. But we're not over yet, because as much as the games are over, we're still going to be heading back over to our amazing casters, who's going to be doing a little bit of summary about what has transpired, not just for today, but also in the past 3 days, and what can you expect in the next few days here, especially knowing that it's going to be the first Super Weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, back to the studios to you guys, casters, to tell us a little bit more about that.
What a way to end the day, man. Looking at ENAM Milan, that comeback was just so surprising. They were neck to neck with New Era, and it must be devastating for New Era to just lose out on the first Super Weekend with such a hairline loss. And on top of that as well, with only 2 Super Weekends, the gap is going to be even harder to catch up when Super Weekend 2 comes next week with the Smash rule.
Yeah, and of course, pressure is on those teams that did not qualify. But for those who qualify, they still have a lot of work to do. Just like what ENAM Milan just said in that interview, they realized that, hey, we're still not up to the par against some of these guys in the top 10. We still have to cook up some strats. We still have to work even harder. But hey, we played well today. We got to give ourselves a pat in the back and continue to try the same way that they did today. Honestly, if they use the same formula, I think it could very well work out, Tash. Like, it was so exciting to witness the way that they've been actually challenging teams after teams. They don't care who these big names are. They just slowly strike them down. And the moment where you see them taking out names like DX, Vampire Esports, you know they are on to something. And I'm just so happy that they make it through. Of course, it's been a little bit bittersweet to some of the teams that did not make it. But hey, that also means plenty of time for them to prepare for the next week.
I agree with you, a lot of time as well. And I think coming into that Super Weekend, there is one advantage to not being able to play. That is that you have a lot of time to really VOD review and have an idea about what to expect from these teams as well. Because this Super Weekend is where teams go all out. This Super Weekend is where teams are not going to hold back on how exactly they want to start these games and start to play. So I'm very excited to see how exactly these teams will prepare for next week as well. Because again, if Boom Esports could do it, just come back out of nowhere while having a quiet day 1, I wouldn't be surprised if other teams could do it too. After all, at the end of the day, it's only 4 days total of a Super Weekend.
Yeah, and on top of that, next week is going to be a big curveball being thrown at every single team playing in whichever group, because we are introducing Smash rules. So as much as they have all these big plans, I think they still have to consider that there are times they will have to go on the aggressive. They will have to also strike teams down, and I guess that is where we will have to find out. But we are getting ourselves pretty much hyped up for this Super Weekend. It's been a pleasure and a long night from both of us casting through all these matches of the group stages. So you guys don't want to miss the Super Weekend. Same time, same place here in this channels that you're watching from. It's Cash Buddy as well as Contra. Bidding you good night. See you tomorrow.